Hello everyone, Tactical Itch here, and welcome back to another Saturday Conquest tournament battle from the RTK clan hosted by Big JP himself and other RTK members. Once again, thank you so much for inviting me to host this, or not really hosting, but casting this tournament on stream. And yeah, we are seeing quite a few replays coming in from the tournament Discord channel. So we are just gonna start it soon, but yeah. Hope you guys are all having a nice weekend. We have the first three replays in the replay file already. The first one is Empire versus Chaos Dwarfs, played by Random Cubane and Pickle Barrel. Random Cubane going for the Empire, with Boris Todbringer and a Metal Caster versus the Chaos Dwarfs, led by, I assume it's also a Prophet, on a Great Taurus. But yeah, let us just wait and see what the players are going with in terms of spells. For the army build here, Empire going for a ton of state troops. The front line of spearmen with shields, 3 units of halberdiers, 1 Sons of Sigmar, Unbreakable Swordsmen, really nice. Sigmar Sons, basically really nice as an anchor for your front line there. And they're backed up by a ton of archers and a couple granite cannons. Well, great cannons, not grand cannons. Grand cannons are for Cathay, great cannons are for Empire. But yeah, halberdiers guarding the rear and some Empire Knights, providing some mass to block off enemy mobility and screen off those possible Chaos Dwarf monster, leading the army Boris Todbringer with his with all his passive tool kits. Blood Roar reduce enemy leadership, and then there's no Crush the Weak. There's a White Cloak of Ulrich. I would say I would like to see Blood Roar usually bring it with Crush the Weak, because it is a really nice synergy. You reduce enemy leadership with Blood Roar below half leadership, and then Crush the Weak will come in and reduce that leadership even further, preventing your opponent from recovering the leadership, and also add on some additional melee stat debuffs. Yeah, if you bring Boris Todbringer, you want to bring all his passive toolkits. The active toolkits, Foe Seeker and Deadly Onslaught, are optional, but I would say definitely bring all the passives, because especially Blood Roar and Crush the Weak are kind of synergizes with each other, so it's really nice. If you bring those, excuse me, yeah, bring those. But yeah, other than that, that's we do have a Metal Caster Gold Wizard with only Searing Doom. Searing Doom is actually a pretty good spell with the 100% armor piercing explosive damage. Really good against armored infantry, which the Chaos Dwarfs will be bringing quite a few today. Now on the Chaos Dwarf side, we have a front line of Infernal Iron Sworn plus a couple. Not a couple plays, a ton of Goblin Laborers. Just adding some chaff here to pad out the numbers in the front line. They're also backed up by a couple Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives, and on the flank there, a bunch of Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with bows and 1 with spears. Backed up by 1 single Bull Center Renders with great weapons, and leading the army Sorcerer Prophet of Fire on a Great Taurus. There is the Breath Attack, and bringing Flamestorm as the only spell. I would say Burning Head will probably be the more cost-efficient option, because Flamestorm is quite expensive. We do a bit of spell comparison. Yeah, you only need 10 Winds of Magic for Burning Head, and you're paying more for Flamestorm, and it is less predictable in terms of the trajectory of Flamestorm. So you would want to cast it on giant blobs of enemies, but Burning Head would be great if you just see a line of enemy like this. The Empire State Troops lining up. Of course, they can still dodge any Burning Head spell if the Empire player is on top of it. But like if your front line is engaging the enemy front line and your enemy's front line is kind of lining up in a straight line, that would be perfect for a Burning Head. Which is why you see Burning Head more often than Flamestorm. Damn, both you and Tequila are streaming. How do I watch both? That's why you try to split screen. But yeah, anyways, just pick whichever one you want to check out. Like Tequila also does really good casting, so always good to see him cast. But right now, some Hobgoblin with Warriors with spears managed to catch one of the Great Cannon out of position. The Halberdiers are not standing on top of the Great Cannons, not protecting the artillery crew. A bit of a mistake from the Empire player here, allowing those expensive artillery to get picked off, and the Empire Knights are also not responding. I assume this I assume this is more like what the Empire player was looking at. When you're kind of focusing in the front line and your camera move up, you can't really see the great cannons over here at the back. So you just get picked off, and nothing tells you about that except the unit cards, which you don't usually see. You don't usually check, and they're kind of like breaking at the back. But finally, it seems like the Empire player noticing the Wolf Raiders at the back line there, but I don't think it's gonna be enough to save the great cannons. Let's see, but the Empire Knights are charging in, should be able to peel back the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders soon, but the Great Cannon crew has taken some substantial casualties in this guy's Saucer Prophet of Fire, trying to duel out with Boris Todbringer, and the fire attacks actually lit Boris Todbringer on fire and halves his replenished hit points, the Midland Rinfang regeneration. So yeah, the fight was quite even, especially when there are some Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives and the Wolf Raider archers, Wolf Raider with bows shooting in, getting some okay value out of the fight. But of course, the Saucer Prophet of Fire, did some pretty good damage with the Flame Storm, but it's not really cost efficient. Again, it's just an expensive spell. But yeah, in the front line, all the state troops and archers got lit up by the explosive charges, by the grenades, whatever, from the Infernal Iron Sworn, and the Wolf Raiders with spears and the Bull Surrenders are all charging in. Now, Boris Todbringer is jumping in, trying to save the back line here, just to suppress the enemy mobility, alongside with some spears coming in to help out, while the Gold Wizard is just dropping Searing Doom left, right, and center, trying to thin out the enemy infantry support. Some tattered Empire Knights are coming back in to help. I assume they were fighting some Bull Surrenders earlier and just got trashed, but yeah, But yeah, the Empire Knights are taking some pretty substantial casualties. Oh no, Boris Todbringer is surrounded by anti-large armor-piercing Bull Surrenders. He's taking a ton of damage, and then the Great Taurus from the Saucer Prophet of Fire jumping down to tear him a new one. Oh, that is a painful loss for the Empire, getting their leadership pushed back like that. But at least on the bright side, Boris Todbringer does regenerate, and he can probably come back at some point soon. But yeah, he needs to get some HP back first. More Searing Dooms coming in from the Gold Wizard, just flanning out the enemy infantry, while the state troops, with their sheer numbers, are actually pushing back those rather crappy quality of the Goblin Laborers, and are pushing, they're pushing into the enemy backline, disrupting those Fire Glaives. And the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with bows nearby are being driven back by the Empire Knights, just trying to secure Boris Todbringer so that he can come back at some point later. Another thing worth noting is that the Saucer Prophet of Fire does have their own source of healing, the Chalice of Blood and Darkness. So every time a Searing Doom has been cast, the Saucer Prophet of Fire is getting healed a bit. Now, oh no, Boris Todbringer has regrouped, but the Saucer Prophet of Fire is beelining straight for him. If he gets the charge onto Boris, he might actually get a few good hits in and rout Boris once again. Oh, looks like it's getting quite rough for Boris Todbringer here. He is tired, and he just got charged. He's taking a ton of damage. He tried to drop back onto the land and get back to the safety of those Empire Knights here, but yeah, he has been routed, which is quite unfortunate for the Empire. But overall, the main majority of the battle, the Empire is winning quite a bit. State troops managed to push back the enemy Goblin Labor chaff, and now tying down those Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives, just stopping them from firing and just trying to whittle them down with sheer numbers. And the Infernal Iron Sworn has been whittled down bit by bit by those Searing Dooms, getting some pretty good damage done. Yeah, 1,000 gold worth of damage value, very solid stuff here. At this point, the Empire player decided to abandon Boris Todbringer, just turning around the Great Cannon just to put in some more hits onto the Saucer Prophet of Fire to cut him down instead, making sure the Chaosdorf pay for what they did to their leadership, though they're just kind of leaving their leadership to die. More Searing Dooms coming in, whittling down the Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives, but Chalice of Blood and Potion still recharging, so no heals just yet. But he has been the Saucer Prophet of Fire has been getting quite a bit of heal. He's still on 25% of HP, and almost the heal cap is in sight. The problem for the Empire is they don't really have a good way to finish off the Infernal Iron Sworn and the Saucer Prophet of Fire here. Boris is dead, so it's going to be a massive hit to the Empire leadership. And oh no, the Gold Wizard is left in front of the Fire Glaive for a bit too long here, getting absolutely shredded by those AP fire. Not that the AP matters that much against the lightly armored Gold Wizard, but ooh, that shatters the Gold Wizard with the extreme fire power. And we can probably fast forward here as the Empire is getting shredded bit by bit. Halberdiers are still fighting, once again dragging those Infernal Gods with Fireglaves into combat, but these guys on the right just shot through all the charging Halberdiers against them, and now the terror of the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire has nothing to stop it. He is free to dive down into any pockets of Empire troops and just shock them, just terror rout them with a shocking leadership effect. Yeah, looks like Boris Todbringer tried his best, but holy shit, he got shredded initially in the early stage of combat, probably flying too close to those Fireglaves. We need to jump back in and give it a go again, because just to check how Boris died so fast in the early stage of battle. But yeah, both Centauranders and honestly, all the Killstaff troops were super cost efficient in this case, except the Chaff. The Chaff, well, they're Chaff, so can't really say much about them. But both Centauranders almost earned back their value, and the Fireglaves also got a ton of Velas shooting down Boris and basically everything that tries to charge them anywhere. The Storm here, Infernal Gods with Fireglaves got... well, no, these Infernal Iron got bombarded by Searing Dooms all the time, but they held on. And a bit of a mistake there, leaving one of the Great Cannon completely unprotected, losing an expensive artillery piece in the early game from Random Cubane. And I probably wouldn't bring regular archers here. Just because they don't really fulfill any roles against the expensive units of the Chaos Dwarfs. Because when you think about it, their strongest units are Infernal Iron Sworn and the Infernal Gods with Fireglaves. Maybe Blunderbusses and Bull Centauranders. Bull Centauranders, you probably can try to shoot them with archers, but honestly, you probably rather want Huntsmen instead if you really want to shoot them. But I wouldn't really shoot them. I would just probably charge them with something with a ton of spears and throw Boris on top of them or something. Yeah, Searing Doom is a nice call. Personally, I would go for Melkov's Mystifying Miasma, just because it has more reliable damage output against both cavalry and infantry. Just a bit more versatile. Great Swords, unfortunately, just always underperforms. The state troops weren't quite able to get their own worth here. The Halberdiers here, this one did fine. The rest of the state troops, not so much, being blown up by Firestorm and explosions. Yeah, let's just jump back in and quickly check out how Boris died. Oh, hello, Coma White. Coma White is a fellow... Well, yeah, Coma White is a fellow content creator here. Originally hailed from the Spanish clan BBB. Yeah, definitely... Wait, hold on. Yeah, yeah. Let me just find. Yeah. So yeah, he is he streams on he streams on Twitch as well. I didn't know that actually. But anyways, he's a Spanish content creator who also does a bunch of Warhammer content. Definitely go check it out if you speak Spanish. But yeah, Infernal Gods are too hard. Yeah, they are really tough. They're probably the Infernal Iron Sworn and Infernal God with Fireglaves are probably two of the best infantry units of the entire Chaos Dwarf roster. They're just very solid. One has a solid damage output, the other has solid damage output and great sustained melee set. I mean, the damage output from the Iron Sworn are from the firepower, from the explosions, but yeah. Either way, it's still very good nonetheless. Yeah, so Boris Todbringer over here just got shot by a bunch of fire arrows. And in a one-on-one duel, they traded quite evenly, and then the difference between the melee power here is made up by those fire arrows coming in. And then here comes the Fireglaves lighting up Boris Todbringer. I mean, Boris Todbringer one-on-one would win against the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, but the Fireglaves really brought this back for the Sorcerer Prophet. Like, just lighting him up by quite a bit here. Again, Boris alone will probably win this, but one-on-one in a vacuum, Boris will definitely win this. But yeah, With the Fire Glaive thing, he just took a bunch of shock damage and was forced to pull back. Wait, how did you die? Oh, how did you? Yeah, I was wondering how did those Empire Knights die. Let me just quickly go back in. Come on, okay, it's a replay. Yeah, I basically cast all the replays in the initial rounds, and then there'll be a semi-finals, a round of semi-finals between 4 players, and then one final round between 2 players. So I'll try to cast those games live, or at least one of the semi-finals live, and then finals definitely try to cast live there. What happened to you, Empire Knights? All right, moving in. They just moved close, and then, oh no, they try to charge the Infernal Iron head on, and then another unit of Infernal Fire Glaives shot in, and also Infernal Iron chucked a bunch of explosives in their face and just died. Yeah, and while doing minimal damage to these heavily armored, highly defensive Infernal Iron, definitely one of the best heavy infantry in the game right now. Probably the tankiest infantry in the game in these days, with their sheer amount of armor and melee defense. But yeah, GG to both players. Now let's go into Khorne versus Skaven. Khorne definitely just try to go and swarm those Skaven lines here. Grimbat with Khorne versus Corvus Glaive with Skaven. Odie the Fox. Oh shit, I forgot. Is it too late to join? I got helped out. Yeah, unfortunately the check-in ended like 40 minutes ago. Yeah, it starts at 6. Oh, it starts at roughly 40 minutes ago, same time every week. On the RTK clan. So there will be more next week. I don't think I'm free to cast the one next week. I'll check actually, but yeah, it's a slightly different scenario next week. Anyways, now for the armies in front of us right now. Khorne versus Skaven, Khorne from Grimbat versus Skaven from Corvus Glaive. Khorne going for a front line of Murders of Khorne here, a second line of Bloodletters with some armor piercing and anti-infantry bonus. So definitely trying to go for a sheer amount of numbers just to punch through the enemy infantry defenses and try to overwhelm those Skavens. Now on the flanks, a bunch of murder horses with throwing axes and a ton of Khorne dogs. Just a Chaos Warhounds, no Flash Hounds. And in the sky, some Chaos Furies here. So going for maximum amounts of infantry size models just to, and some skirmishing cavalry firepower, just to again overwhelm the Skaven dogs with sheer numbers, leading the army Valkyria here, getting shot by the Warp Lightning Cannon on the Skaven side. Other than this artillery piece, there's a bunch of weapons teams, including the Rattling Gun and 2 Warp Fire Throwers. Unfortunately, all 3 of these weapons teams aren't exactly the greatest these days. Ashen Triads on the flanks, trying to hold off enemy monsters and cavalry, and a front line of Plague Monks. I don't want to like appear too judgmental on army builds, but I wouldn't say this is a great army pick into Khorne. Like, when you think about it, Plague Monks might do decent against enemy Marauders of Khorne here, but they are very fragile, relying on physical resistance, and it's not a lot, just 15%, for their own protection. They have shit armor, so they don't actually trade too well into Khorne infantry. I would say if you want to look at artillery and weapons teams, you rather just bring a bunch of Poison Wing Globes, which are really, really good against killing off enemy infantry, and instead of these rather fragile Ashen Triads and Plague Monks, especially Ashen Triads here. They just, once they have to fight infantry, they would just die because they are so fragile. I would say Storm Vermin would definitely be the better pick here, just so they have a bit more armor to handle enemy Marauders, and even they can trade decent into Forsaken, I would say. But yeah, anyways, Furies diving on to Doom Flayers. I assume they were trying to go after Rattling Guns earlier, but yeah, anyways, there's also Doom Flayers and a bunch of Red Ogres at the back line, leading the Army Deathmaster Snitch here with no Spellcaster. Wait, shit. Oh, I think Corvus Glaive never bring a Spellcaster for whatever reason. But either ways, Rattling Guns are shredding through the Chaos Furies, but there are more Furies coming in from the behind and will be silencing those Warp Lightning Cannons and swarming the Red Ogres, while the rest of the Khorne infantry are rushing forward. Can the Skavens out-Khorne Khorne? We shall see. Ashen Triads have leaped out of their defensive position and go into an offense, tracking down those Marauder Horsemen of Khorne, and Grimmerat doesn't seem to be responding to this threat yet, and taking substantial losses with the Marauder Horses. But over here, Double Chaos Warhounds actually chewed up the Ashen Triads. Very unfortunate stuff for Corvus Glaive here. And at the back line, the Furies are dying, but not before causing some pretty noticeable damage to enemy Red Ogres and Deathmaster and the Lightning crew as well. Chaos Warhounds, Khorne Warhounds are jumping into the back line here, chewing up some of the Warp Flamethrowers. While the double, these blobs would have been juicy when there are some poison globes around, but unfortunately there are nothing to exploit this. A little bit of mistake in terms of micro, and the Marauders plus Bloodletters should be able to beat down the Plague Monks over a rather long period of time. Actually, it's gonna wait a bit. But yeah, Valkyrie there went back up into the sky and just chilling away from those Warp Lightning Cannon. Throwing Axis needs to start chunking their ammo at something instead of sitting there doing nothing. Now they're starting to fire into Red Ogres. I mean, not the worst target. I mean, they're just getting some damage done here and there. Warhounds coming in just to disrupt the enemy artillery, but here comes Red Ogres to intercept. And yeah, Warp Flamethrower is here disrupted by Valkyria the Bloody. The Skaven box is mostly being dismantled. And I don't see how they can bring this one back. I mean, the balance of power is still even, but remember there's quite a bit resting upon the ammo of these Warp Lightning Cannon and maybe some of these artillery crew. There are some Red Ogres on the far side trying to trace off some Chaos Warhounds and now coming back to help out. But a lot of the Chaos Khorne offensive forces are pushing into the enemy backline. Warp Lightning Cannon has been dealt with, being dispatched. Same goes for these Red Ogres here. These Red Ogres are trying to charge those Marauder Horsemen, but they have a lot of numbers, and it's going to take them quite a while to go through all those bodies. Deathmaster Snickage getting surrounded by Furies. He does not enjoy this kind of fight, because Furies and these Bloodletters both does magic damage that bypasses physical resistance. And also, don't forget about the infantry bonus of the Bloodletters. Valkyria jumping in, puts in a big hit onto the Deathmaster, and Deathmaster has been routed, leaving his minions trying to fight the good fight. Well, Doomflayers are here. Theoretically, they're anti-infantry, but then again, the Bloodletters are anti-large and buffed up by the Horn of Khorne, getting extra melee attack, punching down on these Doomflayers, and the rest of the Warp Flamethrowers are also being ran down. Now, there are some Red Ogres trying to save their artillery, but there are so many horsemen in the fray, and it's going to be quite rough for them to... Well, they seem to be winning. So, yeah, surprise, surprise. Okay, there's another Red Ogre coming in to help out. That makes sense. Getting a recharge penalty, those horsemen are no longer holding their leadership and will be routed. Deathmaster Snitch has been routed and still has not returned yet. These Warhounds definitely should just focus on chasing down the Deathmaster, but, well... Seems like Valkyria is on the job. And at this point, I think it is pretty much Khorne victory. Like, they have the capture point. Snitch is very tatted. Okay, there are some resurgence of Skaven forces. Red Ogres charging in, but now they're being surrounded by an overwhelming force of Khorne infantry and shot in the back by a bunch of throwing axes. They are routed as well. Over here, Red Ogres and Ashen Triads trying to punch back against the Furies, but the Furies are holding for now, and Marauders of Khorne are coming in. So now it is just a ton of Khorne forces left on the ground, and Snitch can probably, if he gets a good charge on the Valkyria, can probably still have a chance of killing her, but Snitch can't carry like battles on his own, like unlike some Dragon Lord or something like that. But yeah, overall a very strong performance from this Khorne army here, using a sheer amount of numbers and just melee offensive power to rush down enemy positions. Especially all these Skaven Plague Monks and Ashen Triads are quite glass cannony and just dies to sheer numbers of Khorne troops. The Furies did well. At least two of them did well, actually. This one did okay as well. This one died quite early, but the rest are fine. silencing the enemy artillery and also disrupting those weapons teams. Overwhelming the Red Ogre's units, and then the rest of the infantry just pushes in with the fire support from the Murder Horses, finishing the job there. While the Skavens, unfortunately, I wouldn't bring Plague Monks. I would rather save some more money and just bring a bunch of chaff Skaven slaves and some Storm Vermins. But I don't know if this is a... Definitely do not bring War Flamethrowers and Rallying Guns. Just bring Points of Englobadiers. That's probably your best bet in killing all these Khorne infantry. With the Skaven slaves speed bumps to slow down your opponent. The Doomflayers did surprisingly well. To be fair, there are only infantry units on the Khorne side, so it's basically all the units they're gonna fight would be a good trade for the Doomflayers. Rolling through enemy infantry, just countering enemy furies, and yeah. I applaud this Skaven player for trying to innovate. Definitely an innovative build, but yeah, unfortunately, just not exactly a great... Oh, wow, what the fuck? But yeah, just not the greatest scenario here for this specific Skaven build. Also, no caster from Corvus Slave as usual. Which is holding him back quite a bit. I would think Khorne Skirmish Cav with the bonus versus infantry will be great against Skaven Swarms. Theoretically, yes, but I don't know. I feel like Khorne, the armor-piercing missiles will be decent to weapons teams, I guess, and yeah, but the problem is just Skaven weapons teams are usually heavy armored, and the Khorne Skirmish Cav, if they charge into combat, they either will be fighting heavily armored units, which are the Skaven weapons teams, or chaff units that they're not cost efficient trading into. So I don't know. I wouldn't. Maybe I'll try something like a similar build, but I probably wouldn't bring Bloodletters. Instead, I would just bring a bunch of Forsaken. That's probably what I would try. Next up, what the fuck am I looking at? Larry 2903 not taking any caster versus Stelios, taking one caster. None of them are taking a conventional Lizardmen build, I don't think. I mean, both of them are bringing 3 Red-Crested Skinks, and a bunch of Saurus infantry. So that is quite interesting. Okay, let's just go through the army builds here. On the green side, we have Larry going with a line of Saurus Spears and mixed in with Red-Crested Skinks here. Triple monstrosities. 2 Bastillodons, one with Rev Crystal, one with Solar Engine, in disguise the Quattro here, hiding his main units, including the single entities and the Krogar himself on his Colt 1 mount, Swiftness of Itzo, providing a bit of speed boost to him, and then rest of the army, a bunch of Skink Skirmishers, and the Skink cohorts with Javis, on the flank some Feral Colt ones, providing some speed and mass and armor-piercing weapon strength. On the other side of the battlefield for the Lizardmen here, this one does have a caster leading the army. Also Krogar on his T-Rex Grimlock. So yeah, very similar builds here. Regular Saurus warriors with shields and backed up by 3 units of Red Crested. Some Khorne Spear Riders this time, so like slightly high tier. Definitely way better than the Feral Colt ones in melee combat with their extra anti-large. And then Amazon Barbs with armor-piercing weapon strength and poison and stock, yeah. Wait, no, they don't have stock. They only have hide. What does have stock, though, are these Umbral Tide here. A lot of anti-large firepower. Now, the Amazon Barbs might not be specifically anti-large, but they're just such an amazing damage output unit. They have such amazing damage output. Anything with a large hitbox will get machine gunned down by their AP fire. Just not a lot of people use them these days because of their short range. Only 100 range, and they have a bit of line of sight issues when they are when the trajectory is straight instead of a curved trajectory. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, their firing arc is it's not curvy and so high enough. But yeah, Hand of Gods from the Cold One Krogar, lighting up the Krogar on a T-Rex, and now the T-Rex Krogar does not have any access to healing. He only has a Skink Priest of Beast here to provide some Flock of Doom against enemy targets. So that damage onto Krogar Grimlock is permanent. Umbral Tide lighting up those Skinks in the front line, but also doing some friendly fire to their own Saurus warriors. Ooh, Krogar here Krogar Grimlock getting shot. getting shot by the solar engine. His HP is getting slowly whittled down. Now the Umbral Tide getting a little bit too close to the front line. Not sure what they're trying to do here, but the Red Crystal attempt to heal the Red Crested has failed, so the Umbral Tide is safely moving into range and start blasting enemy infantry. You shoot something large, come on! You're supposed to kill monster with your anti-large missiles. Come on, just shoot the Red Crystal or something. But yeah, Krokar is taking quite a bit of damage. Krokar on Grimlock, actually, yeah. Taking quite a bit of damage and is quickly retreating. Plus, the Solar Engine blasting, trying to blast Krogar by hitting in a cohort of Sotak behind. Now, Krogar versus Krogar, who is gonna win? Other than that, Red Crested Skinks are moving in. Seems like Krogar Grimlock is taking down to half health right now, but some nearby Saurus is providing infantry support. And Krogar Cold One is taking a ton of damage, a quarter of his HP down. Khorne Spear Riders are trying to surround the Quarto here. And Umbral Tide for somehow, ooh, looks like the Amaxon Barbs. No, wait, something did a bunch of damage to the, oh, it's probably the to the Umbral Tide or something. Wait, no. Something? Probably Umbral Tide, actually. Let's check the value. No, not the Umbral Tide. Yeah, probably the Amaxon Barbs, actually. Did a bunch of damage to the Rev Crystal. Now turning around, trying to shoot something. Quato's still getting dispatched. Now the Amaxon Barbs are turning around to shoot them, while the Saurus are just holding back the Skinks. Now Amaxon Barb starts to firing in as the machine gun fire. They are very strong missiles if they can get the damage out. But yeah, a little bit of chain lightning from the Quarto trying to disrupt and damage these Amaxon Barbs, but they have quickly retreated away from the spell area. Now the Khorne Spear Riders are defeating the Feral Coat Ones, are pushing over towards the front line, while Krogar Coat One, ooh, another Hand of the Gods! Trying to shoot at the Khorne Spear Riders, but there's no saving for the Quarto here, as Krogar Grimlock is absolutely chewing up this flying monster. Now, more shots from the Umbral Tide blasting away at the lightly armored Red Crested. Their explosion damage are quite good against light armored infantry like the Skinks here, but I would like to see them shooting more against enemy monsters here. Krogar Colt One took a bunch of damage in the fight against Red Crested. And was he shot by a bunch of Amaxon Barbs? Yes, indeed, the Amaxon Barbs are firing into the mix. And Krogar Cold One is getting low. Same goes for the Bastillodon here. What are the... Wait, what are the... Yeah, I'm not sure what the... Oh yeah, Amaxon Barbs are trying to fire at Krogar here, alongside the Chameleon Skinks. And the Red Crested are still holding, being a solid... a melee-focused elite Skink infantry. They are definitely holding back all those Skink cords, and even hacking through some HP of the Saurus Spears. Now, Krogar Colt One is getting low. Same goes for the Bastillodon, surrounded by those enemy, being attacked by some of the Colt Ones and whatnot. Now, Umbral Tide are starting to shoot at the Bastillodon Solar Engine. They're trading fire. Seems like the Solar Engine is taking a win right now. But yeah, overall, looks like the green Lizardmen here, with the Krogar Colt One getting lower and lower, and a lot of their mobility has been dispatched. Their monsters are also running low in health. Where's the Bastillodon Rev Crystal? Okay, yeah, it was over here getting hunted down by Krogar Grimlock. And yeah, looks like it might just be it for the green Lizardmen here, as their troops are getting drained down by Flock of Doom. There's still some very healthy forces of the red Lizardmen, especially the Khorne Spear Riders, able to pin down Krogar Colt One. Even with the Rev Crystal healing, it is just not quite enough for the green Lizards. And yeah, Krogar Colt One will be surrounded and finished off. Ooh, finished off by Krogar Grimlock. A nasty hit from the back there, killing that green Lizardman Lord and giving the victory to red Lizardman instead. GG's to both players, and looks like the battle was won by superior firepower and anti-large AP cavalry. Not a lot of damage value from the Umbral Tide and Amaxon Barbs though. Most of the damage were from the Khorne Spear Riders and Krogar Grimlock. The Red Crested Skinks did okay. But yeah, mostly carried by Krogar Grimlock and these are Chameleon Skink, yeah. So slightly more elite skirmishing infantry than your Skink skirmishers, but I wouldn't say they're game changing. It's definitely just Colt One Spear Riders getting good trade, pinning down the Quarto, and the Quarto wasn't quite able to earn that much value, and then just charging down on those Feral Colt Ones and counter-charging those green Lizardmen units. Gorgar Khorne tried his best, but not quite able to carry this. As the rest of his army just not doing too well here. Sword Spears especially, just not quite able to serve their purpose to break through enemy infantry. I mean, they're more for holding back enemy infantry, but even then, the expensive targets here are all being whittled down by the enemy anti-large cavalry and whatnot. So yeah, GG to both players, and we'll move on to the next battles. Let's see, we have a few more replays coming in now, so let me just grab those files and start downloading those as well. Wow, we already have some round 3 games. That was quite fast. Alright. We have 24 games today to cast, so I mean 24 replays and then a bunch of live games as well, so we do have to keep it going. Alright, vampire counts. Twist here. Going with the newly updated vampire counts roster with their vampire counts Graveguard Halberds. 3 of those units in fact, and then a bunch of zombies in the front line and a few crypt horrors as well, providing some monstrous infantry mass, and then supporting the army is a Mortis Engine Necromancer on an Unholy Lodestone Corpse card, yet to provide some AoE healing, and then also Forbidden Rod to make use of the regeneration of the Unholy Lodestone Corpse card with the Necromancer here, just to use his regeneration to make up for the HP loss to the Forbidden Rod. Other than that, leading the army, Manfred von Klostein on his Zombie Dragon mount on the other side of the battlefield. Triple Murder Horses, 2 of them Murder Horse Masters, and 1 Throwing Axe Murder Horseman. So a lot of firepower and perfect for shooting down the massive Mortis Engine, who doesn't have much armor as well. A front line of Marauders here, and then a Dragon Ogre Shaggoth, Chaos Trolls Armored Version, Village the Curseling, leading the army, supported by Chaos Sorcerer of Slanesh with Lash of Slanesh, Slicing Shards. So a lot of AoE damage, but if you have Village already with Pink Fire and Infernal Gateway, you don't really need a Slanesh caster at this point, because you have enough AoE damage on your side. So a little bit of mistake here, getting Duplicate Caster. You're not getting a lot of value out of the Slanesh caster, unfortunately. And leading the army, well, on the far side for mobility, Knights of Immolation, ready to drop some bombs, and that's it for... Oh, there's also 1 Murders of Khorne with dual weapons, and that's it for army builds on both sides. Let's just get the battle started. Actually, there are 2 Necromancers, both with Forbidden Rod, so a lot of magic regeneration incoming. But fruit rolls, if you were looking at fruit rolls, this is actually illegal because you can't bring multiple items that have limited uses. As in, you can't bring the same items that have limited uses. You can bypass the item limit by just getting multiple numbers of it. So yeah, that was a bit of an unfortunate mistake here, but we're just in the new player tournament, so we don't really stress it about it too much. So yeah, anyways, blue fire from Village, making some nice contact to zombies, but you want to aim down the Grave Gods, or even just shoot the Mortis Engine actually. Murder Horse Masters and Horsemen are not retreating, allowing them to get charged by Crypt Horror is a little bit of mistaken micro here. Murders with great weapons just duking it out against zombies and Crypt Horrors, but the zombies and Manfred was able to combine the breath attack and just rout these Murders of Khorne with dual weapons. And so Immolation charging into the rear. Did they use the bomb? No, they have not used their bomb drop yet. A bit of a mistake there, because these melee blobs are perfect for those the Searing Torrent to get some good value. But now they're starting to take damage in the middle of a bunch of anti-large armor-piercing cavalry and infantry, and then they're just starting to take losses, losing out a lot of the damage output. Murder Horsemen are retreating, and the Mortis engine has taken significant damage here, but it does regenerate, and with a little bit of a invocation of the hack heal, it should be fine. Dragon Ogre Shagov is charging into infantry, which is also another mistake here. Dragon Ogre Shagov is great anti-large single entity, so it is best just keep fighting either Crypt Horrors, or a better option would try to just go after and finish off this Mortis engine, because right now the Mortis engine is constantly draining down whatever Chaos troops surrounding it. So yeah, all these murder infantry, the Chaos Trolls are all getting drained down and terror-routed by the Mortis engine, and there's nothing really to stop Manfred von Carstein from charging around and finishing off whatever unit he tries to fight. Because on the field right now, there's very little that can threaten Manfred. This army's best bet is to shoot down the Mortis engine and then shoot down Manfred on his zombie dragon afterwards, because there's not a lot of agency on this Warriors of Chaos army build. Like, Dragon Ogre Shagov. Wait, where's Dragon Ogre Shagov? Being chased all the way to the other side. Dragon Ogre Shagov these days are in a very awkward spot. That's just not good. Don't take it. Don't take it ever. But yeah, this is definitely a bit of a tough one for the Warriors of Chaos. I feel like Warriors of Chaos, despite how many good toys they're getting, the fact that they lack missiles and lack a cheap, cost-effective cavalry, it just puts them in a quite awkward spot. I mean, they have Hellstriders, but it's not really that good these days. And yeah, other than Volkia and Azazel, they don't really have any ways to challenge Manfred in the skies. Definitely not bringing. Maybe the Warriors of Chaos can try a build with Chaos Dragon and a Chaos Lord, or a Chaos Sorcerer Lord with a dragon. Manfred did great here, just blasting away enemy infantry and just charging down whatever weak pockets of Warriors of Chaos troops, terror-routing them, and yeah, just allowing the Crypt Horrors to then chase them down, and the Graveguards held the line very, very well. Not much to say about this battle. It's a very resounding victory for Warriors of Chaos. Adam 93 McLean definitely can use a bit more care to their micro here, especially the Murder Horsemen and Horse Masters. They were his best bet to winning the game, to kill Mortis engine and Manfred von Carstein on his dragon. Like, think about it. What is your win condition? Your army build of Warriors of Chaos here. There's nothing that can catch Manfred in the skies. Maybe the Knights of Immolation, but they don't do armor piercing, so you can't really fight Manfred with that. And the Dragon Ogre Shagov can't reach Manfred in the skies. Maybe the Dragon Ogre Shagov can just go and beeline straight for the Mortis engine. That will probably be the best use for the Dragon Ogre Shagov. If he can get some support from the friendly infantry, and then the Murder Horses just keep shooting at the Mortis engine. But yeah, but other than that, there's nothing to touch Manfred in the sky. Maybe Blue Fire from Village. But even then, it's not a consistent DPS to go through all the HP on Manfred. So yeah, the Murder Horsemen, Horse Masters were priority units to be kept alive on the Warriors of Chaos end. And unfortunately, Adam 93 didn't quite manage to conserve this skirmishing mobility here. And like, I would say if they can shoot down the Mortis engine, if there are enough skirmishing cavalry, this Warrior of Chaos build can definitely outkite the Vampire Count. Like, just keep firing that blue fire and just keep shooting with those skirmishing cav, and probably just finish off the Mortis engine, and then just keep firing, really, and to shoot through all the hit points on the Mortis engine, and then shoot through the hit points on the Crypt Horrors, pick them off one by one. Probably would be a better bet than trying to take this fight head on against the Vampire Count, especially when Manfred is just flying around in the skies trying to blast the hell out of your infantry. Yeah. Next up, we have Dark Elves versus Lizardmen here. We have a lot of Lizardmen players. The Red Viper versus La Luna La Pruna. La Luna La Pruna definitely has seen him quite a few times before in this new player tournament. And once again, going with a tic-tac-toe squad and Lord Croak. Wait, no, that's a Skink Oracle. Wait, is it Lord Croak? Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Yeah, that's a Skink Oracle, yeah. Lord Croak has a different face, but yeah. That's a Skink Oracle here, so we do can expect some solid and AP firepower. But yeah, for the army builds here, Dark Elves going for a front line of Bleak Swords and Dress Spears, very classic stuff. And then backed up by one single Reaper Bolt Thrower to try and outshoot the Lizardmen in case they have any artillery dinos. A couple Khorne Knights for the anti-large armor piercing, really good against enemy monsters and cavalry, and in the skies Crows of Khorne to disrupt enemy backline. And on the other side, Dark Riders with shields for the same disruption role. Leading the army, Malekith here, coming in with Gaze of Malice, Power of Darkness, and Soul Stealer, a classic combination of his spells. And, well, the Gaze of Malice is more like a bound ability. And on the other side, oh wait, there's also a Master here, accompanying a Chill of Santa, Regiment of Renown, War Hydra, with Frostbite. Leading, yeah, that's it for the Dark Elf army build here. On the other side, for the Lizardmen, a front line of Skink Court, second line of Sword of Spears and Court of Sotek. Skink Oracle providing some Earthblood heals and Flock of Doom health drains on the side. Skink Skirmishers, great for screening out light mobility units. And over here, we have the double Reproductile Squadron accompanying Tic-Tac-Toe. All of them are landed on the ground, so they're actually hidden. Because they are landed, they can be protected. They can be hidden by the Master of the Sacred Places passive aura for the Quarto here. So the Dark Elf player cannot see, the Red Viper cannot see what La Luna La Pruna, the Lizardman player, is bringing in terms of Lord Choice and whatever's left of the funds that are not available to him. Not available to be seen. But yeah, over here, ooh, looks like the Reprojector Riders are stopping right on the edge of the Master of Sacred Places, waiting to unveil themselves once Malekith gets too close. And if the Colossal Dawn Hunters and Tic-Tac-Toe can just surround Malekith, they can definitely beat the hell out of him. But yeah, right now, the Lizardman player is still cautiously flying around with those Reprojectile squads. Although the Skink Skirmishers are taking quite a bit of damage already. And while the Reaper Bolt Throwers are trying to shoot down the Quarto here, but Quarto does have some missile resistance, so he'll be fine. And also, it's quite hard to hit a moving flying target. I assume there was a charge from the the Crows of Khorne trying to hit up the Skink Skirmishers, but then Feral Khornes come in, forcing back those Crows of Khorne. While the Khorne Knights will be counter-charging. Oh, Malekith got too close to the Quarto here. Trying to go and hunt down the Quarto, but instead getting counter-charged by the Reprojectile Rider Swarm. A double Reprojectile have unleashed their might upon Malekith. Just flying straight for him. Malekith is running for his dear life right now. Even dropping onto the ground, just trying to get some, get into his own troop support right now, and avoid getting caught out in the skies by a bunch of Reprojectiles. Very bloodthirsty Reprojectiles, if anything. Very nice response from the Dark Elf player from the Red Viper here. So La Luna La Pruna will be pulling back his Reprojectile support right now. Ooh, a Chain Lightning onto these some of these Khorne Knights from the Quarto, also flying close, as they're really trying to threaten Malekith and push him off. But now the Quarto jump straight into the back of the unit of Khorne Knights, getting some decent damage done. Skinks are engaging Bleak Swords and Dread Spears, but they are a very cheap chaff infantry and are no match against the Dread Spears and Bleak Swords. Now here comes the key engagement. All the Reprojectile Riders are diving onto the ground. Some are swarming the Reaper Bolt Throwers, while the others are trying to hit up Malekith. But here comes a Soul Stealer onto the ground here, draining away the health of all these, all these Lizardman units. Some direct damage spells, quite lethal and you can see the Reprojectiles are taking a lot of damage, also being attacked by the nearby Dark Elf units. So they are flying, losing quite a few unit models, but thankfully there is a Skink Oracle healing them up with a nice Earth Blood. While at the same time, fights in the front line are slightly equalizing as the Sword Spears and the Court of Sotek are pulling through, having superior melee stats, beating back those enemy combatants. Now over here, Khorne Knights charging into... It's a mosh pit of Reprojectiles and Khornes. So a lot of lizards, a lot of elves, just kind of engaging into this blob of melee fight. It's a lot of action going on right now, and everyone just throwing everything they have in there into this fight, trying to win this. Especially both sides are trying to do an alpha strike onto each other's characters. Tic-tac-toe taking some substantial damage, surrounded by Khorne Knights, and also Malekith striking lethal blows onto the Master of the Skies. Now the tic-tac-toe will need to pull out of there. But on the flanks there, the Dark Elf troops are breaking through with Dark Riders and Khorne Knights, punching through those skink defenses. One of the Ripper Projectile Riders have been routed, although the Colossus Hunters are still relatively healthy, being healed up by an Earthblood spell. Quato, though, taking more and more damage, surrounded by anti-large troops, the Dread Spears and the Master, putting in some pretty solid hits onto him, and the Chill of Sontar as well, getting some mad damage, but perhaps the Master getting, Master getting, Master getting some decent value, and Sword Spears took a lot of damage. Khorne Knights definitely should have done a bit better, but yeah. Anyways, Colossal Hunters now trying to catch out Malekith in disguise with Tic-Tac-Toe coming in to help. But still, it is rough for the Lizardmen right now. The ground forces are dwindling, and they don't really have a lot to hold off against so many healthy Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. Every time the Lizardman tries to catch out Malekith, he simply dives down back into his own infantry support. Sword Spears are providing some anti-large support. Tic-Tac-Toe needs to come over here to provide some support to his Colossodon Hunters. If the Toad Rage is on, this might be a good opportunity to use that ability. A little bit of rock drop from Tic-Tac-Toe, but not exactly the best cast. Oh, Soul Stealer, will this catch? Nope, it doesn't catch Tic-Tac-Toe, but still catching the Colossodon Hunters and the Sword Spears is still a very good opportunity for the Dark Elf player. Now the Skink Oracle here unable to do a lot of damage with the shots yet. Might be a good time to turn around and start shooting at Malekith, just to weaken him with those solid armor-piercing firepower. Oh, it seems like he's trying to shoot the Chill of Sontar. I would say shoot down Malekith first. You want to kill off the guy who can cast active heal first before dealing with the passive heal. Yeah, especially Malekith. He's now stuck on the ground against a bunch of unbreakable Code of Sotek, just kind of chilling, while the rest of the Lizardmen forces are trying to chill at the back here, get some Earthblood heals. But yep, now the Skink Oracle is turning around to shoot at Malekith. Will he get a shot out anytime soon? Come on, just shoot. Spit. And the Chill of Sontar just blocked it for Malekith. Oh wait, no, yeah, it just blocked it for Malekith. His heads were swinging around and somehow managed to block the shot from Malekith with one of his head. That's quite funny. But yeah, that saved Malekith from a devastating shot from the Skink Oracle, and now Chill of Sontar, Master, all just jumping straight onto the Skink Oracle, beating him down with a nice surround. So yeah, that's probably gonna be GG for the Lizardmen here, as I don't really see how they can turn this one back. They're just lacking in terms of HP, and they're pretty much lacking in everything. Even the Skink Oracle is on the verge of routing. There's some healing coming in from the Earthblood, and here comes the Toad Rage of the Colossal Hunters, trying their best to eliminate some of those Lizardmen, some of those Dark Elf forces. Oh, some Sword Spears. If they can regroup it in time, they can probably try and shut down the Reaper Bolt Thrower. But right now, the Reaper Bolt Thrower is still safe. You just keep shooting and whittle down the health of the Skink Oracle, who still has over a quarter of HP. It's a shame he routed so early. Now the Quato is running out of HP. There's still some Skink Quads helping out here. Malekith took some damage, but not a lot. Skink Oracle has came back. Can he get some shots back in? Wait, where is he going? You need to start shooting. Maybe shoot at Master, shoot at anything. Okay, some Earthblood's coming in to heal up those characters and whatnot, but alas, I think this might be GG for the Lizardmen. They're trying to dive Malekith, but here comes a swarm of Dark Elves, pushing them back. Flock of Doom not doing a whole lot here, while the Skink Oracle once again occupied in melee, unable to do any damage with the shot, and a backbreaking Soul Stealer, draining the health away from the remaining Lizardman units, securing the win for the Dark Elves here. Malekith and Soul Stealer still a very, very strong combo to this day. While the Bleak Swords Red Spears beat down the Skink frontline without too much issue. The problem are the Saurus and Code of Sotek, but they only have 2 units here and there are so many Elves. who have comfortably beaten up these skink cohorts. So not much to worry about the frontline department. Khorne Knights, anti-large armor piercing, great trade against all these Lizardmen dinos. Like, if they can get a charge against the Khorne and Ripper Dactyl Riders, they should have no issue punching down these dinos with their anti-large AP. Well, the Crows of Cain did meh. Chill of Sontar also didn't do too much damage, but the valuable part about the Chill of Sontar is its regeneration and its sheer amount of HP. It doesn't do a lot of damage, but the great thing about it is it can take a ton of punishment. So, all the damage being dealt to the Chill of Sontar, especially the stuff, the Skink Oracle shots in the mid-late stage of the game, we're actually not having much impact on the balance of power because whatever HP loss was regenerated by the Chill of Sontar. So, again, the better way to like target those shots were to prioritize shooting down Malekith first. Finish off the Chill of Sontar later. Because it's rather hard to out damage the heals of the Chill of Sontar. Like, you can probably get him down to half health, but then by that time your units will take substantial damage from other stuff getting thrown at them. Like the counter charge against your charge kind of scenario. And you will start losing DPS, things will start routing, and then you just lose the oomph to finish the job against the Chill of Sontar. Instead, just hit up Malekith first. If the Skink Oracle shots were directed towards Malekith would be at a much lower, or like would feel more pressure throughout the game, and probably would have been better at just at least eliminate Malekith first, kill off their leadership, and then finish the Chill of Sontar. Hydras don't have the best leadership, so if you can kill their lord and then surround it with a bunch of your own units and start dealing damage to it, then it will probably be better than try to kill the Hydra before killing Malekith. So yeah, prioritize enemy lord. That would be my opinion in this engagement. But yeah, Khorne's just getting a really good trade overall. Good stuff. Next up, Lizardmen versus Killstoff. Killstoff, it's always in a pretty awkward spot, but they won against the Empire. Let's see Larry versus Pickle Barrel here. And see who can take this win. Just from the army build, I like how Larry has brought the solar engine. I mean, it does fire damage and all, but it's still good damage and a great stat debuff against enemy infantry. The blinded effect comes in really handy in melee fights, just to nuke enemy stats and make them less reliable in melee combat, much more fragile as well. Now, for the army builds here, Lizardmen going with Saurus Warriors and some Kroxigors. Amexon Barbs once again on the field, this time by Larry instead of their opponent. Now, Bastillodon Ref Crystal, Bastillodon Solar Engine, and leading the army Krogar on a Cold One. In the sky, some Projectile Riders, and a Skink Priest with Lore of Heavens ready up to cast some Comet of Kazandora to nuke enemy infantry. Okay, not Flock of Dooms, but more devastating AoE damage spell with a lot more AP. I would say Flock of Doom was still better here, just to consistently whittle down the enemy infantry, but we shall see what happens here, as the Killstop does have some very expensive troops that would take a ton of damage if hit by a comet. Double Infernal Iron Sworn plus a single Blazing Beards, 2 units of Goblin Laborers, and Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives. In the skies, Sorcerer Prophet of Fire with a Flamestorm on a Great Taurus, Gold Santa Renders, and Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with Spears. Oh, there are a couple of Skink Skirmishers on the far side. Dark Flicks and Chill. Malekith and Chill Sontar. I guess that's one way to call it. And I'm sure the Dark Elves would love this kind of propositions, given how degenerate they are. But yeah, anyways, for the Killstoff army, that's pretty much it. A very small army, just like the previous battle from the same player. Now the Kroxigors are eating a volley from the Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives here. Solid AP value, just that the Skelly skin here with a little bit of missile resistance help them tank that damage a bit. And this guy's Ripper projectiles are surrounding the Sorcerer Prophet, but that also exposed them to the firepower from the Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives, absolutely getting lit up by those double Fire Glaives. Here comes a bit of a Rev Crystal heal, trying to sustain their HP. But I don't think that's going to be enough. Ripper Dactyl Riders will try to pull out of that engagement, but they're kind of stuck. Not sure what happened here. They just got stuck in the skies, unable to move. What the fuck? Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. They're being bugged out a bit. And one of them already shut up and deleted, while more Skin Skirmishers are coming in, trying to disrupt the enemy backline. Ripper Dactyl's also diving down. Ooh, here comes the one Comet, blasting away some Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with spears, pushing back the enemy mobility, but there are more Wolf Raiders with bows, shooting down the Amazon Barbs, Hand of the Gods from Khorne, doing minor damage to the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. Yeah, that was quite unfortunate. Breath attack onto the Amazon Barbs, and Amazon Barbs have not been doing much throughout the battle, constantly being pressured by enemy Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. All the Skin Skirmishers still trying to shoot at the Infernal Gods. I would just throw them into melee combat against Infernal Gods, because that is not a good trade. Infernal Gods have heavy armor. You're not going to do much damage against them with your Chameleon Skink shots. Just tie them down in melee combat. You'll probably earn more value with it. Just drag them into melee combat a little bit longer. Bastiladon and Khorne are trying to chill through the Blazing Beards, but now and also the Infernal God, probably just try and shoot the Bastiladon Rev Crystal. Probably would be a better pick. Proxigors are punching down on those Infernal Iron Sworn here, getting some solid damage value overall. Oh, another comeback of Cassandra. Will the Infernal Gods dodge it? They will. And yeah, that is unfortunate there. The spell will be wasted, which is why nobody really brings Comet of Cassandra, because it is such a spell. It's a spell with such a long windup. You won't really manage to shoot at an enemy who will not dodge it. Like, if you cast a spell, chances are your enemy will dodge it, unless they're pinned down. So yeah, there goes the Kicking Priest. And Khorne here still trying to grind through the Blazing Beards. But yeah, no more spell support, no more Comet drops for the Lizardmen. Over here, the Chaos Dwarfs are getting a very dominant position right now, dealing with basically dispatching the rather narrow infantry formations of the Lizardmen. Amazon Barbs have been dealt with. I think, yeah, these are Hobgoblin Raiders chasing off the Amazon Barbs. And the monsters are fighting, but they're surrounded by enemy melee combatants, and Great Weapon Bull Center Renders are just mowing through the HP of Khorne. Same goes to the Fire Glaives, able to dispatch enemy infantry without much issue. Just shooting up those Chameleon Skinks, and once they're done with the Chameleon Skinks, and just turn around and start shooting at Lizardmen Dinos. These Fire Glaives are definitely lighting up those Lizardmen Dinos, and securing the victory for the Chaos Dwarfs. They should have some pretty good value. Yeah, 2 chevrons on this one and 1 chevron on this one as well. All getting roughly 3,000 gold in total. Definitely earning back their worth. And then some more Infernal Gods, Infernal Iron Swans holding the line for forever, basically. Yeah, not a lot of anti-infantry elements on the Lizardmen build over here. So they weren't quite able to deal with those heavy infantry efficiently, other than using Comet of Cassandra. But then Comet of Cassandra is an easy thing to just dodge. So yeah, and Bull Center Render is great trade into enemy dinos. It's definitely a good pick into this matchup for the Chaos Dwarf. Sorcerer Prophet with his great Taurus mount can definitely do some good damage, while the mobility constantly pressured the enemy missiles, just stopping those Amazon Barbs from dishing out the damage. Not that it does a lot of damage against this Chaos Dwarf build, but still good to earn some value in that regard. As for the Lizardmen units here, those Ripper Dactyl Riders trying to surround the Sorcerer Prophet in the early game, but that also exposed them to the Fire Glaives and get shot up pretty badly throughout the initial stage of battle. Definitely do not bring Comet of Cassandra. Bring Flock of Doom instead if you want to deal with enemy infantry. It takes more time for Flock of Doom to kill enemy infantry, but it's a more reliable spell, and your opponent can't actually dodge it. So yeah, that would be a better pick in this scenario. Chameleon Skinks are a bit overcost these days. They don't really do much. Probably would be better if you just bring a regular Skink Skirmisher and throw them into melee against the Infernal Gods with Fire Glaives, just to shut them down, preventing them from continuing to shoot at your expensive dinos. Rev Crystal and Solar Engine is an interesting pick, but I don't think it's a great pick into this matchup. Rev Crystal maybe, Solar Engine not quite so. There's not a lot of good targets to per se, cause like the expensive target here are the Infernal Iron Sworn and Infernal Gods. They both have heavy armor, and they both have fire resistance, making your laser beam, your solar laser beam, a lot less effective. I mean, I guess the melee stat debuff is nice, but yeah, I wouldn't say it's the best pick in here. How would I pick this against this matchup? I don't play Lizardmen a lot, but perhaps I'll just. Do I want to take a Mazdamundi? Yeah, maybe I'll take a Slan Mage. Might take Mazdamundi. Mazdamundi, a Stegadon, and then use it to plow for enemy infantry and disrupt. Yeah, probably Mazdamundi and a Stegadon plus Reproductiles. That would probably be my pick, maybe. Or perhaps I should bring Pterodon Riders for rock drops. That might be nice too. But yeah, that would be something to think about. Maybe I should play more Lizardmen in the near future, actually. Because I have not been playing much Lizardmen these few months. And honestly, I have not been playing the game a lot these days. More like watching people play. Yeah. Yeah, I think I've been watching games more than myself playing games these days. Because the game has not been... The meta doesn't have any significant changes for a long while. Ever since Thrones of Decay. Like, Warhammer 2 had a much more frequent DLC release schedule, and the hype was kept much better. Like, the hype was sustained way better than the current situation right now. But yeah, I guess I do appreciate how CA has increased communication, gave more development updates, really rebuilding their reputation among the Warhammer player base, and I appreciate that. So that's good. But yeah, I sometimes do miss a bit the Warhammer 2 when the community and the DLC updates are way more active. But yeah, for the army builds here, for the Vampire Counts player, front line of zombies, second line of crypt horrors, and the third line of skeleton spears in the skies, we've got some Varguys here, led by Von Karstein Vampire Lord. Interesting choice. They do have the Storm of the Night ability. Yep, basically a Vampire Count. Von Karstein only Tempest cast. Not a lot of damage, but it does do significant speed reduction to flying targets, making them easier to get charged and surround and pin them down by the Vampire Count army. Though there's not a lot of flying units on the battlefield today outside of the Varguys. There's only a few units of Furies on the Khorne side, and that's about it. Anyways, the rest of the Vampire Count army, Mortis Engine, Necromancer, once again double Necromancer for their double Forbidden Rod and double Unholy Lodestone. On the other side for the Khorne army, front line of Murders mixed in with Bloodletters, so a lot of melee power, and some Warhounds plus Furies. I don't think Warhounds is a good pick into the Vampire Counts, because Warhounds the main use of them are two things. One, disrupt enemy missile units. Well, there are none on the Vampire Count roster. And the second use too is to charge enemy, run down enemy routed units. And then again, these are Vampire Counts. They are undead. They do not route. So there's literally no reason to bring Warhounds into this matchup. Definitely do not bring that. But yeah, other than that, two great weapons, minor tools, that is definitely a decent pick here to deal with enemy monsters and cavalry. Probably one of the best units on the Khorne roster right now. No questions asked about that whatsoever. Skybrand XL leading the army against the Vampire Counts. Always a good choice into the Vampire Counts with its great charge impact damage and just a solid large entity. And the Vampire Counts definitely would have a hard time dealing with it. But I personally probably would just bring a Bloodbrood Behemoth, just because it also regenerates and make it an even better target, even better single entity to just charge enemy large targets. Anyways, in the skies, the Furies are getting hit by a Storm of Night, but there's no follow-up as the Varguys are just diving down on the Warhounds, but the counter charge from the Great Weapon Minotaurs will absolutely shred them with their anti-large bonus. The other Varguys are trying to perform a surround, but here comes a counter charge against a counter charge. Bloodletter rear charging into these Vargheists, who are now trapped between Bloodletters and the Minotaurs of Khorne, unable to extract themselves, and they're starting to take damage, and take a lot of damage, if anything. So, and the Karstein Vampire Lord aren't really in the position to help. Scarborough and Exile not going after the Mortis Engine, definitely a big mistake here, as the Mortis Engine is draining down all the health of the Khorne units surrounding these vampire troops here. And yeah, definitely a priority to take down the Mortis Engine. I'll probably even bring a couple of Throwing Axes Mortar Horses just to try and take down the Mortis Engine with their shooting. But yeah, alas, that is not the case here. At least the Minotaurs over here managed to take a pretty good win. Push back those Vargheists, losing only some Warhounds. But yeah, now the Mortis Engine is alone, and Scarman is still busy hacking through those Crypt Horrors. Yeah, just come and fight this Mortis Engine. It is completely exposed, waiting to be surrounded by the Minotaurs. But now the Vargheists are coming in, and now the Minotaurs will be kind of occupied. Also getting a heal with Invocation on the Heck to heal up all these Vargheists here, getting some HP back. And now Flock of Doom draining away the health of all these Khorne troops, and things are looking quite nicely. Things seems to be going quite nicely for the Vampire Count, as the Minos are getting surrounded and grind down, and also drained away by the Mortis Engine. 7-man and 87. I have no idea what you're talking about. That's probably. Yeah, I don't know. Please keep your comments English here. I do not understand anything other than English and Chinese. So, yeah. Anyways, yeah, I'm sorry, but I can't really respond to your comment right there. But anyways, Bloodletters here are still fighting it on. They have the Murderers and Bloodletters have no issues cutting through a bunch of zombies. The problem is just the monsters here aren't exactly their forte. And the Mortis Engine is still draining away, and infantry is something that the Mortis Engine loves to kill. And the Mortis Engine, like, Marauders and Bloodletters cannot kill off the Mortis Engine, especially it regenerates its own health. Plus, Reliquary Binding gives even more regeneration to itself. So yeah, the Mortis Engine is chilling, and over here the monsters are fighting, and the Vargheists still have quite a bit of health left, getting no doubt some invocations throughout the game, but they are now just doing some recharges against the enemy Bloodletters, getting some hits in. And yeah, the Bloodletters probably... Oh wait, no. Scarbrand coming in with massive hit against this Necromancer. A couple big hits onto the Necromancer, and he is about to fade away. The problem is that the Khorne army doesn't have a lot of forces left other than infantry and Scarbrand trying to carry the game. Can Scarbrand carry? That is the real question. He is definitely a formidable melee fighter, and there's not a lot of powerhouse units on the Vampire Count side. If Scarbrand can just pile bunker everything on the ground, just axe everything on the ground, maybe there's still a chance for Khorne. They are holding on for now. The murder pocket is basically... the Marauders and Bloodletters are just forming a resistance pocket around Scarbrand, while Scarbrand just cuts through every single monster on the Vampire Count side. This is quite amazing, not gonna lie. Scarbrand Exile now is going straight after the outer block, perhaps. Now, once Scarbrand dispatched those monsters, the infantry can be dealt with by by Khorne's own infantry. But oh, the Flock of Dooms might be a painful backbreaking spell right here. Scarbrand is a bit stuck and taking damage, and the rest of his army is also taking damage. And here comes the Mortis Engine, getting 2 Shervons, 124 kills, 1,500 gold worth of damage well, and still climbing. This might be the problem here, as balance of power is getting dangerously low for the Khorne army. Scarbrand can probably solo the rest of the Vampire Count army, but the problem is balance of power would not allow him to do so. And at the 6-minute mark, that shall be victory for the Vampire Counts. GG to both players, and looks like it is a Vampire Count victory here, outgrinding the Khorne army with the Mortis Engine drain. Crypt Horrors mostly just acting as kind of like a anchor of the chaff front line. The chaff won't hold much, won't hold for long against the Khorne infantry, but the Crypt Horrors with their own regeneration, they can actually stand up against the Khorne Rush for quite a bit. Yeah, definitely shouldn't have brought the Chaos Warhounds. Probably switch them out and maybe cut out one of the Furies, and then switch them all into like a bunch of yeah, just switch them out to a bunch of throwing axes to shoot down the Mortis engine would be a nice call. Especially the Mortis engine is weak to fire and it will be very effective here. But yeah, GG pro players here. Yeah, not a lot of value from the Von Kostheim Vampire Lord, because most of the damage was done by the Vargheists and the Mortis engine. Draining away the Khorne army, and then the Bloodletters did well against the enemy chaff. Not getting a whole lot of value though, because they're all zombie chaff and whatnot. Skybrand definitely a good pick into the Khorne army, having impressive melee stats, a very solid large single entity, and the Minotaurs of Khorne with great weapons are also good, just that unfortunately they were stuck in a bunch of zombie chaff for too long, being countercharged by the Crypt Horrors and dragged down by skeleton spears, and also drained down by the Mortis engine. Yeah. Yeah, you can see the skeleton spears all earn back their value and then some more. So yeah, that was quite unfortunate for the Khorne army there. All right, let me just check out what replays do I not have right now. 4111 EMBM EMLM. Okay, this is the one I had previously. So I just need to start downloading from here. Alright, more replays are coming in. And then there's one autosave file. Let me just rename that. Alright, next up, High Elf versus Slaanesh. Unturned Elves versus turned Elves. Let's see what happens here. Actually, I need to move this tab over so that I can at least keep my eye on how the tournament is progressing. Oh shit, that's all the...
Elves, my kin. We must cut them down for Lilith.
Oh shit. Let me just check if we have a announcement for the semifinals, because I think that is... Yeah, I think that is basically all the rounds. I think Killane and Random Cubane are still duking it out in the final round of gameplay, but after that it's going to be semifinals and finals, and which means we'll be going into the live casting section. But anyways, for this battle between the High Elves and the Slaanesh, a front line of sturdy spears, Silver and Guard backing up some regular spears, and a ton of Loven Sea God. Do they have shields? No, no shields. And also 1 tons of Turgulata to add some fire weakness to enemy troops, so that the Fireborn can do a bit more damage. Now the Loven Sea God is firing into the Aluris of Slaanesh here, but Aluris simply can dodge all of that by juking shots, so wasting a lot of ammo for the on the High Elf side. High Elves needs, sometimes you need to turn off fire at will, because this is exactly what would happen. There are also some Illyrian Reaver archers and Dragon Princes. Fireborn leading the army as well. Now being lured out with a Pavane, getting them out of position. If there's a counter charge here from the Fiends, that would be deadly, but seems like the Fiends are a bit far away and unable to exploit this moment of weakness. Ooh, the Fireborn are getting lured all the way out, but the Pavane has 1 out, and yeah, the Fireborn can simply get a regrowth and get back to full speed, as Teclis is nearby, providing some good healing in terms of the regrowth spell. That is basically it for the High Elf army build. For the Slaanesh side, the Slaanesh infantry are occupying the capture point here. Devoted Marauders in the front line, and then also the Princes of Perfection with their with their charge, reflection, perfect vigor, and whatnot. Double Fiends at the back, and then Seeker Chariots on the field. Seekers of Slaanesh as well, leading the army, the Fresh Prince Sigvold of Slaanesh. the Magnificent, and then also Alaris of Slanesh with a Pavane, Lash, and a Locus of Swiftness to add more charge bonus. I don't think it's a great spell, a great ability, but hey, it might be useful sometimes. But yeah, anyways, the Devoted Marauders are charging into High Elf Spears, who does have Charge Reflection. So I'm not sure how, like, I'm not sure, well, yeah, actually, the Slanesh army do have to charge ahead, because otherwise they'll just get shot to death by those Loven Seaguard. But the Slanesh infantry, all these marauders, can't actually break through those staunch line of spears. They're decent melee fighters, but enemy is a very sturdy line of spears, and yeah, it's a tough one for the Slanesh troops to get through. This is why you need those mobility to charge in, but the mobility aren't actually activated right now. Seeker Chariots are still sitting idle. They need to charge into the enemy spears and roll through those Loven Seaguard ASAP, but yeah, this is a bit rough. Seekers can actually try to go chase off the Elarian Reavers, because they are fast enough to catch up. Dragon Princes are trying to retreat, but they only have 84 speed, while the Seekers are at 100. Same goes similarly for the Fiends. They have 95 speed. So if you're at the Dragon Prince, never try to run away from Slanesh Cavalry. Just charge them head on if you know you're getting charged. Because right now, those Seekers are getting the Devastating Flanker trait, getting double their charge bonus against the Dragon Princes. Absolutely shredding them with their AP damage as well. And the Fiends are saturating in getting that favorable engagement. These Seekers are sitting idle. They need to just keep pressuring those Elarian Reaver Archers, which is exactly what they're doing right now. These Princess of Perfection and the Fiends are trying to beat back the Fireborn here, but the Fiends took a ton of damage. But over here on this side, the Dragon Princes are getting absolutely deleted by the Fiends and Seekers. Prince Eckfold and the Marauders are holding just fine, while the Seekers here are tearing apart those Elarian Reaver Archers. They can now switch over to this unit of Elarian Reaver Archers. And maybe if Pavane onto the Fireborn will be nice. Flock of Doom draining down the Devoted Marauders. And yeah, but still, the Slanesh is keeping that capture point right under their control, while Fiends are tearing apart these Loven Seaguard without much issues. Fiends are still very, very strong. Even charging into a spear and just slashing them down doesn't really cause much problems for them, even with their anti-large attacks. Anyway, Seekers are coming over to disrupt the Loven Seaguard on this side, but they are gonna be having quite a bit of trouble here, dealing with a bunch of anti-large infantry. Unlike the Fiends, they are not OP, so yeah. Those Seekers are gonna get torn down by anti-large. The Fiends over here have been attrition down significantly, getting very minor value as well. They probably got charged by the Fireborn, that's probably why. But anyways, speaking of the Fireborn charging into the rear of the Devoted Marauders, but they are now exposed to a rear charge from the Fiends. Even the Princes of Perfection, and ooh, the Seekers are gone though. Seekers are dead. So both Seekers are gone. It is only one Fiend left to carry the entire game. I don't think the Slanesh have enough gas for this, as the Fireborn is still getting healed up by Regrowth, and they can probably just take down the other Fiend by themselves if they get a charge, and they are getting that charge. Absolutely shredding through those remaining HP of the Fiends here. There's a spell coming in. Is that Slicing Shards? That is Slicing Shards, slicing butt of a bunch of Loven Seaguard, but the Fireborn is largely left unscathed. Well, Fresh Prince Sigvald here will be holding the line till the end of time, but his rest of the army, not so much. And it is only the Alaris and Prince Sigvald left. It is of course, in game 2, Prince Sigvald can solo armies by himself, having that regeneration. But right now, but Auric Armor, yeah, the Auric Armor, yeah. He can tank, but we are on Conquest mode, and capturing the point is a completely valid strategy to win. So yeah, I'm just waiting for the moment until Prince Sigvald is getting dealt with. Yep, army loss is hidden, then that's how you deal with Prince Sigvald. He will break as the rest of his army runs away. Prince Sigvald tanks through the game till the end of time, but Secret Chariot's not doing too well. Alright, cool. Looks like the finalists have been decided, so we're going into the semifinals soon. And then will be doing the live casting section. So anyways, for the army performances here, not a lot of valor from these seekers there. Oh, this one did fine as they managed to catch dragon princes, I believe. But yeah, the others not so much. Not so much. And then, oh, just DJ. Oh, this is your game of Slaanesh. Yeah, I mean, don't worry about it. As time goes by and oh wait, no. I mean, I'm casting whatever game that has been sent. So if you want any game in the tournament, I'll be casting that at some point. But yeah. This Fiends did really well. The other, not so much. I think they got charged by fire. I'll jump back into the replay just to check out what happened to this Fiend unit and the Secret Chariots. Infantry, not so much, just struggle against the enemy staunch line of spear and getting shredded by a ton of archers. Alaris did well with the Pavane direct health drain towards the Dragon Princes and whatnot. But still, even then, the Fireborn here, like, the initial Pavane, if they can lure out the Fireborn and countercharge them with the Fiends, that would have been really good. Even better than just draining down the health of the Fireborn. But the problem is that I think the Slaanesh player played a little too conservatively. Slaanesh isn't exactly an army that you can sit back and turtle. Like, you need to be aggressive. You need to constantly push your army with your aggressive army and mobility. And if you sit back like the Slaanesh army, like, the enemy will just push up and start showering you with like a bunch of archer fire, and yeah, and you're just will always be on the reactive. You will always be like one step behind. But like, if you take the initiative and just launch an offensive and start pressuring your enemies from the sides of the from their flanks, from their rear, just to put more pressure onto their range units or mobility, then your opponent will be forced to respawn and they will be the one being one step behind. And you'll be really maximizing the advantage of a Slaanesh army in terms of their speed and all that. And taking control of the battle. Because right now, the Slaanesh army was forced to charge the enemy spears, and that means the Loven Sea Guard and the Talons of Torquelada can safely sit back and shoot them to pieces, while the Slaanesh army can't really do much about it. Yeah. So yeah, anyways, let's just quickly check what... let's just quickly check what happened to the Slaanesh Fiends on one side, and then what happened to the Secret Chariots. Because Secret Chariots is also a very fragile unit. You need to constantly keep it on the move. Just cycle charging between different units instead of sitting still. If they sit still, they will just get dragged down by spears, shot up by archers and whatnot. Yeah, let's see what happens here. Yeah, over here, if the Slaanesh infantry are pushing up to around this area, and then the Fireborn get lured back and then lured back to around here, where the Slaanesh infantry can just keep them occupied and throw some Seekers and Fiends to drag down the Fireborn. That would have been a huge win for the Slaanesh army. But okay, yeah, the Secret Chariot sitting over here, just getting shredded pretty badly by some Loven Sea Guard shooting at them and just died straight up. All the Fiends over here, oh, that's why they didn't, the Fireborn didn't charge them. They just got shredded by a bunch of archer lines. Yeah, that was unfortunate. But anyways, looks like the first wave of the first lobby of the semi-finals have been set up, so I'm gonna move over to there, and we'll be doing some live battle casting. Alrighty, let's go. Alright, looks like we have High Elves versus Chaos Dwarfs. This is gonna be rough for the Chaos Dwarfs. But we are seeing some spicy picks here. Pickle Barrel versus Time. I'm glad Time added the quote at the back there, because I don't know if I can safely talk about his name, his other name, like in public. I mean, like I don't want to talk about a controversial topic, just simply because I don't wanna deal with any discussions here. Just DJ wanted to push through with the chariots, but I charged them in and they got stuck, wouldn't move even if a sickle killed everyone. Yep, that's what happens with chariots all the time, and that's why nobody ever uses chariots. I think they're better now, but it's a Slaanesh chariot. They're super fragile. Like, they're a chariot without armor, so it's hard to say they're anything good. I mean, I did win with a majority chariot build as a well, yeah, I did one with a majority chariot greenskin build against another greenskin player before, but damn, yeah. All right, Alright, let's just catch up with the chat for a bit. If the pavilion had worked and finished off the fireball, and Slanesh might have won. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, pavilion is such a useful spell, but on the spell alone, it's never enough to work. You need to follow up with the rampage. You need to follow up with something to exploit that rampage. If Sigval does not bring the mirror guard, he can't look at himself and becomes angry in battle and can't win. The thing is, isn't his own shield is a mirror? So, I mean, mirror guard. Yeah, mirror guard would be very thematic with Sigvald, but yeah. Wanted to push through with Jarvis. I work for the police. You're cool with saying that. I don't know which police you're working for. It might not be the police that worked for us, for where I am at. Fourth game, I did everything that I didn't do here in terms of mistake, but yeah, I was not paying as much attention as should have been in this game. I wasn't expected the pavilion to get them out that far, to be honest. Ah, that's fair. Yeah. I mean, like, as you play more, you'll get more familiar with microing and when to do something. I personally make a lot of dumb mistakes myself initially, but I mean, I still do. Yeah, it's just that I look at the mistake after the game and be like, and I'm better at hindsight, basically. I can look at my own mistake and I was like, I should do better next time, and do the exact same dumb shit the next time. So, yeah, it is also one of the reasons why I'm not in the top tier players right now. Yeah, I don't think I've ever been, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not as dedicated to the craft as the other elite players. But anyways, let's look at the battlefield over here. Team are going for a front line of white lions backed up by a couple of spears and a couple sisters of Avalon, some elite armor-piercing firepower, and on the side we have a ton of mobility, 2 Elarian Reaver archers and 2 Dragon Princes, one of them the Fireborn, but they do have to be careful with the Fireborn. If they charge regular infantry, their fire damage would be mitigated by the fire resistance of those Killstoff infantry, leading the army tackless once again with a net of Emmentalk and regrowth. And for the Killstoff, look at what we're seeing here. An Iron Demon plus a Dread Quick Mortar, though missing the shot. Very unfortunate there. Probably should have... you can try shooting at the spear. So if it missed, it would land behind the spear and hit the Sisters of Avalon. Is that a little bit of a here comes the second shot. Oh no, it went for the Elarian Reaver archers. Not exactly a great target. Anyways, the front line of Goblin Laborers, a bunch of Infernal Ironsworn and some Killstoff blunderbusses, a great weapon, Bull Center, a render. Oh no, Sisters of Avalon, their firepower is coming in. They do flaming damage, so the Iron Demon can tank out some of the damage with fire resistance. But oh no, they're shooting at the moving target and it's missing. No! Just shoot at Just shoot at the Sisters of Avalon. Why are you shooting at the moving white lions? They're just gonna dodge your shot. But anyways, in this guy's Sorcerer Prophet of Hashut getting pinned down by a Net of Amentok. But because of their fire resistance, they can, and also flame missile resistance, they are mitigating 30% roughly. Oh wait, 35% fire resistance and 25% of missile resistance? That's 60% of resistance against the Sisters of Avalon. They're just tanking the shot. Oh, and here comes a that accurate shot from the Dragquake Mortar, deleting the white lions. Although that also shocked their own goblin, but that is fine. That is absolutely a bearable loss. And yeah, Sisters of Avalon still targeting the wrong units, because Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, 75% missile resistance, 35% fire resistance, and all that shots useless. Another Dragquake Mortar shot. This time, is it finally going for the Sisters of Avalon? Yes! Missed a bit because the Sisters of Avalon just switched their formation in the last second, but still taking a quarter of their HP down. Some deadly monstrous impact. Illyrian Reaver archers are charging into the back line here, trying to dispatch, trying to at least shut down the Chaos Dwarf blunt buses, while the great Bull Centuranders got broken on the far side by the Fireborn. Now the Fireborn is going after the Iron Demon. Over here, Bull Centuranders fighting alone against Dragon Princes and White Lions of Trace. They're holding up fine, but alone without support, this is not a great call for them whatsoever. And the Fireborn is still freely running rampant here. Ooh, a Breath Attack probably doing more harm than good here, doing quite a bit of friendly fire, while the Bull Centuranders retreating after fighting back those Dragon Princes, trying to go after the Fireborn, who got hit by monstrous impact by a point blank. By a point blank, a Dragquake Mortar fire. But now the Dragquake Mortar is too busy dealing with the Fireborn, not actually shooting at the Sisters of Avalon. So that was quite unfortunate there, and now they're getting chased down. Another shot of the... I forgot what's the name of the spell. By the Burning Wrath, but doesn't do much against the Fireborn, who does have fire resistance. And yeah, the Bull Centuranders are sitting idle, not exactly helping on the Dragquake Mortar. So unfortunately, the Dragquake Mortar is getting torn apart. Although it did some good damage, but it cost 3,000 gold. So I don't think it's worth it. I don't think they've earned their worth. Those Bull Centuranders are trying to push through the enemy infantry and help out the enemy, help out their own friends a bit. And once again, a point blank Dragquake Mortar shot, deleting a bunch of Fireborn and Dragon Princes. This is beautiful. I might actually cast this on my channel for it, just because I'm seeing a Dragquake Mortar actually doing work here. 2,400 gold now. They're almost earning back their worth. Can the Dragquake Mortar do it? Can they win the game? Well, the Sisters of Avalon once again distracted by their own units here. Very unfortunate. Distracted by their own, no wait, not by their own units, but distracted by their Sorcerer Prophet of Hashut and not actually doing much damage. So yeah, wasting a lot of shots by that, against that 60% of resistance against their missiles. Over here, Iron Demon has been stuck. Monstrous Impact seems to be affecting itself as well. No, just the Fireborn. But either ways, the Iron Demon is a bit stuck at their last 32 HP. Well, it's gonna go down and explode. There it goes, the Dragquake Mortar. Oh no. The Dragquake Mortar and the Iron Demon died, and there goes the last hope for the Chaos Dwarf to win at this one battle. Yeah. That is gonna be GG for the Chaos Dwarf, I believe, as they have no way to deal with the Fireborn effectively. I mean, the Inferno Irons one are great, but there's a lot of AP units to go through, all these White Lions and Fireborn, recharging them. Sisters of Avalon getting some pretty decent value, even shooting those horrible targets the whole time. Yeah. GG to both players here. A very interesting battle. I guess even with the fire resistance, Sisters of Avalon are still a unit that can't be left alive. Yeah. They also, don't forget, they also were shooting at the Iron Demon and Dragquake Mortar, so that's how they got quite a bit of value. Oh, yeah, I think, even with the 60% of damage reduction, they just have nice AP value and just accumulated so much damage. Holy shit. That's like 4,500 gold worth of damage value. 4,400 actually. 4,454. But yeah, that's a very solid damage value overall. And then the White Lions traded nicely into that one lone unit of Infernal Ironsworn. I mean, they didn't get too much value because they were mostly just fighting off Goblin Laborers and getting shot by Dreadquake Mortars, but they just get good trade overall, and the Bull Center Renders pushed out of their own support too much. They should have stayed around the Dreadquake Mortar instead of trying to push out, because they pushed out and they got isolated by a ton of enemy mobility and infantry, so the Fireborn were able to get a charge into one of them and just pick them off. And then the other was left alone, and that you can only do so much with only one great weapon Bull Center Render. The rest of the army, yeah, it's mostly carried by the Double Sisters of Avalon. They basically shot through most of the HP of the Iron Demon, and also accumulated a lot of damage over time against the Sorcerer Prophet of Ashut. Even after the 60% of damage reduction, that might still, yeah, I think their AP is just probably still too much for the Sorcerer Prophet over, like, they almost used up all their ammo, right? So, yeah, they definitely did a lot of work throughout the game. Blunderbusters did okay, but nothing too amazing, as they were dragged into melee and wasn't quite able to win the game. They did get a good volley, and they did get some good volleys into the enemy White Lions, but alas, that is gonna be it for this battle here. Tima will be advancing towards the next stage. Yeah, let me just see what the brackets are. We have another player. I think it's best of one only, right? Yeah, the top four the semifinals and the finals are best of one. So we are just gonna wait for the next bracket to come up. In the meantime, we might actually cast more replays in yeah. In the meantime, yeah, we might just cast more replays while we wait. This is the replay we got. Yep, we see. Alright, let's cast some replays while we wait for the second person in the finals bracket to show up. Random Cubane here, Empire versus Stelia's Lizardmen. Let's see what happens here. The Empire going for a lot of state troops. There are 5 whole units of spearmen with shields, and then 4 more units of halberdiers with anti-large armor piercing, 3 units of crossbows, 2 huntsmen, 1 hammer of witches, the raw alt of Griffites, and 2 more Empire knights. So quite a bit of anti-large units here. Anti-large armor piercing, royal out of Griffites, and the hammer of witches with solid anti-dino firepower. Leading the army Balthasar Gelt with only Searing Doom and Final Transmutation. No Arcane Conduit. You definitely want no Staff of Voltan. That would definitely be a good, I would say that is definitely a good item to just squeeze out more Winds of Magic and dumpster your foe with more spells. But yeah, on the other side, we have some Chameleon Skinks. Once again, Stelios going with Chameleon Skinks. We're seeing a lot of Chameleon Skinks in this battle, in this tournament. For the front line of Skink Cohorts, a second line of 1 lone Saurus, 2 Saurus Spears, and then multiple Code 1 units, 1 Feral Code 1, 2 Code 1 Spear Riders, and 1 Umbral Tide Regiment of Renowned Salamander Hunting Pack. Lord Croak and Gorok. Oh boy, the golden, the dynamic duel here. One-man army, and we have 2 one-man army here actually. A very tanky Footlord, but Gorok unfortunately just not exactly great in the current meta. He doesn't have really a lot of good items. Like, it adds physical resistance to his own character, but the last thing a foot character needs is a resistance item. Because it doesn't add much. Foot characters are tanky enough, so Yeah, anyways, Skin Cohorts are getting to the front line there. Umbral Tide are closing in and lighting up those spears, and they shot at those spears over here. And now lighting up those Huntsmen. But now Huntsmen are firing back with the anti-large shots, starting to do some damage. But will the Umbral Tide finish off the Huntsmen first, or will the Huntsmen kill them off? Looks like the damage from the Huntsmen and just the Huntsmen is starting to accumulate while the Hammer of Witches are hammering those Khorne spears on the far side as the Empire Knights pinning them down. Those Halberdiers needs to move in and start supporting, and the Searing Doom from the Empire saw a deadly cast hitting both Skin Cohorts at once. Seems like the are there chameleon stalkers from the flank? They're trying to ambush the Empire back line, but the Empire Knights are coming in and stopping their attempt, intercepting these chameleon stalkers. So these ones weren't able to use all of their explosions. These ones used most of them, but I don't think they hit a right target, getting only minimal value. Some skinks are pushing through, but they're getting hit in the back by a bunch of state troops. Gorok is pushing up, and the skink skirmishers, chameleon skinks here, are struggling as the Empire Knights are pushing back against the Khorne spears, and the Hammer of Witches are providing them solid fire support. Umbral Tide has been dealt with by the enemy archers, by the Huntsmen and crossbows, and now Lord Croak getting a deliverance of pizza, but yeah, not doing a whole lot of damage because the Huntsmen moved out of the way. Over here, Khorne Spear Riders trying to run down some enemy crossbows, but they are now vulnerable to a rear charge from the row out of Griffites, charging into the back of the Khorne Spear Riders. Yeah, that will be the end for the Khorne Spear Riders. While over here, state troops still holding back the enemy Saurus and Skinks without much issue. I mean, the spears are dying, but that's what they do. They die for victory, as the rest of the Empire army is trying to win the fight for them. I mean, losing the fight, winning the battle. But yeah, over here, another deliverance of pizza. This one's is a better cast now, hitting both spearman unit. I think that might be a tier 3 cast, and absolutely deleting one unit of spears. And on the far side, there is some halberdiers pushed up, but got shredded by the chameleon skink's firepower. And Lord Croak is still quite healthy. Balance of power is in the Empire favor, and I would agree with that, because the Lizardmen are losing out on pretty much everything except this one pocket over here. Final transmutation, but with against only a few units. I think you'd be better off just dropping a normal cast Searing Doom onto these Royal Coat ones. But another deliverance of pizza, blasting some state troops. But yeah, over there at the back there, chameleon skinks once again jumping. Chameleon Stalkers once again jumping onto the crossbowmen, but here comes the Empire Knights and roll out of Griffites, pushing back those Khorne Riders and the Chameleons. So yeah, Hammer of Witches have been left untouched in the entire game. Now trying to aim down Lord Croak. Are they gonna fire? Or are they just gonna sit there doing nothing? Okay, fire, and they get some really good hits, knocking out half of Lord Croak's HP just gone like that. A painful loss of HP there. Even after that, that's even after the 40% missile resistance. Anyways, Halberdiers are grinding out against Saurus Spears, and with Searing Doom's help, they are actually able to win this fight thanks to the magic support. And Empire state troop lines are faltering a bit though, as the Skinks are pushing back. But that's fine, there's a lot of missiles at the back in reserve, and Bob Sargal is running away from the Umbral Tide before he gets shredded by those anti-large shots. Sorry, yeah. Just quickly cracking the bracket at back line. Looks like, okay, the second player in the bracket hasn't decided yet. So anyways, Gorok is now pushing into the Hammer of Witches, and very wisely, the Empire player is pulling back, yeah. The Empire player is pulling back the Hammer of Witches artillery crew so that they won't fall victim to any more hits from Gorok. And the spears will be tying down the Lizardman Lord. While over here, ooh, looks like another deliverance of Itza is coming in. Is this the level tier 3 one? But the roll out of Griffites got stuck in this engagement for a little too long, but only doing minimal damage, so it's probably a tier 1 one if anything. Not doing a whole lot against the roll out of Griffites here, as they are desperately, as the Lizardmen are desperately trying to run for their lives here. All these chameleon kings run down and terrified. More importantly, terrified by the rout of Griffites, and on the top of that, they just turn it into a normal rout as they're being ran down. Well, what are they doing? Umbro Tide, what are you doing? Why are you running in? No! You shouldn't be running in. You're exposing yourself to a very easy charge from the enemy. And another final transmutation coming in. And this time even Lord Croak is getting hit by that too. So that is going to be GG. Lord Croak does have some spell resistance, but that's not going to be helpful enough here. As the rest of the Umbro Tide got routed, it's army losses as well. And that will be victory for the random Cubanes and his Empire army here. Very solid value from the rout of Griffites. They are now better with the Glorious Charge. And getting some solid value. Empire Knights running down a bunch of skinks, getting some amazing value. They were able to run down the Khorne Spear Riders as well with the fire support from the Hammer of Witches, shooting up a bunch of Khorne Spear Riders, and then the Hammer of Witches also shot out Lord Croak. Lord Croak, not Lord Croak. What am I even saying? The Hammer of Witches also hammered Lord Croak. So Croaky boy did some minor damage with the Deliverance of Itza, just quite unfortunately, not a lot of, got some good damage done, just not good enough against the rout of Griffites, who doesn't have a lot of unit models and not exactly susceptible to all these explosion spells. Empire Knights definitely doing a solid job throughout the battle. Ooh, I think they also chased down the Umbro Tide, which might explain. This Empire Knight definitely chased off a lot of routed units there, explaining how they got so much value. They were countercharging a bunch of chameleon stalkers, which were quite expensive for a skink infantry. But yeah. The Empire Knights got some solid value. One of these archers also got some really good work. Yeah. Some of these huntsmen and the crossbow dispatching the Umbro Tide there, and the infantry, they don't really do much damage, but all they needed to do was hold the line long enough against the Saurus and skinks so that the cavalry and the missiles can do their work, and that is exactly what they did. Not a lot of value from Balthasar Gout there, but that is fine. The Empire cavalry and artillery carried the game. Basically a very classic Empire game there, where the state troops die to buy more time for the missiles to do all the damage. All that stuff. As for the Lizardmen there, not a lot of value from a lot of these units. Quite unfortunate there. Interesting idea to use the chameleon stalkers, but there's a reason why they're not too meta these days. You can't really control where they launch their explosive blow pipes, and that kind of limits their damage potential. They automatically launch those explosives, and yeah, unfortunately, that doesn't do much. Unfortunately. Yeah, because like they might be launching it into the wrong target, like the Empire Knights that they were getting charged by. So yeah, not a whole lot of damage. Those guys. That's gonna get. I'm just gonna check if the second finals bracket is decided, or are they still duking it out? Yeah, we're still waiting for Random Cuban and Kill Lane to advance into the final bracket, so we might cast another game while we wait. Next up, High Elves versus Dark Elves, the classic grudge match. This time, Time versus the Red Viper there. Teclis versus the Witch King Malekith. Front line of Staunch Line of Spears, once again 3 Spears, 2 Sovereign Guard, 4 Loven Sea God, and 1 Talons of Torgaleda, 2 Elarian Reaver Archers, 1 regular Dragon Prince, and 1 Fireborn. The other side of the army, the Red Viper here, also going with a similar army build like we've seen before. Crows of Cain here, Dark Riders, Cold One Knights, front line of Dread Spears and Bleak Swords. Actually, front line of Bleak Swords, second line of Dread Spears on the flank, and Reaper Bolt Throwers ready to shoot down enemy large targets, though there are not a lot on the field. More Cold One Knights guarding the artillery, and 1 Chill of Saunter War Hydra ready to blast some spears with the breath attacks. Malekith is advancing forward, and the Elarian Reaver Archers are doing some skirmishing work, trying to chip down the health of these Cold Knights, who doesn't have the most insane armor. 90, it's still pretty tough armor, but over time the missiles can do some damage. In the front line there, Bleak Swords charging into Silvern Guard and Spears. a power of darkness, draining down their health, just trying to squeeze out more winds of magic for Malekith to cast spells. And a nice breath attack, knocking out one model of Fireborn only, so they can quickly heal back up if there's a regrowth coming their way. But yeah, not a whole lot of model kills, which is something you really needed to do against the High Elf units. This is exactly the reason why you weaken their HP, but then they just come in with a regrowth, neutralizing all the damage you did. Now the Khorne Knights are getting charged, a little bit of mistake here, not quite on top of the micro, and the Khorne Knights are being charged by the Fireborn, absolutely deleted in this fight here. Malekith is diving down, trying to take back some, avenge his fallen units, his fallen minions, but right now he is surrounded by the Fireborn, and there's no nearby units to support him, and Malekith is in a very, very dangerous spot. Over here, Dragon Princess emerging out from the tree line, and the Khorne Knights are sitting there taking the charge. Ouch! 80 charge bonus with the Dragon Princess absolutely shredding through these Khorne Knights. What happened here? Oh shit. The breath attack from Chill of Sontar blasted the Talons of Torgaleda, but it took a bunch of damage from all the archer fire. But the burst heal from being another one take his place, getting him quite a bit of HP back. Quite lucky for the Dark Elf here. While at the same time, Malekith and the Soul Stealer managed to equalize this fight quite a bit, and the Fireborn is now running low in HP as Malekith is chewing through this unit. Of course, the Malekith did get a charge on the Fireborn, so the Fireborn weren't able to counter-charge Malekith, so the charge bonus were entirely useless on the Fireborn against Malekith in this scenario here. Talons of Torgaleda tried to fire in a bit more, but they just routed as the Chill of Sontar get close to them. The spears are generally holding just fine against the enemy Dread Spears and Bleak Swords, while Fireborn has been driven back by Malekith. Malekith is still a very strong combatant after all, and there's the K-Knight Assassin. Did not use the Orb of Shadows, did not use... He might have... Oh, that might be why. He might have used the... Let me check. Oh, no, he didn't use the Orb of Shadows, so he needs to use the Orb of Shadows on the Fireborn, if anything. That would be the best use of the item. That's the most expensive unit you can drain down, if anything. But yeah, now Dark Riders are just running away from the Fireborn, and the Chill of Sontar is struggling to decide what unit he wants to engage. And the whole time, the Loven Sea God Talons of Torgaleda is just shooting him, trying to shred through his HP. Dark Riders are ignoring the Fireborn, trying to go after the Illyrian Reaver Archers, but they will soon regret this decision as the Fireborn are charging them from the rear, and they will just get deleted once again. Just like their fellow Khorne Knights. The Khorne Knights here has been pushed back, while the Dragon Princes are being driven back by the enemy Dread Spears. But yeah, I think it's time for another breath attack from the Chill of Sontar. But there's a breath attack from Malekith here, deleting a unit of these Loven Sea Gods. Very nice breath attack, but at the far side there, Dark Riders have been dispatched. Ooh, is that a Web of Shadows? No! Yeah, the Web of Shadows was not being cast on the... Yeah, it was not being cast on the Fireborn, unfortunately. As it is an item that affects unit around his character, I think, maybe. Yeah. So yeah, quite unfortunate there. That would like if the K-Knight Assassin can get close to the Fireborn, that would have been the best use of it. But yeah, it is not the case in this scenario. Now other unit, the second unit of Dragon Princes are coming in, trying to chase down Malekith with Tackless in the mix as well. And the Chill of Sontar is almost at his heal cap. The burst heal use up a lot of his reserve healing. And the Dark Elves are in a pretty... Yeah, and it's in a pretty rough spot. Like, their infantry are mostly dead. Only a couple of Dread Spears remain. Malekith is pinned down by a bunch of Dragon Princes, and Loven Sea God is shooting point-blank shots into him. At least there's no fire damage in the mix to cut down his Soul Stealer heal. Soul Stealer really nice cast onto multiple units here, trying to keep Malekith alive and draining down health of the Dragon Princes. Buying more time for the Dread Spears to come in and aid this fight. And oh, Taglis taking big hits from Malekith. This might be able to change the course of battle. This might be able to turn the table for the Dark Elves, but another hit from Malekith missing Taglis. Now this hit lands, another lunge attack, but here comes the Fireborn, and they're threatening to kill off Malekith and the Chill of Sontar here. Malekith is trying to get out of the way and try to go after Tackless. Wait, no! K-Knight Assassin, what are you doing? Just turn around and shoot Tackless! Just shoot Teclis! No! Teclis ran away! Teclis was able to get away as the Dragon Princes are on Malekith's tail, doing more damage to him. This is not great. Malekith has been routed and might actually get chased down to his death. Oh, this is painful. Yeah, I think that is gonna be it for Malekith here, as the Dragon Princess stays hot on his tail. And Teclis yet lives, and he still have uses of one use of Potion of Charoi. Might be able to drop some regrowths onto himself just to heal himself back up. Here comes a regrowth. Yeah, it's a regrowth, and all that work against Teclis very unfortunately has been wasted. If the Keenhead Assassin could have just put a shot onto the back of Teclis, that might have changed the battle entirely, but alas, it is what it is here, as the Malekith has been finished off by the Fireborn, Chill of Saunter route, and now the Dread Spears are falling victim to the Flock of Doom of Teclis, who is now receiving double healing Potion of Charoi and regrowth, getting all his HP back, army losses hit, and that shall be victory for the High Elves. That was a very cool comeback. A very near comeback from Malekith there. Almost managing to clutch a win, but alas, it is just 200 HP more. But it is just because of that 200 HP. The High Elves were able to hang on and clutch out the win. But yeah, very nice, a very valiant attempt from the Dark Elves here. I probably would not bring the Reaper Bolt Throwers though, because they aren't really good. Into High Elves, they don't have a lot of monsters that your Reaper Bolt Throwers are good at shooting at, or any good artillery. Like Reaper Bolt Throwers shooting against each other is the most boring thing in the world. Khorne Knights, also a bit of mistakes on microing the Khorne Knights, getting charged by both Dragon Princes, so losing them quite early on. But yeah, otherwise, the Chill of Saunter, the Malekith micro was pretty on point in there. The breath attacks were quite devastating, but yeah, I would love to see a bit more active micro on the Khorne Knights here. Teclis clutch out the win as the Fireborn and Dragon Princes dispatch the enemy Khorne cavalry and then just surround and beat down Malekith. As these Dragon Princes, they might not have armor piercing, but they managed to get a charge on Malekith and get the damage done. While these Fireborn getting charged early, so they didn't actually get the damage onto Malekith early on. But then after some regrowth heals and then chasing down a depleted Malekith, they managed to get a ton of value as well. And also they dispatched the enemy Khorne Knights. Larian Reaver Archers got some good value. Same goes for the Loven Seagull, just shooting at any lightly armored Dark Elf units, including the Chill of Saunter. And of course, the Larian Reavers can probably chase down router units, though we didn't really pay attention to them in this case. A lot of damage from the Archer Fire. They probably contributed to shooting down. Alright, we need to go into yeah, those. Yeah, we need to move on to the finals here. But yeah, the Archers definitely contributed to shooting down the big monsters in this case. We might jump back in later to just check it out. But before that, we are supposed to go into spectate and cast one last battle from the finals bracket. High Elves versus Vampire Counts. Oh no! Okay. We're not seeing the traditional High Elves versus Vampire Count battle. That's good. This is something nice about new player 20. Is that like there are certain matchups where one build is so optimized, one boring build is so optimized against the other faction. You never see anyone like play a different build or play a different attempt to make the game more even. No, it's just gonna be like one boring build that dominate this matchup. I'm glad I'm not seeing that right now. Like yeah, there is one way to play this game most optimally for the for the High Elves, but I'm not seeing that, which I am glad that is the case here. Alright, we are just gonna be chilling and waiting for the players to get ready. I guess even with fire yeah, okay. I don't think we have much chat coming in. Nothing to catch up on right now. Alright, looks like we are loading in. Alright. Let's see. High Elf versus Varmar Counts. Both players are using a similar build that we've seen them used before, and I mean in previous battles. And oh, what? Got something from Discord. Give me a second. Okay, nothing. Okay, nothing major here. Okay. So, army build wise, similar build for both players as we've seen them before here. Team A going for a front line of triple spears, 2 and double silvern guards, and then a ton of Loven Sea Guard plus 1 single Talons of Torgalada. Some Illyria River archers on the flanks plus double Dragon Princess, one of them, the Fireborn leading the army, Tackless with Regrowth, Flock of Doom, and Bound Fiery Convocation. As for the Vampire Count player, front line of zombies, second line of skeleton spears, and Konigstein stalkers. They look ethereal, but I don't even see what's different about them other than a little bit of poison attacks. Like, it makes no sense. Yeah, I don't really see much difference about them. Yeah, they look pretty much the same as all other skeletons, other than getting poisoned. So I don't really think the Konigstein Stalkers is worth it, unless you just have some extra money left, I guess. 3 units of Vargeist in Disguise, one of them, and the Devils of Shroud Soften, and then leading the army, Red Duke. We're seeing a Red Duke, a very deadly duelist. Like, with the El Sith ability, he can actually win against Skarbrand. But in this case, I don't see how it's gonna be worth it, because Red Duke, if he drops the El Sith on Tackless, Tackless would not take that fight. He will run away. And Tackless have enough speed to run away. Dire Pack on the far flank, and some Dire Wolves ready to just pressure enemy Skirmish Cav and also run down routed units, I guess. But yeah, that's about it for army builds here. Tackless moving in. Is he trying to get a good angle for Oh, he's trying to charge the skeleton. Oh, charge the Sternsman. Nope. Backing up quickly. I mean, if the Red Duke can get an El Sith, like if he can get close enough to Tackless and El Sith him, maybe the Vargeist can surround Tackless and then Red Duke can charge in and stuff. But here comes the Gaze of Nagash into the Talons of Torgalada. A beautiful hit, knocking a 1/3 of HP on the Talons, but that also come at the cost of a bit of miscast damage. But the Red Duke can heal with the Hunger, so he can probably make up for the lost HP at some point. Wait, no. Oh yeah, okay, cool. I almost thought it's he's trying to cast an invocation, but no, I forgot when you move your cursor onto a passive ability. That passive ability's nature will be revealed, will be reflected by the HUD, by this glowing thing right beneath the unit. Anyways, Flurry Convocation, as Teclis was really desperate in dumping that spell. Not a great cast of the spell. What you want to do is wait for your opponent to get pinned down, either in melee or get netted down. No net in this case, but you can wait for the opponent to just move in some infantry units into a melee fight, and then cast the spell when your opponent cannot dodge the spell. Anyways, over here, Varga is taking a bunch of archer fire, but also getting the charge onto the enemy Fireborn and Dragon Princess. But Devils of Shatsofen charging into Dragon Princess completely unsupported. Oh, they are just gonna get finished off by the Elaren Reaver Archer counter charge. But a zombie summon from Red Duke here, trying to pin down the Fireborn with the double Vargas going all in on that cavalry snipe. But here comes a Fireborn. Here comes a regrowth for the Fireborn. Just undoing all the hard work of the and the sacrifice of the Vargas here, leaving Red Duke 3 Vargas short. All 3 Vargas are dealt with by the torrent of archer fire, and there's nothing in the back line to disrupt the enemy archers. The Dire Wolves and the Dire Packs are all being left at the back there, not being activated. So the Loven Seaguard and Talons of Turgaleda are completely unharassed, free to just focus down those Vargas. This might... Shit. This is still very early in the game, but I feel like this might be a game-ending play for the Vampire Counts here, as they have no more damage dealer units other than Red Duke, and they have a lot of spears and archers to go through. And don't forget, there's a lot of healing coming in from the High Elf side. The Fireborn lost quite a few unit models, but these Dragon Princes are still quite healthy and only lost 8 models. So there's a lot of healing available, and then there's Block of Dooms coming in to drain down all these flimsy undead units. Dire Packs getting a catch onto the Elaren Reaver Archers. That is a good catch. Once the Elaren Reaver Archer starts routing off, the pursuit animation, the pursuit action will start kicking in and immediately shred through the remaining archers. But right now they are slowly getting chilled through, and now the dogs are able to move on to the next target. But over here, Teclis is trying to finish down the Necromancer alongside with some help from the Fireborn and Dragon Princes. Here comes Red Duke though, chewing through the Loven Seaguard with the help of some Warhounds. Red Duke breaking that bracing of the Loven Seaguard, and then the dogs come in. A zombie summon onto the Dragon Princes as well, just trying to pin them down in this melee fight. It just prolong this melee grind, but the zombie chav are getting slowly but surely cleared out by Teclis, so it is quite a bit of a dire situation, no pun intended, for the Vampire Counts. At least one of the Loven Seaguard is being overwhelmed, terrified by the presence of the Red Duke and his zombie dragon, now leaving the Dragon Princes alone against... Wait, are these both zombie summons? Yeah, double zombie summons onto the Dragon Princess. Okay, one of them is actually an earlier summon. Now they're almost done. Oh, well, there's still 30 more seconds in the fight. Loven Seaguard dealt with. Now, the Dire Packs might want to just stay on the Dragon Princes and let Red Duke keep chewing through those remaining Dragon Princes. Because, yeah, I mean, they are chewing through the routed Loven Seaguard and making sure they're not coming back, which is great. But the anti-large bonus of the Dire Pack might be more handy in helping to finish off the Dragon Princes right now. And the more tattered Dire Wolves can go and finish off the Loven Seaguard. Okay, really nice fight from the Vampire Count player here, really scraping it back, although the loss of a triple Varga is really putting him on the back foot. They're still very busy trying to finish off the enemy Dragon Princes. At least the Fireborn are too busy fighting Red Duke, so the Dire Pack is able to come over, charge the Dragon Princes in the rear, and just keep chewing through the rest of these units with their anti-large bonus. Fireborn also getting low in health, and now the Dire Wolves are coming in. More zombie summons, but Red Duke might be running out of zombie summons. Want to conserve a couple of zombie summons in the late game, but this might be a bit too late. Oh, 2 more Raised Dead remaining, so there are still some more zombie summons available. More regrowth onto the Fireborn here, just trying to keep them alive while this Dragon Princes have been dealt with. They might come back, but with only 6 models, there's only so much they can do. Dire Packs might want to go after another unit and help out somewhere else. But overall, things are still looking quite grim for the Vampire Count, as there's only Red Duke here to carry the game. Red Duke definitely trying to duke it out. 1,800 gold of damage value so far. And a lot of work done against the enemy dragon princes, including the Fireborn. Dire Pack going on a wild goose chase, might want to come back and start killing other units. The zombies are definitely bogging down the Fireborn, but yeah, oh no, you might want to conserve some of the zombie summons for later game here, as there's a lot of zombies for you to kill through. And Red Duke might want to just charge back into the Fireborn and start chewing through them. This is a very dangerous situation for the Vampire Counts. They don't have a lot of... They need to finish off the Fireborn somehow, and the best bet is right now, just charge in and chill through the rest of the bogged down Fireborn while you still have zombie support. Because right now the zombies aren't doing jack shit against the Fireborn. And Red Duke is just flying around doing nothing right now. Oh, this is painful. Just charge into the Fireborn. Stop bothering about juking shots. You need to finish the Fireborn somehow. Come on. Don't even care about the Silver Guard, the capture point. You need to finish off the enemy army, and maybe the better bet is to get an army losses or something. Okay, I guess the Vampire player really want to get the breath attack. Okay, it deleted the whole Loven Sea God right there, so a good breath attack. And try to get some, but the Fireborn is still being left alone. Nothing is being done about the Fireborn yet, and the zombie summons are about to disappear. One final zombie summon. There's no more zombie summon for Red Duke now. And if he ever have to fight against the enemy Fireborn, he will be left unsupported against them. Well, they will still have some occasional regrowth from Teclis, which is really dangerous. Oh, the Dire Pack are coming back! But the Fireborn notices them and comes over to deal with them. Oh, and also the Larry Reaver Archers too. Yeah, the Larry Reaver Archers probably realizing that charging the Dire Pack isn't the greatest idea since they have Iron Tail Arch. Just come in to let the Fireborn deal with it. But okay, nice micro there, leaving the pulling back that Dire Pack away from the Dragon Princes. At least just keeping the Fireborn busy so that the Red Duke is still free to just charge around the battlefield. Elves is slowing down Teclis, so here comes a golden opportunity to snipe Teclis. Getting 2 back hits on the Teclis, but Teclis still have some healing, still have some juice left in him. I assume the Potion of Shiroi still have 2 uses, so Teclis can still stay alive for sure. And the Elsif is almost wearing off, and Red Duke is not in place to intercept him. But this might be where the Dire Pack can come in handy and just try and chase down the enemy Ilarian Reaver Archers, or even hit up Teclis. We shall see, but the Fireborn are still there. Still 24 unit models left and still can put out some hurt. Now Dire Pack is coming over to try and chill through the enemy spears. And Balance of Power is actually, yeah, it's actually still dead even. Now though the capture point is in the hands of the High Elf, so... Another Gaze of Nagash. Ooh! Some beautiful Gaze of Nagash and breath attacks from the Vampire Counts player so far. This time deleting a Silver Guard. Even with the spell resistance, they are still taking a ton of damage. A Potion of Shiroi though, healing back Teclis for all the damage he took. So undoing some work of Teclis Elsif. Is there another breath attack coming in? This would be a great opportunity to just blast the rest of the spears. Dire Pack are coming over to try and capture the point, while Red Duke is chilling through those Ilarian Reaver Archers. But the Fireborn are coming, and they are beelining straight for the Red Duke. Can he get back into the skies in time? Looks like it's not the case here, and the Dire Pack are being activated, just trying to support Red Duke against the Fireborn, who does get the charge on him. Wait, no, the Dire Pack are turning around and trying to chill through the lightly armored Teclis, but they are exposed to the enemy Archer fire, and they are getting shot up pretty badly. Oh, they're crumbling, and the Red Duke is also stuck among a bunch of anti-large elite cavalry. Dire Pack are trying to get a recharge before they disappear, but there's no zombie support for Red Duke, and that might be GG for the Vampire Counts now, as an Invocation of the Hack is coming in, trying to save Red Duke. But he probably should have tried to charge. Yeah, he probably should have tried to attempt a charge on the Fireborn when he was near here, because the Banshee probably could have tried, like, poking at the Fireborn with the magic attacks, magic armor piercing attacks. Does Red Duke have any more breath attacks? No more breath attacks. That is unfortunate. Maybe maybe Gism Nagash would be nice. Anyways, he gets a charge onto the Fireborn, but the Fireborn immediately surrounds him with a counter charge. And that might just be the end of Red Duke, as he is taking a ton of damage, surrounded by these anti-large elites, and a bunch of archers are firing in as well. The Red Duke cannot escape the grasp of the Red Duke here, of the Fireborn here, as he is taking more and more damage. Yeah, I do think that not finishing off the Fireborn when you had a chance of zombie support is definitely a big mistake. I think the Vampire Count player is definitely having decent micro. Just that, especially noticing the Dire Wolves on the far side of... Ooh, it's still actually pretty close, actually. Fireborn getting terror routed. It's kind of funny how they don't have immune to psychology. Even being one of the most elite cavalry in the entire game. But yeah, terror routing the Fireborn might help, but balance of power is still very much in favor of the High Elves here, as the archers continues to shoot at the Red Duke. The Banshee is slowly crumbling away. Oh, another big hit onto Teclis. But I don't think I honestly don't think a High Elf has what it takes to bring the game back. Army lost his hit, and that shall be GG. Very close game, very nicely played by both players, but I think there is just two very key mistakes here that cost the Vampire Counts the game. Like, the games are very, very close. You can see the Red Duke really tried hard to pull back the game. 3,600 gold worth of damage value, and the Banshee got 101 kills. Surviving till the end, just surrounded by spears and just tanking it out like an absolute Chad. But the problem is just the Var guys being thrown rather recklessly into combat early game, and Teclis, not Teclis, but Red Duke not finishing off the enemy Fireborn, allowing Teclis to come back and heal back up the Fireborn and keeping them in a fight. And yeah, the Fireborn did a lot more damage after that, especially surrounding Red Duke in the late game and finishing him off. Like, that breath attack was great and all, but you can still put out breath attacks like that in the late game, but you can't actually, like, your zombie summons that you dropped onto the battlefield are on a literal timer. Once the zombies are gone, you can't receive their support anymore, and like, you have a limited amount of zombies. Once that opportunity to like chill through the bogged down Fireborn is gone, you never get another chance like that again, because you're out of zombie summons. So that was a bit of a mistake there. Like, a very strong recovery between the Var guys, the loss of the Var guys, and tearing down the enemy Dragon Princes. But yeah, allowing the Fireborn to come back really cost the Vampire Counts the game, unfortunately. But yeah, very nice game from both sides. Great micro from both sides as well. Fireborn got some solid value. The Dragon Prince as well. The Silvern Guard and the Spears held the line great, just grinding through a ton of zombie chaff and skeletons. And the archers did a ton of damage, shooting down the enemy Var guys and just focus firing the Necromancer and the Red Duke. So getting some solid value overall. And very nice game. But yeah, overall, this matchup, I'm just glad not seeing a Phoenix Guard box against the Vampire Count, because that is absolutely hell to deal with. I think my only way to deal with that box is just to spam a combination of Van Hell's Dance Macabre and use a Blood Dragon Vampire Lord to drop those Helm of Discord and disrupt the enemy Phoenix Guard box. Slowly grind through there. Just really grinding through the enemy infantry through sheer stat buffs and debuffs, stat manipulations. But yeah, very solid game from both players, and GG to everyone who have joined in the tournament. Now, this might not be the end of the stream, but it is indeed the end of today's tournament. We'll still have a bunch more replays to cast, but right now this will be the end of today's tournament. I hope everyone enjoyed your game or enjoyed the stream, and well, we still have more stream to come in, so yeah. There's that. VC is done almost. Duke is almost heal cap too. Yeah, pretty much. Counter has gotten some good cast and breath attacks. Yeah, definitely. Those those yeah, those let me think. Those Gaze of Nagash was really lethal. Just unfortunately, those Fireborn were able to live till the end game, and yeah, it's just hard for a dragon to kill through all those spears and archers. Unfortunately, I was expecting a box, to be honest. Yeah, same. But I'm glad we didn't see a box happening. That would be very painful for everyone involved, including viewers and players. But yeah, GG to both players here. Congratulations for Team A for the win. And we will be jumping shortly jumping into the replay section here. But let me just download all the replays I have not downloaded yet. Let me go into Discord, and then I'll get a short water break, and then we should be back to finish off the rest of the tournament. Okay. See, where is the last replay? Wait, what the fuck? Oh god. We have a vampire Cantamira. Oh god. Oh god. This is bad. It's gonna be a grind. It's gonna be a hell of a grind. Okay, I think that's about it. Let me just check. Hi, Lizard. Wait, hold the fuck up. What is this? Round 4. Okay. We also have a semi-finals replay, and then that should be all, I think. Wait, one Empire versus. Wait, hold on. Sorry. Let me just check what. Okay, this is semi-finals. We have 2 Empire versus Vampire counts replay. Interesting. Let's see what happens here. Let me just drop in those replay files, and then refresh. VC Mirror, God help you. God help everyone. Yeah. So quite a few replays. Let me just take a quick water break, and then we'll be back to cast them all. Alright, I'm back with a bunch of replays ready to go. High Elves versus Dark Elves. I think we went through this one. Yeah. Wait, I think I was thinking about checking something earlier. No, wait, hold on. Yeah, actually, need to check if the archers focus down the Dark Elf over there. But the fireball was too unbreakable for me. Yeah. Fireball is just such an elite unit. It's really hard to deal with them. They are tanky even against missiles, unless you're using AP fire. And they, even if they're tattered, you can just heal them up with a regrowth. Now, of course, regrowth got slightly nerfed with the vigor refresh reduced, so that does help. Okay, Malekith is here. We're just gonna see how Malekith took a bunch of damage. Cause like he mostly chilled through the Dragon Princess wall without too much issues here. Okay, now here comes the Archer Fire doing some minor damage. And the Fireborn got dispatched. And Malekith didn't take too much damage. I mean, a quarter of HP down, but killing the Fireborn is still worth it. But losing those Khorne Knights earlier was letting them getting charged is a very painful loss. Ooh, Vampire Counts versus Empire game against Random Cuban was to the last man. I am looking forward to that. That's a cool. That would be really cool to check it out. But yeah, great breath attacks from the Red Viper. Okay, he has accumulated quite a bit of damage over time, being shot by a bunch of archers. Now the Dragon Princess getting the charge onto Malekith. Okay, here comes the Archer Fire, starting to like just focus down Malekith, and his HP is running down relatively fast, surrounded by Dragon Princes as well. And everyone just keeps firing into the fray here. Yeah, and that's how Malekith took a bunch of damage. Alright. Next up, we have Lizardmen versus Khorne. Ooh. A Lizardmen Elite Box versus Khorne. This is gonna be rough for Khorne. Oh no! There's also Rev Crystal to get heals, and Larry might have brought the lore of... is this gonna be Combat of Kazandora again, or is it gonna be Wind Blast and Curse of Midnight Wind? Curse of Midnight Wind would be really good in limiting the enemy damage output. Just slowing down the rate of enemy damaging your elite units, so that your elite units can counterpunch back harder for a little longer. Yeah. Alright, we are going to go through the army builds here. The Lizardmen going for a very elite box. Saurus Warriors and triple Temple Gods. One of them, the Star Chamber Guardians Regiment of Renown. There's also the Sacred Boxigos Court of Hortal Regiment of Renown. A Rev Crystal supporting with healing, and a Skink Priest of Heavens with Comet for nuking enemy troops. Chameleon Skinks running around to skirmish, and yeah, that's it for the army builds. Oh, Krogar on a cold one actually. None of the gods are ready. I'm against Valkyria the Bloody. Let's see how much damage it does. Minimal, because it's a foot-sized character. So it's a foot character. So Valkyria doesn't actually take a lot of hits. A lot of shots you can see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 shots missing. So that was quite unfortunate there. How many projectiles? 15 of projectiles, only 3 hit. Yeah. 12 shots missing. That was quite a waste of resources, I would say. But yeah, other than that, that's it for the Lizardmen army build. For the Khorne army build, let's stop to pause the gameplay here so that we can go through the army builds before the actions begins. Marauders in the front line, second line of Bloodletters, and the third line of Minotaurs with great weapons on the flank. Marauders, Horsemen of Khorne with throwing axes, and Furies in the skies. A couple of Chaos Warhounds, and that's it for the army builds on both sides, with Valkyria leading the army. Now Marauders charging into Saurus, no doubt the Saurus will just beat them up easily. I mean, both sides are taking damage, but you can see the Marauders might have, has less HP already than the Saurus. And also the Court of Hortal charging headfirst into the Bloodletters, dazing them, reducing their melee defense, and also applying some magic damage. Oh, and here comes a comet onto these blobbed up Bloodletters and Marauders. Oh, this is gonna be painful loss for Khorne, losing that much infantry. Yeah, half a unit of Bloodletters gone, at least the HP is gone. Not a lot of models lost, but yeah, Marauders of Khorne dead, and now the Saurus are punching down the Bloodletters. Bastillodon and the Court of Hortal engaging the Bloodletters, and the Court of Hortal really chewing through those Bloodletters. Wait, is that another? Oh, that's a swiftness of Itzo. So that's nothing too important here. On the far side, Chameleon King's just kiting away the enemy dogs, while the Temple Gods and Saurus front line are comfortably beating up the Marauders and Bloodletters. These Temple Gods having a slightly harder time getting rear charged by Furies and shot by throwing axes, but overall the Lizardmen are definitely winning that frontline engagement. Krogar is in the fight here, Court of Hortal engaging, so with they need a bit of infantry support here. Those Temple Gods need to move over it and help the Court of Hortal, Krogar, and the Skink Priest out against the Minotaurs with great weapons. But right now, it's an alpha strike time, baby. Furies diving down, Valkyria diving down. Everything was being thrown into this engagement here, trying to snipe out Krogar and the Spellcaster, and also maybe overload the Court of Hortal. Another comment of Casadora. This time onto the Murder Horseman. I would say probably drop it over here just to thin out the enemy support would be better. And also the Comet can do some really good damage even against monstrous infantry, because it does a lot of damage. Like, look at how much the range damage is. If it hits a character, it can do a ton of damage. Imagine if it hits a bunch of Minotaurs in the face. Like, it would be really good even against the Minotaurs and the Marauders. Like, that would have been huge against the Minotaurs. But yeah, looks like the Minotaurs are gonna live here, and Krogar is getting hacked down by the Minotaurs and Valkyria with all the anti-large, while Krogar is might be getting— oh no, the throwing axes are shooting him down. I feel like the Lizardmen would have had this one if they just box up a little bit tighter, because right now a lot of their units are just scattered all over the battlefield, and now, which is also why Krogar got isolated and focused down. And like, if Krogar is fighting in the middle of these Temple Gods, he would have been fine. But no, it's not exactly working well here, and yeah. I mean, Star Chamber, like, especially he would want to fight on top of the Star Chamber Guardians, who will be unbreakable when they're fighting around the character. But there's no more characters around the Star Chamber Guardians, so they will be breakable. But at least they're tearing down the Minotaurs of Khorne. The blobs of Lizardmen can still be very threatening, but now there are a ton of throwing axes here. Krogar is dead, has been chased off, and these throwing axes are free to just sit back and just kite it out and shoot down whatever units that are being healed right now. The Court of Hortal receiving a Rev Crystal, but that on fire effect is cutting their healing by half. They have earned back quite a bit of damage value, but it is a matter of time until the Lizardman is being grind down by the Minotaurs and the throwing axes combined. Yeah, that's gonna be GG. A bit of a mistake there, spreading out the army so wide and allowing Krogar and the Court of Hortal to get focused down. They have earned back quite— like, the Court of Hortal did some really solid work here, Star Chamber Guardians as well, but the rest of the army just not able to support each other, being isolated and picked off by the Khorne army bit by bit. That was quite unfortunate, allowing one of the great weapon Minotaurs to get a really good engagement, surrounding the Court of Hortal and Krogar without any of the Lizardmen infantry support. So yeah, both Minotaurs did some good damage, but Valkyria solid stuff, sniping out Krogar with the help of the throwing axes and one of the Minotaurs as well. The Chaos Warhounds were able to just chase down the Chameleon Kings without much issue. Like, if you're going for a box build, don't bother about bringing skirmish infantry, because that's not gonna help. Like, you can't really protect them from enemy mobility, and they're not gonna help your infantry in any way other than try to draw out some of your enemy's firepower. So yeah, that was a could use a little bit of better army pick on the Lizardmen side, I would say. Yeah. Yeah, nicely played by both players. We will be moving on to the next one. Oh, let's delete this first as well. No, we have seen High Elf versus Lizard, I think, but I don't think we've seen this one. Team once again fighting Lizardmen, I think. But yeah, fighting Stelios this time. Going with a red crested skink spam.
Steel yourselves, my kin. We must cut them down. For Lilith, for the Phoenix Throne, for Ulthuan!
Alright, army builds. Spear line, a staunch line of spear, second line of Lofen Seaguard, and one single Talons of Torgalata. Pretty much the same build we see team at bringing every time. Double Dragon Princess, double Illyrian Reaver Archers, and Teclis leading the army. For Helios, Lizardman army front line of Skink Cohort, second line of Red Crested Skink Spam. 5 of them, in fact. Double Ancient Salamander, definitely a good pick here into this fight. Their explosive projectiles can blast a hole in any of these densely packed high elf formations. And then there are some Khorne Spear Riders at the back there, supported by Kroxigor, double Kroxigors indeed. Sword Spears, and leading the army, a Slamage Priest of Life Magic. That's about it for army builds, I think. And yeah, that's it. Let's go into battle. Oh, the Slamage Priest is bringing in double heal spells and Awakening of the Wood, so interesting spell choices. Salamander in fact trying to shoot at the Illyrian Reaver Archers, but some of the shots are being blocked by the tree line, so not the most effective. Probably better to shoot at the spears instead. That is, we're kind of waiting for the engagement to go off a bit, but we're in a bit of a skirmish phase, so let's just speed run this. As the skinks are getting shredded by the Lofen Seaguard, I think the High Elves definitely can sit back while the Lizardman needs to push up and start aiming down those. Oh no, what are you doing with the double Salamander? Just shoot the spears and Lofen Seaguard, man. Just shoot them. You can't break through the spears with your infantry alone, and I mean, there's Kroxigors helping, but you would still need that firepower from the double Salamander here to shoot at the spears to weaken them so they can push through. I mean, they're doing some work here, but the skinks are being pushed back. I think Helios is playing the Salamanders too conservatively, which is the main problem. That's 2,000 gold worth of units sitting back there doing nothing. You need to use them to shoot at something like, say, Lofen Seaguard and stuff, just to weaken the enemy spears and archers. Because like right now you're throwing your infantry towards the enemy's staunch line of spear, and they're not getting any work. They're not getting any work done. They're just getting killed. They're being shot to death. While the Salamander is still just doing nothing, just shooting at the. Oh, they're still shooting at the. I mean, they're doing good damage to the Illyrian Reaver Archers, but at this point, your infantry is dead. Your infantry is dead. Now the archers are able to just focus down other units, like your Salamanders or your tattered infantry or whatever. I mean, there's still more. Good thing is there are still more reserves being held back. Okay, finally, are we seeing those Salamanders shooting at the spears? Finally, we're at the 3-minute mark, and the Salamanders have been shooting at archers for like a good 2 minutes. Oh man, just shoot them, man. All right, here comes some fire attacks. Okay, blasting some Lofen Seaguard. We love to see it. Although the Slam Mage is down to half health, and the Fireborn are coming in. Threatening to surround and finish off the Lizardman caster, and there's not much the Lizardman to do can do about it at this point. Now that their infantry are mostly dead. Oh, look at how much damage they took! My God! Oh no, they canceled the cast of the banishment because they were casting something else. Is that banishment? Yeah, but banishment onto the double Dragon Princess, doing some good damage, but the Slam Mage Priest is almost dead. And yeah, Spear Riders are coming in a little bit too late. And there's a regrowth to heal up the Fireborn as well. Oh, that is a beautiful banishment. All things aside, so doing some good damage, but I don't think the Slan is coming back down to less than 400 HP and still going down 100 HP now. The Fireborn is still getting some good damage in. And on top of that, the Khorne Spear Riders are getting shredded by the Fireborn. Man. Yeah, that is going to be GG as the Salamander hunting, double Salamanders are just too late to the party. The Archer is just able to just shoot through all the infantry, and then with the infantry gone, the Fireborn can just charge down the exposed Slan Mage Priest. Oh yeah, and also the Loven Seeker were able to shoot through the Crossgores as well, not getting a whole lot of value. The same goes for the double Salamander. I mean, the Salamander is definitely a good choice into the High Elves. They got some really good shots in. And yeah, great banishment. That one banishment got so much value for the Slime Mage Priest, instantly pushing him up to 1,700 gold worth of damage value. But other than that, not so much, as the Red-Crested Skings and the Saurus infantries, the Skink infantry, largely failed to penetrate the staunch line of spears here. And Loven Seeker managed to get some pretty solid value. Same goes for the Talons of Torquelada. Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, leaving those Ancient Salamander out of the combat for so long. That's a good 2 minutes of DPS gone. Yeah. From the fight. And it would have definitely changed up the... it would have definitely given, like, if those Ancient Salamander were more actively targeting the enemy archer line, it would put more pressure onto the High Elves archer line, so they would not be able to focus down the Red-Crested Skings and the Crossgores as easily. But in this case, yeah, it's just a little bit. Definitely could use a bit more caution with the Ancient Salamanders. Next up, Empire versus Beastmen. Beastmen always a very strong faction for a while now, ever since they just keep getting new toys. We shall see what happens here. Now, for army builds here, the Empire player going for a very similar army build. Front line of swordsmen and spearmen with shields. Swordsmen is the Sigma Sons. Multiple halberdiers protecting a bunch of huntsmen and archers. And then what else? Row out of Griffites on the flank. Demograph Knights with halberds on the right flank. And Boris Todbringer coming in with, once again, only Hold the Line, Blood Roar, and Midland Rune Fang. Definitely should bring the White Cloak of Auric and Crush of the Weak, two very good debuff items here, but yeah, it is what it is. Supporting spell here is... Wait, where's the supporting spell? Oh, yeah, Shadowcaster. Good choice with Melkoffs and Pendulum. For the infantry options for the Beastmen here, main formation of Goreherds. And Goreherds, some Goreherds over here and a bunch of Angors surrounding them. Most of them spears and... Wait, that's like half the Beastmen army on the right flank, ready to just flank around and overload the enemy army. A lot of numbers here. Goreherds, Angor spears, more Goreherds, Senegals with throwing axes. What is he? Oh, Forbidden Rod on the Great Shaman of Death. With only Fate of Buna, really readying to delete some expensive units here. Those Demogryph Knights are not longer for this world, probably. Senegals of Siege, Senegals, or so to speak. Regular Senegals, and that's it for army builds. A ton of throwing axes, actually. Let's just go back into normal speed. Perhaps we can fast forward even. Anyways, deploying your army into two parts like that also leaves a big weakness on your army. Like, a lot of your forces are concentrated on the other side, so that means Boris is free to just come in on the other side here, terror-outing a bunch of Angor herds, and even just with some shooting of the archers, turn it into a normal route on these Angors. So pretty painful loss on the flank over here, but the rest of the Beastmen shall push on. Wait, is this Fate of Buna coming in for the row out of Griffites? Yes, indeed. They are getting deleted, and there's no heals for the row out of Griffites. There's no Lore of Life spell, so they are gone. But a nice pendulum, deleting some cohorts in the front line, while the Sons of Sigmar and Halberdiers will be holding the line here. Unfortunately, the World of Graphite will be dealt with, especially they are trying to charge up, go after the Sentinels of Tinch here, being lured deep into the formation of the Anglo Spears and now being dragged down in melee combat. But mostly the Empire formations are mostly intact. Some of the state troops are moving over to the left flank, leaving some of the archers exposed, but more halberdiers are coming in to pluck the gaps, though the beastmen are flooding in. Ooh, the archers and huntsmen are shredding through the HP of the Sentinels here. Ooh. And this is quite painful, as the beastmen, like infantry, a lot of them are stuck behind the state troops over here, and the Sentinels are not getting through to the back line. The World of Graphites are quite weak now, and here comes another Fate of Buna onto this Dammergriff. Oh, no, this is Malkov's actually. And the Sentinels of Tinch are being left stuck in a bunch of Empire state troops, not quite able to get the damage out. Okay, nice charge from the Zandigos here, getting some good impact damage from the Demigos, but they're probably gonna die soon. Like, don't think about pulling out. Just keep them in the fight, just to maximize that charge bonus at that point. But yeah, anyways, more Zandigos and Sendigos charging in just to try and finish off the enemy cavalry, but alas, all these cohorts bunch up onto the state troops, making them perfect opportunities for a pendulum to devastate. And indeed, they were devastated by the pendulum here, and Halberdiers spears are holding the line. Great Brave Shaman of Death are charging in, pushing through the enemy infantry here, but these archers are being sacrificed in the front line to just hold the box, but no, they're being pulled back so the Sigma Sons instead can come in and plug the gap. Mostly, I think this is a very comfortable victory for the Empire troops, as the cohorts are still getting stuck behind a traffic jam behind a forest. Traffic jam in the forest, this is not the first time in history for sure. But yeah, more Sentinels are charging into the back line, running down the enemy archers, but they're so tattered. Even the depleted World of Graphites, they still have 26 model, mind you, so a lot of damage output. They can still easily dispatch these Sentinels. More Angors are coming in, but ooh, is that? Ooh, that might be a Fate of Buna, but I think that's a waste onto such a health depleted unit at this point. But either ways, I don't think the Beastmen have enough to win this game, because all they have remaining are a bunch of Angors and Gors who are still stuck behind a bunch of state troops, and every Sentinel get close to the Empire formation just get shot down by archers and huntsmen and whatnot. So yeah, there's a lack of damage output to win the game for the Beastmen, and that will be a victory for the Empire army. So army performances wise, yeah, unfortunately I would say that Falling Star could use a bit more. I feel like the army could spread out a bit more, or even deploy some at the corners of the battlefield so they can just get to the back of the Empire formation easier. Because the problem in this battle for Beastmen is that they just have too many infantry stuck behind a couple units of state troops. If the units are spread out more and just try to just keep pushing instead of just standing still stuck on a bunch of state troops, they can definitely put more pressure onto the Empire backline there, just to push back the Empire state troops and missile troops, and having a bit more infantry support against the double demogryphs. Like, there are enough Sentinels to take down the demogryphs here, especially when there is a Fate of Buna supporting, but they are usually stuck on state troops, like, yeah, just stuck on state troops, not quite getting that engagement, or they are just overwhelmed by enemy units. Oh wait, is Empire thought it was HE? Still the regulars aren't great into Empire Knights. Regulars? This is one of the matchups where Sentinels aren't amazing. Yeah, regular Sentinels aren't amazing, but you can only bring so many of them because unit restrictions in a tournament. Like, regular Sentinels will still be fine if they're just focusing on pressuring down the archers, while the Sentinels get the charge onto the demogryphs, while the throwing axis continues to shoot down the demogryphs. But the archers were able to fire, shooting down all the Sentinels who were trying to get close to the Empire formation, but getting too close, which is the issue. But yeah, GG to both players. Unfortunately, the archer fire is still too much for the Sentinels to deal with, and they got shut up. But yeah, definitely a big mistake was the traffic jam. Yeah. Fireborn can absolutely be brutal, and Techless is seeing a lot of use. Yeah, definitely. The regrowths on the Fireborn is just so good, even after the nerfs, man. All right, delete that. No. Why are you both bringing freaking Storm of the Night? That makes no sense. All right, let's see what happens here. Vampire Mirror, may God help everyone. Alright, we are moving in. Now, army builds for both players. Both players are going for a strikingly... Why are you both bringing such a similar build? Okay, Green Vampire. The Green Vampire counts front line of zombies backed up by some Crypt Horrors. One single Mortis Engine and Necromancer here. Double of them. In fact, just trying to get that Forbidden Rot healing. Oh, are there any Balefire? Oh no, both are Unholy Lodestone. I don't like this. I would say... If you're going into a vampire count battle, maybe bring one Unholy Lodestone and bring one Balefire Corpse Card. Because the Balefire Corpse Card can provide some fire damage to your unit. And you know what? What is afraid of fire damage? Anything with healing. And vampire counts have a lot of healing. So yeah, that would definitely be a nicer pick, I would say. I mean, just from a speculative point of view anyways. Crypt Horrors, yeah. Leading the army, Von Karstein, Vampire Lord on a Zombie Dragon, supported by double Vargeist on... Double Storm of the Night, baby! Both sides are getting hit by Storm of the Night because on the other side, we are also seeing a Von Karstein Vampire Lord. But they do have a Terrorgeist for support and some Fellbats and Devils of Trust Soften. So both sides are getting a lot of flying investment. Although I would say the red vampire counts do have more flyer units here, with a more expensive Vargeist, a Fellbat, and a Terrorgeist. On the ground, there's just a ton of zombies, skeletons, spears, a couple of halberd grave gods, necromancer on a balefire corpse card. This is what I like to see, but they're too far back on the battlefield to do anything right now. More skeleton spears, and yeah, look at the double Storm of the Night. Oh, what is even happening? Both sides are taking a ton of yeah, the red vampire counts are taking more damage from the Storm of the Night because they flew into the Storm of the Night earlier. But then the Vargeist flew in, and then they start taking a bunch of damage too, and being charged by a bunch of Fellbats, Devil of Short Soften, and Terrorgeist. Yeah, a lot of damage taken in the vicinity. But yeah, this is so stupid. It's a mosh pit in the sky. Fellbats immediately dies, and a double Vargeist here, having a little bit of quality disadvantage against Terrorgeist and the Devils of Short Soften, is also falling quick. On the ground is a ton of mosh pit. Mortis Engine grinding against each other. Let's see who dies first, I guess. Flock of Dooms. Flock of Dooms for everyone, baby. This is so dumb. I don't even know what's happening. But yeah, Devils of Short Soften in the sky being left alone against the Vargeist here. Vargeist actually winning the fight. Nice breath attack from the red Von Karstein. And the green Von Karstein is on the ground just fighting. But yeah, I think this would be a scenario where the green Von Karstein can try to challenge the red Von Karstein now. Now that the Devils of Short Soften is dead. But it looks like the Terrorgeist and the red Vampire Lord is trying to snipe out the enemy Mortis Engine so that they can dominate the Mortis game. No, they're just trying to chill for enemy infantry, as there are some Stonesmen cutting through those zombie chaff. More Flock of Dooms coming in. Very funny and exciting mirror. Indeed it is. I mean, it's very funny, but exciting, I don't know. I mean, it's a very close game so far, but that's also because they are wet noodling each other. But oh no, the green Mortis Engine is sitting in the middle of a bunch of Grave Gods with halberds, and it's quickly going down. This might be a game deciding play, and a great hit coming in from Terrorgeist, finishing off the green Mortis Engine. Oh, okay. Is this double Storm of the Night? Okay, it's a single Storm of the Night. What? No, it is double Storm of the Night. Pitting the... It's so stupid. Storm of the Night draining the health of the Vargeist, and the Invocation of the Heck and the Hunger of the Vargeist countering the damage from the Storm of the Night. So the Vargeist is in a deadlock in terms of like HP loss and HP gain. But then, of course, the Von Karstein Vampire Lord hitting these Vargheists, so actually reducing the Vargheist HP over time. Invocation of Naghag is still in play, but the Vargheist is almost dead, and the Terrorgeist definitely doing some work in this scenario. And having the only Mortis engine remaining on the battlefield, the red Vampire Count is in a very comfortable position, as there's not much left for the green Vampire Counts to win this game. There are some Crypt Horrors to hold the line alongside Zombie Chaff, but the Mortis engine is still very much healthy and with enough of their own infantry chaff, especially with the red Graveguard Halberds here. The green Vampire Count doesn't have much to break through the enemy infantry support and kill the Mortis engine here. One last charge, one last hurrah from the Vargheist, and they should be dead. And the Necromancer is getting munched up by the Terrorgeist as well. Now the green Von Karstein Lord is coming in for an alpha strike against the Mortis engine, but one single Vampire Lord alone doesn't have enough DPS. Okay, here comes the Crypt Horus trying to surround, but everyone is getting hit by Mortis engine and Flock of Doom, so it is just a matter of time before the green Vampire Count's getting completely drained down. Another double Storm of the Night, but yeah, this will be a victory for the red Vampire Counts, having that Mortis victor. I did not know I could not bring duplicate items. Yeah, just make sure you don't bring it next time. Also, I did bring a Balefire in the VC mirror match. I do like to see this happening because the Balefire Corpse Cut is really good because it actually cuts down the healing from of the Crypt Horrors and even the Mortis engine if they got hit by the fire damage. It is the funniest mirror I've seen in a long time. So is mine. Very similar damage value on both Von Karstein Vampire Lord. All those Storm of the Night doing substantial damage, but in the end, looks like the Balefire and Halberd combo and the Mortis engine managed to win the game. I'm just gonna spare everyone the pain. Yeah, I'm gonna spare everyone the pain of going through the damage value of Chaff. It's mostly just the Vampire Lords winning the day for everyone. But yeah, GG both players, and that was a funny mirror for sure. Kyle versus Beastmen this time. Alright, looks like we have a full Vanguard army here. Why am I not surprised? Now, for the High Elf army, similar build. I think it's the same build as he brought what he brought every single game here. Yeah, spears, front line of 3 spears, double Sylvan Guard, and a bunch of Loven Sea God, plus 1 single Talons of Torquelada. Hold on. Yeah, I think it's just the same build as Team built every time. Graveguard Halberds were clearly the winning factor, for sure. Obviously. No, actually, unironically, they might be the winning factor, and the Terrorgeist. Because they finish off the enemy Mortis engine. But yeah, anyways, for the rest of the High Elf army build here, yeah, similar thing, double Illyrian Reaper Archers, double Dragon Princess, one of them, the Fireborn Tackless leading the army. For the Beastmen army, Vanguard deployment of Angor's Gores and more Angor's Spears. Angor Raiders, Archers, and in this guise, Malagor the Dark Omen on the far flank, Santagos, and 1 single Santagos of Tinge on one flank, the other side. No more Santagos of Tinge. Wait, only 1 Santagos? Oh wait, second Santagos over here. And more Gorehurts Vanguard deployed over here. Maybe you can try Vanguard deploy some Gores and Ungors over here at the back so that they have a more direct path of assault into the enemy backline. Because right now, like, they can push through this gap, but they only need to block off this little opening, and then you can't actually advance through this gap, and you just get stuck. Like a few units at the back there, and then you can have more options to push. Because like you only need like maybe a couple Gorehurts over here, and then you can put another Gorehurt over here, maybe another couple Santagos over here as well, at the back as well, so that you have more routes to like go into the enemy backline, and it's harder to stop your forces. I would say that would be a better idea. But anyways, let's just go back into normal speed as Malagor the Darkman came in with a Block of Doom for spell support. Now, the front line of the Gorehoods are getting absolutely shredded because these are regular Gorehoods. They do not have shields. Yeah, against High Elves, you definitely want to bring the Gorehoods with shields, because otherwise this would happen and they would absolutely getting torn new one by all those High Elf archers. And now here comes the Senegals and Angors and Ungors just pushing out of the tree line. Dragon Prince is actually avoiding combat. I don't know. I think Dragon Princes can just countercharge the Senegals here. They have enough armor to just hold the line and also do way more damage on charge impact. On the other side, Beastmen are struggling to charge as they are getting shot up by enemy archers, and the Fireborn are unleashing themselves out of the tree line and will be tearing the Senegals a new one. Falling Star a little bit slow on the micro, unfortunately. Getting one of the Senegals charged. Now the Senegals are coming in to try and envelope the Fireborn and Flock of Doom here for spell support, draining away the health of the Fireborn as well. But the Angor and Gore front line in the main formation has been driven back, while the Senegals here getting shredded by Loven Seaguard's point-blank fire and also surrounded by enemy spears and shredded by the enemy anti-large cavalry. Senegals are here standing around idle, just not doing anything. This is definitely a missed opportunity to just get another rear charge onto the enemy units, or even disrupt the enemy archers or something. That would be definitely be better than doing nothing right now, as the Dragon Princes on this side, as I said before, they have enough armor to just hold up against the enemy Senegals here. The Senegals are just not doing enough work against the heavily armored Dragon Princes. And over here, Fireborn plus the Illyrian Reaver Archers. Illyrian Reaver Archers got charged by the Senegals, but then the Fireborn came in for a rear charge, immediately crushing these Senegals of Tinge with a nice hammer and anvil, while the rest of the Beastmen infantry are struggling to push through the staunch line of spears, once again proven to be a superior basic infantry, just having solid defensive stat lines. Senegals are moving up, and yeah, I think that would be a very comfortable High Elf victory at this point, as the Fireborn are getting healed up by regrowth, still having 36 unit models left, and are free to roam around the battlefield. There are some Senegals chasing down some scattered High Elf forces, and then there are still these groups of this group of Gorehoods emerging like from the trees and wrapping around, trying to flank around enemy infantry. But the problem is that there are no good options to finish off the Fireborn here, who are still at around half health and still have a lot of space for healing. At least can get another regrowth, as they're engaging in melee combat and taking a little bit of minor HP losses against the non-armor piercing Senegals. Angor Raiders are coming in to provide fire support, but I think that is probably gonna be GG. Okay, no, there are still some Lovency guys over here, I guess. And Fireborn are taking losses. They're down to less than half of their unit models, being completely surrounded by enemy cavalry. They are not invincible. They can take losses as well, and also archer support from the enemy units. If there's a regrowth coming in soon, it would be nice, but I don't think that's a big problem anymore. Dragon Princess took a bunch of losses over time, but yeah, there's still a lot of spears left, and I don't see how. I mean, I don't really see. Yeah, I don't see how the Beastmen can win this out in a straight up duel of Flock of Dooms against both sides. Especially their infantry are so blobbed up right now. Okay, Flock of Doom on to some tattered Fireborn. That is a nice call. Finishing off the last bit of the expensive Dragon Princess, and also Senegals charging in. This might be the best chance for the Beastmen to drag this one back. They still have a lot of Angor spears that provide quite a bit of DPS against the enemy archers and Illyrian Reaver archers as well. And Teclis is under a bit of duress from Malagor, who is fast enough to catch up with Teclis. Archers are firing and whittling down the last bit of the Dragon Princess. Balance of power is in the High Elf's favor though, so this might be a bit rough. Maybe they can find a way to finish off Teclis, but there's nothing that can do enough DPS to finish off Teclis quickly, so that is a big problem. And Flock of Doom continues to drain down the health of the Angor Raiders and whatnot. And here comes a healing. Is that a regrowth? That's probably a regrowth, yeah, given how long it takes to cast a spell, instead of an immediate cast of Potion of Shiroi. And then more spears from the High Elves are pushing in. Archers are trying to shoot down Teclis' HP and do the healing. Excuse me, he's receiving right now. But the spears are close, and the Angors have no choice but to back the hell out of there. And there's still some quite healthy spears. I mean, especially the High Elves still have the control over the mobility department. Still having control over the battlefield. The Elarian Reaver Archers comes in really nice in the late game, who can double as a melee cavalry to just run down these Angor Raiders with a little bit of a charge bonus. Not a lot, 24, but still good enough to just break the backs of these Angor Raiders. Especially like Elarian Reaver Archers is just such a cost-effective skirmishing cavalry, having that spell, stat boost of martial prowess, getting extra melee defense and melee attack, making them quite competent as a melee fighter. They can definitely bully some lightly armored missile infantry. Just so cost effective. I used to love taking these guys as like skirmisher that can run down enemy backline, but these days they are not as good, but still very solid. And I think we can just fast forward here as the rest of the Elarian Reavers can pretty much kite all these Angor spears to death. And yeah, GG. Killing. Winning factor was double Storm of the Night. For everyone, sure. For everyone, sure. It's just such a beautiful scene to have double Storm of the Night on the field. But yeah, anyways, balance of army performances wise, Fireborn definitely taking the cake today. Taking the cake, is that the word? But yeah, definitely taking a pretty good values today. But definitely one of the carry of this game is just all these archers keep firing away and are running down tattered Beastmen troops with the Elarian Reaver archers. As for the Beastmen, definitely could use a bit more spread out formation there to just strike enemy backline. Do you think there are any situations where you take the regular Reavers over the archer variant? Always, actually. The regular Reavers are actually much cheaper and much better as a melee fighter. So if you're not expecting, if you're expecting a bunch of archers, you might as well just bring the regular Reavers instead of the archer variant. Just because you'll be sending those troops into melee anyway, so you don't need any of the skirmishing. You don't need any skirmishing investments. And if you're just using your Elarian Reavers as like a backline protector to screen enemy mobility or, to screen enemy mobility, you might as well just bring the regular cheaper variant. High projectiles is almost always the most efficient part of the army, yes. But the point of the high projectiles is to do the damage, and they need something to protect them, and that is where the spears and the cavalry comes in. Actually, you know what? The high projectile is not always the most efficient part of the army. The most efficient part of the army is always one and the only Fireborn. Yeah, you take regular Reavers if you're just doing a regular archer box and need cheap peel against something like Furies. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, you get the Elarian Reaver Archers if you want something more of a generalist unit that can skirmish, that can hit and run, that can chase down enemy units when needed, and that can be thrown into melee to disrupt archers if needed. But that is more like an all-rounded unit, but not very good at they're not great at doing a specific thing. They're good at doing a lot of things, but not a specific thing. But and they're also more expensive because they can do so many things. But yeah. But if you want a specific unit to do a specific thing, then you get other units instead of the archer unit. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 more replays to go. This time, Lizardmen versus Dark Elves. With Stelia's going with Saurus spam. 4 regular Saurus warriors, 1 Legion of Chakwa, and then double Chameleon Skings, 2 Feral Colt ones, and 1 Spear Riders, 1 Colt 1 Spear Riders, 2 Reaper Dectal Riders, and 1 more Bastillodon. Regular Feral Bastillodon leading the army a live slan with Awakening of the Wood, Earthblood, and Regrowth. It's actually quite funny because I thought I forgot about the name of the Legion of Chakwa. But then the first name that hopped into my mind is Legion of Chakwa. So I guess the memory is still there. just subconsciously. But yeah, anyways, chameleons gains for skirmishing firepower, and that's about it for army builds. For on the other side of the battlefield, for the Dark Elves, this time the Reaper Bolt Throwers makes sense to shoot down enemy monsters. And then a bunch of Bleak Swords in the front line, a couple more Dread Spears, and at the back, Khorne Knights, Two of Sontar. There's one single Kena Assassin once again, and Malekith here with Power of Darkness and Soul Stealer. That's about it for army builds. We shall. Oh, there are some Crows of Cain and Dark Riders being Vanguard deployed. Also, Khorne Knights actually pushing ahead of the army, just going through the tree line, flanking around. Now, there's a bit of skirmishing going on. Chameleon Skinks shooting up Malekith. They do have decent-ish armor-piercing values. 3 armor-piercing values, definitely better than their usual Skink skirmishers. But yeah, nothing too amazing, but does do some decent damage over time. Chipping away the HP of the Kena Assassin, not the most efficient use of the ammo, unfortunately. We'll do a little bit of a fast forward here as Dark Elves are still marching forward, and the Reaper Bolt Throwers are now sitting at the back there, ready to fire down at the enemy expensive units. Oh, is that a Gaze of... Oh, what? A Gaze of Malice? Doing very minimal damage here. So, not much to talk about. Oh wait, no, that's a Black Dragon's Egg, which is the Kena Assassin's item. Yeah. Slimy Priest of Life is moving into the front line. I am a bit worried. He is sitting very, very close to Malekith. If Malekith dies down, he might be in trouble. But Malekith seems to have decided to go somewhere else. Were there any breath attacks from the Two of Sontar? Is it coming in? Yeah, it's coming in soon now. On to the Saurus Warriors. A beautiful use of the breath attack. And the Saurus Warriors will soon be routed if Malekith is nearby. And because of the Saurus Warriors are routed, there are no infantry supporting Malekith here. And no infantry supporting the Slime Age Priest. And he's being pushed back by Malekith's charge, being surrounded. Wait, why are the Khorne Knights not going after him? Oh, big mistake here. I feel like the Khorne Knights definitely should have gone for the Slime Age Priest here. Now Malekith is completely alone against the enemy Khorne Spear Rider. Everyone just ignoring the Lords? What the hell? Anyways, yeah, Two of Sontar pushing through, but not doing a whole lot, being shot up instead by the Khorne Spear, by the Chameleon Skinks. And the Khorne Spear Riders and the Reaper Projectiles decided to go after the Khorne Knights, while at the back there, Reaper Projectiles harassing the Reaper Bolt Throwers and the Stress Spears trying desperately to save their artillery crew. But overall, I think the Lizardmen might be dominating this fight quite a bit. As the Khornes are, Khorne Knights are getting stuck on some and the Dark Riders are stuck on some Legion of Chakra here, taking a ton of anti-large damage. The Dark Elves units are a bit lost on the battlefield, not really finding the engagements they need to be in. Especially the Two of Sontar did a lot of damage with the breath attack, but that's about it. And it's just not really taking the fights where they need to be. Like, they need to be in the front line. The Two of Sontar needs to be in the front line, terror-outing a bunch of Saurus or something, and doing some damage against enemy infantry. Not wandering around the battlefield, not doing jack shit. So, sorry about my language there. But yeah, because the Two of Sontar wasn't in the front line, and also Malekith is also not in the front line, the Dark Elf front line is mostly just rolled over by a bunch of Saurus Warriors who have the quality advantage over the enemy, over Bleak Swords and Dread Spears. And Malekith is still a bit busy fighting stuff elsewhere, killing the Philodon. And over here, if we look back over here, the Legion of Chakra is just enjoying this fight. They're taking losses, but this is absolutely worth it. Tearing apart those Scrolls of Cain, tearing apart those Dark Riders, now cutting through the HP of the Two of Sontar and the Khorne Knights. And now the Reaper Projectile Riders are flying over to assist them as well, getting those anti-armor damage done against the Khorne Knights, while Malekith is still too busy chewing on a dirt cheap Feral Bastiladon here. Alright, so, yeah, I think I'm just gonna fast forward here, as the Dark Elves are really trying to drag this fight out, trying to, like, they're trying to find a good engagement, I believe. But the problem is that a good engagement is never just gonna come to you. You need to make that good engagement happen. You need to force your opponent to react, and then you can react accordingly. But right now, like, the Lizardmen player is just really regrouping their forces, like, and the Dark Elves aren't actually putting in any pressure onto the Lizardmen right now. They're like, okay, the Two of Sontar is coming in, chewing up some Chameleon Skinks, but that means they are also exposed to a countercharge from the Ripper Projectile Riders. Swords are saturating in. Khorne Knights, every time they try to pull out, they are taking additional damage from the enemy units. Another Soul Stealer coming in, but nothing too insane. We just fast forward here. The Dark Elves are... the Red Viper definitely a little bit too... how do I call it? I don't know how to call it, but... undecisive. Yeah, indecisive about his engagements. And spent too much time wandering around the battlefield trying to pick a good engagement. But it's just not going to come to you like that. And while he's running away the whole time, the Lizardmen is just doing all the damage to take down the high elf forces. It just slowly damage down the enemy forces. The Ripper Projectile Riders might want to come over and help the Slime Mage right here. As Malekith is chewing up the last bit of HP. This should have done way earlier. In the early stage of battle when Malekith was right next to the Slime Mage. I mean, it is helping out the Dark Elves quite a bit, finishing off the Slime Mage Priest. Now, Malekith might be able to carry this game out as the Lizardmen are taking a big hit in terms of leadership, but the balance of power, it doesn't matter as the Lizardmen is slowly getting there in terms of victory tickets. And yeah, that will be victory for the Lizardmen with a ticket win. Ripper Boltfurs are such a sad unit. Maybe CA double the number of models or Elven Boltfurs. I don't think they should do that to Elven Boltfurs. Maybe just add 2 models. Oh, you can't add 2 models. Because that is not dividable by 4, and it creates problems with the lower model counts, lower scale of the game. I don't know. I think they should nerf the Dwarf Boltfurs a bit more. That's what should be done. But yeah. Now for the army builds here, we can see that the Slime Mage Priest didn't do the whole lot of damage, but the Saurus did. They are just dragging down all those Dark Elf infantry and cavalry, as the Dark Elf cavalry are just desperately trying to pull themselves out of combat every time they charge in. And just giving a lot of free value around. Khorne Spear Riders got some good value. Same goes for some of these Ripper Projectile Riders. Yeah, I think that the Dark Elf player is just playing too conservatively. Oh, fucking hell. Malekith getting 5,000 gold worth of damage value of all those Soul Stealer breath attacks and just charging into melee combat. Chewing up the Slime Mage Priest, most importantly. But they just dragged out the battle for too long, losing the control of the battlefield and giving the enemy the capture point. And yeah, good value from the Chill of Sonta here and the Khorne Knights. But overall, nothing too yeah. They would have won the battle, but it's on Conquest mode, so this kind of passive play of the Dark Elves is not rewarded because of the capture point. Yeah, anyways, thanks for distracting me on my break. We've got to get back to writing my uni paper. Catch you another day. Well, good luck with that. Definitely, it works out and gives you all the scores you need, all the points you need for your degree. La Luna and La Pruna, ooh, Slaanesh battle. This time, Lizardmen versus Slaanesh. Alrighty, army build time for the Lizardmen army. A bunch of skink skirmishers and a bunch of skink cohorts backed up by more Saurus at the back actually. Saurus spears, Star Chamber Guardians, and some Kroxigors for mass and monstrous presence. A bunch of Khorne Riders for anti-large armor piercing. There's some for Khornes. I assume they ran out of money for a 4th Khorne Rider, so yeah, no more. Slime Mage Priest of Shadows. Wait, I don't think you can bring 4. You can bring 3 probably. But yeah, anyway, Slime Mage Priest of Shadows here. Interesting choice. Going for that direct damage, I guess, to exploit the lack of healing on the Slaanesh side, and also just kill off their mobility and elite infantry and whatnot. Anyways, on the other side of the battlefield, we have the Slaanesh army of wait, who was playing Slaanesh? Yeah, I forgot. Anyways, a bunch of Marauder horses of Slaanesh, and leading the army Exalted Keeper of Secrets already used unleashing a lash of unleashing a lash of Slanesh here, doing some minor damage, but they're also taking damage from the blow dots of the skinks. So yeah, the skink skirmisher is doing some pretty nice work against the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, but they do have to be careful. The Exalted Keeper of Secrets do have sources of healing, one source of healing specifically. Yeah, feasting on fear, as long as there are units nearby that have wavering leadership. The rest of the army is just a bunch of Chaos Warrior Wolves, Hell Scourges, and Eternal Entourage and Heart Seekers. A lot of armor-piercing cavalry here. There's also a Sibilant Slaughtercade, a regiment of Renown, Chariot of Slanesh. Not having any armor-piercing though, so quite interesting. Malkov's Mystifying Miasma right onto the Marauder Horsemen, just trying to drain them down and eliminate the enemy's spellcasting support. Warriors of Slanesh should be able to beat down the Skin Cord without any questions, but here comes the Croxagores reinforcing with some AP damage, which might even the playing field a little bit more. Sibilant Slaughtercade charging right into the Saurus from behind the backs of their men, so not exactly the greatest use of the chariot, but not that they have any other charging angle. And here comes the Khorne Riders to counter charge, but they have taken quite a bit of damage from the javelins. And now, oh no, Heartseekers! The elite cavalry of Slanesh are charging in and are running down, charging into the Chameleon Stalkers as well. Oh, that's a lot of damage onto the Khorne Riders. Is a banishment coming in from a banishment coming in from the Slam Mage Priest? Will it work? Doing some nice minor damage to the Heartseekers, to the Internal Entourage, but it didn't really move into the right direction. It did more damage now that it's shifting into the Chaos Warriors, but this flank here is basically lost for the Slan and the Lizardmen. This flank over here is holding on strong though. 2 units of Khorne Spear Riders are being invested into this engagement, and Croxagores smashing apart these Chaos Warriors, so doing some pretty good work. But the Chaos Warriors of Slanesh are pushing in from the other side, and the Star Chamber Guardians will have to deal with them soon. And Saurus Spears will be holding the line, and the Khorne Spear Riders are returning from the frontline fight. They don't seem to want to deal with the Exalted Keeper of Secrets just yet. Whip of Slanesh, Lash of Slanesh doing some minor damage to the idle Saurus Spears, and the Star Chamber Guardians now duking it out against the Chaos Warriors of Slanesh. Here, this will be a nice opportunity for a rear charge from the Khorne Spear Riders, just to charge into the backs of the Chaos Warriors, get some damage done, and try to break them sooner. But right now they seem to be a bit busy in trying to screen out the enemy cavalry and whatnot. So a head-on charge between the 2 units here. Heartseekers taking a ton of charge damage head-on, but they're doing a ton of charge damage in return as well. So a lot of losses on both sides. Seems like the Khorne Spear Riders might actually lose this fight, just from the sheer amount of shock damage they took. They're way healthier than the Heartseekers, but the Heartseekers are such an elite cavalry. They just shredded the fucking Khorne Spear Riders, damn it. Oh man, Khorne Spear Riders sucks because they have such shit stats. They fail to land hits. Yeah, 31 melee attack versus 42 melee defense. Yeah, they suck. And there's no wonder why the Heartseekers actually won the fight. And because the Heartseekers is an elite cavalry, they have enough leadership to sustain even until they're such low in terms of HP. And finally they're hitting that demonic instability and will be fading away soon. Star Chamber Guardians, as I said, doesn't have much issues. Well, I didn't say that, but yeah. They didn't have much issue beating back the Chaos Warriors of Slanesh here. Saurus Spears holding off the Chaos Warriors for now, and they should be doing fine. And Croxagores really leveling the playing field for the Skinks here, beating down the Chaos Warriors of Hell Scourges. And Internal Entourage took a lot of attrition damage in the melee fights, I believe. And now they're being dealt with by the Khorne Spear Riders and Star Chamber Guardians saturating in. And yeah, it's still a very even fight here. Exalted Keeper of Secrets just running down some routed units, also feasting on fear to heal himself back up. But the Slanesh troops are running out of options to deal with the Star Chamber Guardians and Croxagores. I feel like they're running out of damage output, actually. Both Heartseekers are gone, and all that's left is just the Exalted Keeper of Secrets here, who will have to be forced to fight in the middle of a bunch of Star Chamber Guardians at some point soon. Well, they can just rout off all the rest of the Lizardmen units. Now that the Slanesh army has the control over the battlefield, they can just keep picking apart those isolated elements of the Lizardmen forces. But the problem is that the Lizardmen do have the control of the victory point and getting all the victory tickets. And this is a race of a race against time for the Lizardmen player here. Really need to Laduna Pruna really needs to race against time for the Slanesh player here, as they really need to break apart the They need to break the Lizardmen forces before the timer runs out for them. Another Malkov draining down the health of these tattered units of Murder Horsemen of Slanesh, really eliminating that mobility and damage output for the Slanesh troops. And now, oh well, these are some very healthy Murder Horses who can just move on and hit up the Skink Skirmishers at the back. Hellscourge just continues to fight on. Hellscourge Warriors continues to fight on against Star Chamber Guardians and the Crossgores. It's gonna be a tough fight though, because these are a lot of anti-infantry and a lot of elite infantry in the vicinity as well. And the Hellscourge are taking more and more damage, but the Exalted Keeper of Secrets might be able to win this game. We shall see. Let's fast forward here as we are going into a bit of a cleanup phase for Slanesh, trying to chase down every single bit of isolated element of the Lizardmen forces. Oh no, the Star Chamber Guardians are running low on HP as they are really dragging out this fight, but they're taking a lot of losses by the Exalted Keeper of Secrets, the direct damage spells from... Oh, the Lash of Slanesh also is a good spell because it does 100% armor piercing damage, bypassing the armor on the Star Chamber Guardians and also bypassing their melee defense, because who cares about your melee defense with an AoE damage attack, right? Now it's just a Slamish Priest and a handful of Star Chamber Guardians in the fight, and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets can probably just win it by themselves. Yeah, just kill off the Slamish and that is going to be army losses. GG to both players here. And yeah, let's have a look at the army performances. Star Chamber Guardians fought well, but there are too many just DJ here. There are too many there are too many methods there are too many tools for Slanesh to bypass the armor and melee defense of the Star Chamber Guardians. The Lash of Slanesh with the 100% AP and the Vein of Slanesh that directly drains your hit points all are very good against all are very good against the Star Chamber Guardians. And the Skink Skirmishers did some okay damage. Yeah, especially against the lightly armored Slanesh troops, right? All their blow darts will do full damage, or at least close to full damage. Khorne Spear Riders, unfortunately, got absolutely annihilated by the Heartseekers, being outclassed in the mobility game. Oh, these are Khorne Riders. Okay, that makes sense. Khorne Spear Riders did a little bit better, but still not too well. But yeah, so yeah, it seems like the Heartseekers might be the way here. Absolutely annihilating those Lizardmen troops. And some of the Khorne Riders were stuck in melee fights, prolonged combat against the Warriors and the Exalted Keeper of Secrets. So not great for them as well. The Army Priest of Shadows getting some solid damage value with the Malkovs and whatnot. But yeah, unfortunately, just Khorne Riders. I just really hate Khorne Cavalry. Their stats suck. Their stats really suck. Just use army ability on Star Chamber. Yeah, that also is a direct damage ability. That is also really nice. Not only multi-shot, the regular shot does that as well. Seems like a bug. Multi-shot always seems straight to the side. Oh, you're still talking about bolt throwers. Okay. Next time you saw them, that's why next time you saw them, they took so much damage. Ah, that makes sense. I think it's a tier 2 army ability. Yeah. Let me just check. Let's go Slanesh troops. Let's see. I don't play a lot of Slanesh, so I don't really know too much about them. Alright, so hydrate. Okay. No, it's not the tier. It's a tier 1 fascination damage ability. Oh, that is a pretty solid spell. And rampage. Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Nice stuff. Yeah, again, it's also one of the tools to bypass the enemy armor and melee defense. Direct damage spells, they don't give a shit about your armor or melee defense. They just damage you. All right, let's see. Next battle. Okay, delete that. Vampire Counts versus Lizardmen. Okay, this is yeah, this is a. Unfortunately, this might be a boring grind. Twist with the Vampire Counts versus Larry with Lizardmen. We might fast forward through this battle, because, yeah, it's gonna be a drag out. Alright, so for the army builds here, Vampire Count's going for Manfred von Colstein on Dragon, 4 zombies, 2 skeletons, 2 Grave Guards with halberds, 2 units of Corpse Guards with Unholy Lodestones for healing, and then Terror Guys and, yeah, Manfred here with, he must have... Okay, no Lord of Death spells, just Gaze of Negation and Invocation of the Heck. On the other side of the battlefield, we have quite a few single entities here. Skinkor frontline, a couple anti-large infantry, regular Sword Spears, and Star Chamber Guardians. Croxagores on the flanks, and a core of 3 single entities. A very classic combo against the Vampire Counts. Shredder of Lustria, Mazamundi on Zlak, and Bastiladon with Ref Crystal. Lord Mazamundi with only Apotheosis and Arcane and Forging. Arcane and Forging probably trying to deny enemy from using spells, just to add more cooldown on their heals. But yeah, that's it for army builds. Now let's just fast forward here, as Arcane and Forging starting to drain down Manfred's health, and the Terror Guy's breath attack missed the Bastiladon as it was actually moving around, and it's not exactly the easiest to hit. Manfred getting hit by the machine gun bolt dart of the Shredder of Lustria. Oh, there's a chill, guys. I forgot to talk about it. And a nice Gaze of Nagash. And because, oh no, the Bastiladon was left alone here. Like, that's why you always keep those single entities next to each other. Because the Bastiladon left alone against, and unprotected, the chill guys was able to get on top of the Bastiladon, get a beautiful surround, breath attacks, and Gaze of Nagash hitting the Bastiladon hard, nuking down its health, and now it's subjected to a ton of attack damage. Now the problem for the chill guys right here is the Star Chamber Guardians are saturating in, and the magic damage will start coming in really nicely against these chill guys who rely a lot on their physical resistance to survive. Cold-blooded trying to keep the Bastiladon in the fight. They're not even in danger of getting routed yet. So, but yeah, anyways, with the triple single entities just sniping out the Bastiladon, that is a very key element of healing gone from the Lizardmen army. And the Shredder are just too busy fighting Chaff, and same goes for Mazamundi. Too busy fighting Chaff to actually do anything to help out the Bastiladon. Bastiladon should have thrown in a heal for the Star Chamber Guardians before it got routed, but alas, that is a loss of the Ref Crystal healing engine. Without that, that is one key healing component from the Lizardmen gone. And yeah, the chill guys can just really move out of the way and start running down some routed skinks. And the Star Chamber Guardians, and the Sword Spears are too late to react. That was quite painful from Larry here. Yeah, that's why you always keep your single entities next to each other so they can help each other. Because if the Bastiladon was next to the Shredder, Manfred and the Terror guys would think twice before diving the Bastiladon, because it's really hard. It's really dangerous for Manfred to stand in front of the Shredder, because he always has a chance of taking a big hit from the Shredder and get munched down. Right now, with the Bastiladon out of the equation, it is easier for the Terror guys and Manfred to start like diving onto Lord Mazamundi here. There's still the Apotheosis heals available for Lord Mazamundi here, but it is gonna be an uphill battle from now on, because yeah, you're losing a lot of that extra HP for Lord Mazamundi on Slack and for the Shredder. So yeah, it is a matter of like who gets sniped out the... Like, it is a matter of sniping out the Lord Mazamundi now, using the Gaze of Nagash to chip away his health. And on the far side, those zombies are slowly but surely overloading the skinks and even the Croxagores, especially with the Crypt Horrors, providing some armor-piercing valors as well. The Halberd Grave Guards are now saturating in and surrounding Lord Mazamundi, and the Shredder of Lustria chill guys just doing recharges and running down routed elements of the Lizardmen army. We might do a fast forward here as we are going into a dragged out phase of the combat here. Lord Mazamundi getting psycho charged to death, while the rest of the Lizardmen army getting chased down by the chill guys. And Lord Mazamundi is also sitting in the middle of a bunch of armor-piercing units, Halberd Grave Guards and Croxagores, Crypt Horrors as well. Another Gaze of Nagash plus a surround from the chill guys work down the rest of the HP of Lord Mazamundi, and now without the healing, it is just a matter of surrounding and beating down the Shredder of Lustria. So that's gonna be GG. That was a quick one. Pretty surprised that Hex Waves took so little damage from Star Chambers. I am surprised too. I think the reason probably is the Star Chamber Guardians trying to got a move order on attack wonder on another unit, so they were actually moving against the Hex Waves and instead of attacking it. But yeah, Shredder of Lostria always really good against the vampire counts, but the rest of the army, Lord Mazamundi did a lot of work. The problem really is just leaving those single entities separated. Instead, like, you should have just kept those single entities right on top of the Star Chamber Guardians and the Sora Spears. Don't ever separate them. Like, they can do the damage while the infantry just hold off the enemy chaff and infantry units for them, while the single entities just keep doing damage and dishing out heals. But in this case, Manfred did some really good damage. Chill guys as well, the Terror guys as well, just surrounding. Ooh, these Halberd vampire counts. Halberd grave guards is really key in the against the Lizardmen matchup here, actually. With the anti-large armor piercing just cutting through the HP of all these large entities, especially cutting through the HP of Lord Mazamundi. They're very nice stuff. Getting some really solid value in the late game. But yeah, Star Chamber Guardian is getting some decent work done, but just not quite enough. Yeah, let's just jump in and see what the let's just jump in and yeah, Twist really driving for the single entities well. Yeah, for sure. Double. I mean, he could have brought in another hero or another Terror Geist. That would still be legal. That would still be legal. Alright, let's just quickly check what happened to the Star Chamber Guardians. Why they did nothing to the Chill guys. Alright, let's see. Star Chamber Guardians, they are not. Oh, yeah, I think they got a movement order instead of an attacking order. So this is not. I don't think this is a charge animation. And you can see a lot of them are just trying to move forward instead of attacking the chill guys, which is why they're not getting any damage done to the chill guys. Like, they're not getting an attacking order. They got a movement order, I think. And now they get an attacking order, I think, and start doing damage. And now they're starting to shred through the chill guys. But yeah, I think they got a movement order earlier instead of an attacking order, so didn't actually do any damage. I don't think Shredder is good into factions that can't terror out. Not only that, but undead and demons don't take leadership penalties from being shot by swarms. The thing about Shredder is not because they are like. The thing about Shredder is not about the terror here. It's just about the Vampire Cows really sucks against large single entities. They can't kill large single entities here. Like, you wouldn't bring Shredder into Tomb Kings because they can shred through your Shredder. No pun intended. With Ushaptis and Sepulchral Stalkers. But the Vampire Cows don't have any options that are good against the Shredder. So the Shredder can just rampage and do collision damages and run down the enemy infantry. And with the extra leadership, he can just keep staying in the fight, and extra melee stats doing extra damage. He can just keep staying in the fight. So yeah, BC needs to build around Shredder to have a chance, basically. I mean, I don't really build around Shredder. I try to out heal against the Lizardmen, and just bring I just bring Heinrich Himmler and a bunch of passive heal auras to just outgrind the Lizardmen. At least that was what I tried to do before. I don't know if it still works these days though. Yeah. One versus Warriors of Chaos. A lot of skirmishing cavalry on the warrior side. 4 horse masters, 1 regular trolls. I think Chaos troll. I don't think that's an armored troll. 2 Doom Knights. 4 regular Marauders, 1 Marauders with dual weapons, and also Be'lakor, the Shadow Prince. You could just take a regular Dressorian or even Furrow. Yeah, that might work too. Okay, anyways,
So we water the earth with our enemy's blood.
yeah, other than that, yeah, Be'lakor, the Shadow Prince, I think that's the name. But yeah, otherwise we have the Khorne army with double Furies on one side, also another Fury on the far side here. Chaos Warhounds. Oh, the Fury is getting absolutely shredded by the Doom Knights. Definitely not a good pick here. Not a good idea to just throw them into the Doom Knights. Doom Knights take really minimal damage. A lot of damage they took just got absorbed by the Siege Barrier. And they basically picked off those double Furies for free. Should have just pulled the Furies back over here and maybe even drop them onto the ground so that the Doom Knights cannot actually try to attempt a charge on the Furies. And now even the Chaos Warhounds get picked off by the Doom Knights. Anyways, for the Khorne army, a front line of Marauders, backed up by some Bloodletters and a couple Minotaurs, a ton of throwing axes, a couple of throwing axes as well, and more Warhounds. And a very heavy loss for the Khorne army here. That's like 1,300 gold of Furies gone. And then another 450, so almost 2,000 gold worth of units pushed back in the early game. At least the Warhounds came back, I guess. But yeah, still a pretty heavy loss. Now the Marauders of Khorne are moving up, trying to get into melee range. These are Chaos Trolls with armored. Okay, I need to know my trolls better. And Valkia pushing a little bit too much ahead, trying to chase after the Horse Master. But now Be'lakor is in the fight, duking it out against Valkia. Valkia is not activating her Demon Shield here, so it's taking a bunch of damage and surrounded by Chaos Trolls. Is this the reenactment of the DLC trailer where Valkia just got surrounded and beaten up? She needs to get out of there. Mortars are coming here to try and save the Lord, but things are looking quite rough here. While the Doom Knights are disrupting the push of the Bloodletters, but that does expose them to enemy push as the Minotaurs are trying to deal with them. But the Minotaurs, these ones are definitely over chasing, and the Horse Masters are out kiting the throwing axes. Valkia finally remembering to activate her Demon Shield here, but I don't think that matters a lot here as the Marauders are here taking hits for her instead. Yeah, Fury's trying to dive the back line against the Murder Horses, but here comes the Marauders to just screen them off. Throwing Axes continues to dish out some damage against the Murder Horses, and over there the Doom Knights overstayed their welcome, getting stuck in the bunch of armor-piercing infantry for a little too long there, down to less than half health, and Minotaur's still running around instead of trying to help Valkia, who is truly alone, surrounded by anti-infantry Marauders of Khorne. I guess the Blood God does really care really cares not from whence the blood flows, only that it flows here, as the Khorne Marauders here are definitely just fighting against their own Khorne comrades. That it doesn't matter. And Valkia has been terror routed. Oh wait, terror routed? Yeah, terror routed. And Doom Knights are diving down to try and chase her off, but finally Valkia has came back to her senses. Bloodletters are moving in, trying to cut through those Marauders, and more Minotaurs of Khorne are finally here and helping out, but Balance of Power is already against Khorne at this point. What can they do to drag this one back? We shall see. As the Doom Knights are getting stuck in combat against the Minotaurs of Khorne. Oh wait, no. They're retreating just at the flag bearer is all the way over there. Oh, a Pit of Shades are coming in. Are the Marauder Horses are gonna get hit? Nope. Most of them has managed to get out of dodge. And the Minotaurs of Khorne are surrounding and beating down the Shadow Prince. Oh wait, why are you moving out of the... Just keep surrounding and beating on my Be'lakor. Why are you pushing through? No! Just keep hitting on Be'lakor. He is stuck in there. And it is perfect for you to just keep fighting him. Valkia, though, is still getting chased by the Doom Knights, but this is a fight against large entities, so it is slightly better for her, I guess. And a lot of them are still stuck on the ground and not actually surrounding Valkia. But yeah, another Demon Shield. Now Valkia is trying to go after Be'lakor, trying to take back what she lost, which is a lot of HP at the hands of the Shadow Prince. But she might have got stuck in the middle of a bunch of Doom Knights. Instead, at least the Marauders are here to help, and she's doing some nice anti-large damage. And the Minotaurs continues to hack through the HP of Be'lakor, who is still stuck in this fight and is definitely not enjoying this whatsoever. Bloodletters duking out against the Marauders, and it's not exactly a bad fight here. Oh no, Valkyrie has been routed. Throwing axes are still chucking shots onto Be'lakor instead of the Doom Knights, which allows the Doom Knights all the time and leisure they need to take down Valkyrie in this in the melee fight. Now the throwing axes are moving in and try to throw axes at the Doom Knights, who are trying to put some more hits onto Valkyrie and make sure she doesn't come back. But yeah, they're having a little bit of a confusing moment, I guess. But Be'lakor has been dealt with, has been cast back to the warp. Although the javelins are more than enough damage to just cut down the Minotaurs with the whittling fire. And the Doom Knights, these ones are relatively healthy, are free to chase down Valkyrie. Wait, Valkyrie, why are you coming back? Oh wait, no. Valkyrie returned to her senses, but she's not coming back to the fight. But she's, yeah, she's not actually in. She finally received an order to run away, but will she run? Is she fast enough to get away from the Doom Knights? This might not be the case here, as she is slowed down due to suffering heavy wounds, having 10% less speed now. And Khorne is scrapping back as they have managed to banish Be'lakor. The problem is, how do they deal with all these javelin kiting? And Valkyrie just died as well. So we'll be fast forwarding here as the Khorne army tries to chase after the murder horses, but they decided, you know what, we should actually capture the point so we can get the victory ticket and force the enemies to come to us. Minotaurs quickly dispatch those murder horses, but the more murder horses rear charges in. If the Doom Knights charges in, this is very dangerous for the Khorne army, as their units are running low in HP, health, in both health and leadership. And this might actually break the backs of the Minotaurs. The Minotaurs are still holding on. But only for now, as the Bloodletters are fading away from reality, and now more of these Horsemasters saturate in. And the Warhounds on the far side are not here to help out, so leaving the Minotaurs pretty much alone, and Bloodletters are moving away from combat. Okay, but at least Bloodletters are completely dead now, so the Minotaurs are not suffering from routing friendlies nearby in terms of leadership debuff. Doom Knights charging in from the front instead of from the rear. I should definitely just charge them from the rear here, just to make sure they get that charge in their attack in the rear penalty. They are now getting attacked in the flank, but not the rear penalty, so not the worst penalty in the world. But even then, they are still getting overwhelmed and surrounded by a ton of murder horse masters. Army losses immediately hits as soon as the Minotaurs break. Be'lakor can use a course decrease and just a nerf to his demon shield instead. I don't like making things absurdly expensive instead of toning down numbers. Yeah, actually, that would be nice as well. Like, nobody ever uses him these days because he's just such an expensive lord. Doom Knight's actually getting some really good valor today. He's just running down the enemy Furies and Warhounds in the early game, and then just getting some hits onto those Bloodletters, delaying their advance, and then surrounding and beating up Valkyrie as well in the late game, getting some fairly solid job done. Murder horses just keep whittling volleys of javelins, working down the HP of all those Minotaurs. Very key in taking down the Khorne army in the late game, as the Khorne army has no choice but to sit there and take it. Be'lakor getting some decent value, but not even close to earn back his cost because of how expensive he is. As for the Khorne army here, not a lot of work done by the infantry. Oh wait, no. Some of these Bloodletters actually did. This one did really well. Perhaps I think this might be the one. Surround and beat down, cut through some of these Doom Knights. And throwing axes, unfortunately, just not a lot of good targets to shoot at. And the Furies here, meh. Especially those who got caught by the Doom Knights here. And the Minotaurs really tried to call back this game, really tried hard to carry the game on their back, getting 3,200 gold worth of damage value, surrounding and beating up Be'lakor. But unfortunately, the Javelins, especially the Horsemasters here, having slightly better armor-piercing value than the regular Horsemen, managed to carry the game for the for the Warriors of Chaos. Okay, last 3 battles. This one, Killstorm versus Skaven. Oh shit, that's almost 4 hours of stream now. Damn it. We've been streaming for quite a while. Killstorms with Killstorms with a lot of chaff. This time with a lot of goblins and hobgoblins, a lot of green fungi units. Let's see what happens here. We have 3 regular goblins and goblin laborers, 2 units of orc laborers, and let's see what else. And a bunch of hobgoblin wolf raiders, all hidden in the Vanguard deployed. Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with spears, 3 of them, and 2 more Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders with bows, ready to unleash this Vanguard force to flank those Skaven backline. But yeah, I think this is Corvus Glade as the Skaven. Yeah, going with a front line of... but yeah, anyways. Chaos Dwarf. How much does the Spellicore currently cost? I don't remember. You might need to check it yourself. Anyways, for the Chaos Dwarf. Goblin Laborers in the front line, second line of Chaos Dwarf Warriors. Blazing Beards of Bazarak, and then a back line of Infernal Guards with Fire Glaives. There's also one single Kadai Fireborn. I think the Chaos Dwarfs could definitely use more Kadai Fireborn. One thing that Skaven really struggle against are monstrous infantry, because they don't really have a good unit to deal with them other than just trying to shoot them with Jezzails or Ikik Zap Zap and other Warp Lightning Cannons. And even then they don't do damage fast enough. Okay, here comes a Warp Lightning Cannon, and there is indeed some really good damage done. So the Kadai Fireball quickly hiding behind the trees so that they don't get shot to death. Same goes for the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire here. The rest of the infantry are moving up. Like, if you have 3 units of Kadai Fireborn, this would be a much more rougher affair for the Skavens, as they would struggle to contain that monstrous infantry rush when their infantry will just get shredded. But yeah, anyways, for the Skaven army, we have a front line of Clarence Spears and more Plague Monks. Once again, no spell support for Corvus Glaive. Truly a Khorne man at heart. Clarence Spears, Poison Globes this time. I like this choice to just clear out enemy infantry, including Infernal Gods and whatnot. But yeah, anyways, Red Ogres at the back there, more Plague Monks to deal with enemy infantry. Red Ogres trying to guard the back line, but the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have more than enough speed to outmaneuver those monstrous infantry, outmaneuver those Red Ogres. They are putting themselves into a sandwiching charge of the Red Ogres, but the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders really don't care. They just want to shut down those lightning cannons at the back. Ashen Triads are also moving in to add some anti-large support. Both of these Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders have routed. One of them still very much healthy and managed to shock the Warp Lightning Cannon. This is not exactly a worthy trade, because these are some very expensive basic mobility unit. But at least the Warp Lightning Cannons are gone, and the Kadai Fireborn and the Sorcerer Prophet can safely advance towards the enemy formation. There are also one single unit of Rattling Guns and are doing fuck all. I don't even know what the fuck they were shooting at, man. Like, what the fuck are we shooting at? Oh, they were shooting at the Goblin Laborers, doing jack shit. Okay, yeah. And yeah, the Wolf Raiders are trying to run away and stay alive, although 2 of them has... one of them is still at 25%, slightly more than 1/3 health, so they might come back and do some more work. But yeah, the Rattling Guns are just not doing anything, and they're now being targeted by a Flamestorm. Taking a bunch of damage, nothing too... yeah, they're getting deleted, actually. Now the Laborers are moving up. Oh, the Blazing Beards are coming in and ready to just blast the Plague Monks. Yeah, don't bring the Rattling Guns. They don't do anything. And they have worse accuracy than freaking Outriders, man. Poison Globes should have moved up instead to just blast Blazing Beards. And the Rattling Guns probably would do better shooting at the Kadai Fireborn. But right now, the Fire Glaives have a great line of sight onto the Poison Wing Globes and actually blasting them up. So some really good stuff from the Chaos Dwarf player here. Kadai Fireborn has engaged, forcing the Red Ogres to respawn and try to deal with them. If they die, Trolls are free to do whatever. Globes are key here. Exactly. You want to finish off the globes so that your infantry can just keep pushing. Because otherwise... Oh no, why did the globes go to the back here? These globes, I don't know why they're... Oh, they're trying to shoot at the Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Bang, mistake. Don't ever try to do that. Their range are so short. They don't do jack shit against... Oh no, and they're deleting their own troops? Look at all the friendly fire from the Poison Wing Globes deleting the Plague Monks. And the Poison Wing Globes are just not doing anything. Like, the Poison Wing Globes are good against infantry and infantry only. And maybe cavalry as well. But not against single entities, not against monsters, not against... yeah, not against monsters and not against single entities. Because right now... Oh yeah, and not against chariots. Because right now you just deleted your own Plague Monks with your Poison Wing Globes. And doing basically nothing to the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire. Very Skaven moment, but a very painful loss for the Skaven. I think we can just fast forward this, as unfortunately the Skaven's units are not exactly being utilized efficiently. Blazing Beards have more than enough stats to tank through all these Skaven chaff, and the Plague Monks try to charge the Infernal Gods with Fireglaves, but just get shot up. Another Flamestorm here deleting the Ashen Triads, and Deathmaster Snitch is forced to fight some random infantry chaff, which is not cost efficient in trading against. And then Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders. Yeah, you can see how those how those Poison Globes can just delete units, right? But they were spending a lot of time just moving around, not shooting at the infantry, which is crushing your Skaven front line there. If the Poison Globes manage to get shots onto the Chaos Dwarf Warriors, things might have been very different for the Skaven army, but right now, yeah, there's nothing to... The Skavens didn't bring anything to interfere with the Infernal Gods with Fireglaves, and yeah, everything just got shot to death. Very unfortunate there for the Skavens. We can probably fast forward this to the end. Yeah, the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire just ignored all those weapons teams here. He doesn't really care. And, well, Snickage is, and the Red Ogres and the remaining Skaven units are just being slowly whittled down by the Infernal Gods and the sheer amount of the laborers here. And yeah, that is gonna be GG. Snitch even got outmatched by the Sorcerer Prophet of Fire, being charged by a unit with massive weapon strength. But to be fair, Skavens are so dependent on magic, even Chaos Dwarfs can roll them over without Howling, Warp Gale, or Rune. Yeah. That is true. Skaven's one of the biggest tool of Skaven is their magics, the summons and Flensing Rune. Very important stuff. Flensing Rune. Howling Warp Gale would be nice in here too, just to limit the movement of the flying single entities of the flying cows. Lower target priority is often some of their infantry blobbing up. Yeah, for sure. But much more costly mistakes on the Skaven side. Yeah, for sure. Load priority is off. I wouldn't say, yeah, charging. No, I wouldn't say charging the Poison Globes is a off priority of the Lord. But I do think that the Flamestorm onto the Rattling Guns is an off priority for sure. But yeah, very good damage from the Chaos Sorcerer Prophet there, and two Hobgoblin Wolf Raiders sacrificed, but the other Goblin Wolf Raider managed to shut down the Warp Lightning Cannon, so that was worth it. And then the Warriors managed to push through the enemy front line, and very good value from the Infernal Gods of Fireglaves, shooting up the Poison Wing. Shooting up the weapons teams from afar, and whatever Red Ogres and Skaven infantry that tried to charge them. And the Skaven, as a result, didn't really get that much value. A lot of their damage dealer got shut down without them doing any work. Okay, last couple replays here. Empire versus Vampire Counts. We have two battles. Random Cubane versus Killane over here. And I think there's another random Cubane versus Killane in the second one. So let's see what happens here. This one we have wait, who is the other? Wait, no, we have the other Vampire Count player actually. Wait, it is yeah, wait, hold on. Actually, let's just wait and see. Random Cubane over here. Is this a very close one? We shall see. But anyways, a front line of Spearmen with shields, providing some pretty solid like anvil. Halberdiers at the back line there just to protect the archers, all these archers, or a whole lot of archers actually. And one single Tattered Souls regiment of renowned flagellants with additional... Wait, I think Strength of the Pendant is available to all Tattered Souls. Oh wait, they have Frenzy. That's probably... Why? I'm actually not sure what makes them different. I think it's because they have Frenzy. Maybe. Anyways, the rest of the army here we have Volkmar Grim and the Bright Wizard with Burning Head to clear out enemy infantry chaff. The War of the Upgurfites, who do have their own terror, so they're immune to terror themselves, and Glorious Charge. Volkmar Grim here ready up with a ton of buffs and abilities. Banishment bound to his Volkswagen. Grand Hammer of Sigmar, Grand Shield of Faith, and Grand Soul Fire. There's also the Benediction with additional leadership for his own troops, and a Jade Griffin for self-regeneration. That's it for the Empire army build. For the Vanguard counts, there's the dire pack over here. Vanguard deployed, the front line of zombies, second line of skeleton spears, and the Conquest Night Stalkers once again. Vargolf here for some single entity dueling power, and 4 units of Varguys, one of them the Devils of Shroud Soften. There's one single Necromancer on an unholy little stone co-op scout with Forbidden Rot brought on him, and the Red Duke ready to go for some character duel. Now, Gaze of Nagash here, sniping out a few models of these raw auto profiles, doing some pretty decent damage actually. Yeah. And a few more Gaze of Nagash. These guys will be significantly hampered. Archers are unleashing torrents of arrows onto these zombie chaff there, and skeletons are moving in. This will be a good time for Volk Marchers to charge in and drop some Grensoul Fire Bombardment, thin out the enemy infantry support, and a nice Burning Head. Actually, I don't think this is a nice cast. I think a better cast would probably be along this line, because the Conquest Night Stalkers, you can see that along this line. So like the Burning Head will just go through these 2 units of enemy chaff and then hit up the next units over here. But yeah, like look at how blopped up these infantry is. And that Burning Head would be really juicy if it just goes right through these lines. Grensoul Fire Bombardment would not be bad though, just to thin out some of the enemy infantry support. And at the back there, Raw of Griffiths are bogged down by zombie summons. Very dangerous situation here, as 4 units of Vargas all jumping on top of these Raw of Griffiths, getting some insane shock damage here. Empire Knights are coming back to aid their elite cavalry here. One of them is being distracted by the Red Duke, and Halberdiers are coming in to help. But the Raw of Griffiths taking a ton of shock damage. But yeah, maybe there are a little bit too many Vargas in the mix here. Some of them should probably gone on to fight some of these archers instead, because these archers are now free to just fire in. Although for some reason these guys don't really have a line of sight, so they're just trying to move dangerously close to enemy infantry. Ooh, but yeah, Empire Knights have been terror routed, and more zombie chaff are being summoned into the back line just to pin the enemy units. And Volmata Grim is still distracted by zombie chaff. Oh, this is a nice Burning Head over alongside these blobbed up zombie chaff. But the Raw of the Griffiths are taking substantial losses, and there's no there's no Grand Shield of Faith, no Grand Hammer of Sigma to support them, so their fighting effectiveness is slightly limited here. And they need those Raw of the Griffiths to fight off a Red Duke in the late game. And right now, it's not exactly the case here. A nice rifle attack onto the halberdiers and the spears, doing some minor damage. But yeah, Raw of the Griffiths. Oh no, what are they doing? Why are they moving out of their only infantry support? They are now completely isolated. If the Vargas turn around and charge them, they will be completely dead. And it seems it might be the case here. Wait, no. They're trying to charge the what? They're trying to charge the halberdiers instead. Anyways, as the Vargas are still dilly-dallying on the far side, and the Darpack are now chasing routed units. Darpack would be much more useful charging into these archers right now, because there is no mobility for the Empire to guard these archers. But yeah, right now the Vargas are just taking a ton of shots from the archers and losing a lot of their HP. And then they're burning it onto the zombie chaff, really trying to work down the rest of the infantry support. But finally, a Vargolf is in here and disrupt some of these archers, but there's still 1 unit of archers available. And the Vargas are taking so much damage. You're almost dead by now. I think Killane could definitely use a bit better micro with their Vargas mobility. We've seen a lot of reckless plays of Vargas today so far, and I don't think Killane is an exception of that. And the Vargolf, because it's sitting in front of a bunch of archers, it took a ton of damage. It doesn't have a lot of HP. The regeneration is trying to keep it alive, but it's not healing back the damage fast enough. And the archers are just taking a dominant position right now, shooting down that Vargolf without much issues. And the Vargolfs really need to go and shut down those archers. And the Direwolf needs to come back and chill through those archers as well. Oh, they must have gotten so much damage by now. 950 gold. 1,600 gold. These guys cost 350 gold. God damn. How many times? Wait, how many times? That's over 5. That's 5 times. Yeah, that's over 5 times their own value. These. Wait, is it? No, these. No, that's over 4 times their own value. These archers are getting value city today. These guys are also getting over double their own value. Yeah, big mistake. ignoring those archers, because the archers are actually very deadly with their sheer volume of firepower with just over the course of battle. Shooting up those Var guys, they are getting invocation to just try and heal themselves up right now, but the archers are establishing a dominant position and just shooting into this bunch of Value City for them. And then there's so much archer fire coming in. I don't know why they shouldn't shoot at the corpse guys. You should just keep the pressure onto the Var guys, and they'll eventually whittle them down. But yeah, that was a just leaving those Var guys alone is a big mistake, I would say. But yeah, the Var guys somehow is still alive. The hunger and the invocation of the head is keeping them alive. And the Dark Pack has been alive for a long time as well. But the Empire is just establishing a dominant position around that capture point. Good news for the Vampire Counts is that the Empire doesn't have any good options to kill the Red Duke. The Raw of Gruffites have taken a lot of damage as they were just getting swarmed by the Var guys. But is it worth it? I am not really sure here. This Var this 2,500 gold, 2,600 gold incoming for these archers. Fucking hell. These guys cost 550 gold. Like, it's the damage value on these archers are disproportionate. I mean, they're not getting any value yet, but as soon as they land a few more hits, they will get 2,600 gold. Oh god, my god, that's over 5 times their own value. Maybe 6 times actually. No, actually that's roughly 7 times. Yeah, roughly 7 times their own cost. And yeah, Killian's still trying to pick a decent engagement or something, but the longer they wait, the more tickets the Empire will have. They're just like securing position around the victory point. And Red Duke once again diving out. Ooh, one of the Var guys is almost back to half health with all the healing incoming. Well, Burning Hound into the Dark Pact, but they managed to dodge most of it. It took some damage, but most of it is fine. And through sheer amount of healing, the archers are almost using up all their ammo, which is quite funny. But these guys, 2,595 gold worth of damage value. They can still fight in melee, so to give out even more contribution to combat. So yeah, they'll probably end up with 2,600 gold or more early. But yeah. It's now just Red Duke surrounded by state troops with halberdiers who can do armor-piercing anti-large damage. Darpax continues to try and rout enemy units, and yeah, I think that's GG for the Vampire Counts, as there's no way the Vampire Counts can take back this capture point from the hands of the Empire. Yeah, the Vampires can take the there's no way the Vampires can take the capture point off the hands of the Empire army. Okay, I guess that's the end of all the archers here. 2 chevrons, almost 2,600 gold worth of damage value, 7 times their own cost, man. Okay, then now they're getting hits onto the Vampire Count Lord and getting a little bit more damage. But yeah, it's going to be a ticket victory for the Empire. Yumio, I was gone for a couple hours, but I remember before I left, you didn't notice what the our counts had besides poison. From memory, I think they have 90 armor instead of 30 or whatever they're normally. Oh, okay. I need to check that. Checking how much damage I would do. Didn't pay place. I just knew Griffites are busted. Oh yeah, they have 80 armor. Oh, I see. Yeah, Griffites are pretty strong, but especially they can hang on for so long in combat with the extra leadership. Our guys get wrecked by archers so easily. Exactly. They have no defensive stats whatsoever. I choose to ignore the archers since I didn't expect them to do that much. Now you know. Never ignore missile infantry, even they are like a chaff low tier unit. That's why Bretonnian archers are so good, because they are so cheap, but they are just so cost efficient as a missile unit to just whittle down whatever unit they are shooting at. Yeah. Goddamn. A lot of damage done by the archers here. Again, this is they only cost 450, so this is roughly 1,050 gold worth of units. But together they are doing 3,400 value. That's 6,000 gold worth of damage value from all 3 archers combined. Holy shit. Man, they killed off like half of an army's worth of vampire count unit. Of course, there's a lot of inflated value because of all the vampire count healing, but that is still some very impressive work here. Volkmar Grim did well, and not a lot of good burning heads this time. Just really roasting a little bit of chaff. Raw out of Griffites definitely could have used a bit more better micro. Just keep them in the infantry support a little closer, and try to keep Volkmar to support them a little tighter. That would have been nice. And yeah, Red took trying really hard to carry a game, but the rest of the Var guys just took way too much damage from those archers, and unfortunately ignoring archers does make you pay a heavy price. And that shall be victory for the Empire player in this one. We do have a rematch incoming, I think. Yeah, a rematch incoming this time with Boris. I mean, Boris is nice with regeneration, but don't ever take any of his leadership items. Blood Roar here is not worth it because the vampire counts are really not susceptible to the leadership debuff. Are we seeing a wild necromancer lord? What the fuck? I've never seen that, actually. I never see anyone in a competitive scenario try to take a vampire master necromancer. He's so shit. Okay, this has a lot of non-meta picks here. It's not. But yeah, after that I need to go and eat some snacks. I think I'm hungry. Very hungry, actually. Anyways, so for the army picks here, we have a front line of spearmen with shields, and a second line of tattered souls once again. But we have the null iron sights this time with 60 armor and more reload speed and accuracy, I think. Archers at the back, and then a ton of halberdiers guarding those missile line, and Empire Knights, Raw of Griffites, Boris Todbringer leading the army. A little bit of mistake here, taking the Blood Roar. White Cloak of Auric is decent, I think. Actually, Crush the Weak would not be bad either. Just to debuff enemy stats, but yeah. Don't bring Blood Roar against vampire counts. They don't give a shit about leadership debuffs. Like, the crumbling damage is so minimal. It's a negligible amount of damage, really. Yeah, and yeah, other than that, Light Wizard with a Shim's Burning Gaze and Net of Talk. For the vampire counts army, a front line of zombies, second line of skeletons, Cunning Sty Stalker. They do have 80 armor. Okay, that makes sense now. Regular skeletons only have 20 armor, so skeleton spears at the back there, guarding the rear. And once again, Vargai spam. 2 regular Vargais, 1 Devils of Shut Soften. Master Necromancer with Gaze of Nagash, Raise Dead, and Invocation of Nehek. I guess he's just here to spam Gaze of Nagash, I suppose. Double Blood Knights, and that's it for army builds. Let's get the battle started in normal speed. Actually, do a bit of fast forward to skip the marching phase. And Empire troops are getting into position and start raining down fire onto enemy skeleton chop. Beautiful, beautiful Gaze of Nagash right down the side of the non-iron sights. No pun intended. Also, do some collateral damage to the tattered souls, deleting that non-iron side. That was a really good use of the Master Necromancer. Yeah, beautiful cast of Gaze of Nagash. How much value did it get? Almost 800 gold value with that one cast. Holy shit! But the non-iron swords are all standing strong, so it needs something else to finish them off. Maybe a zombie summon will be neat. But yeah, right now they're just standing still. Ooh. Yeah, the Master Necromancer is getting close just to drop a zombie and just tie them down in melee combat and finish off the rest of the unit. Zombie chaff and skeletons are also moving into position here. The non-iron sides have been routed. They're not taking a lot of damage due to their armor and the weakness of the zombies, and Blood Knights are getting into flanking position. Darpack as well, ready to chase them down once they're out of their protection of their friendlies. Archers are turning around to fire at the Master Necromancer, but yeah. Blood Knights charging into the Raw of Griffites, same goes for Dire Pack, but the anti-large armor piercing of the Raw of Griffites would do extensive damage to these Blood Knights. Something needs to be done to keep them in the fight. Oh no, Vargas once again getting shot by archers, getting melted. Especially there's a Net of Amentalk restricting their movement. Now they really needed to just jump onto the archers here. Why are they still standing around? No, they need to jump in. They need to jump into melee against the archers just to shut them down. They shouldn't be standing idle here. You're just giving free value to your opponent. Blood Knights at the back there, duking it out against War of Griffiths. With a 2-on-1 engagement, they did manage to get some pretty good damage done against War of Griffiths. Once again, Killen making the mistake of ignoring the archers. He might be paying the ultimate price for this. No. Some of the Var guys are jumping onto the archers now, actually shutting them down. And War of Griffiths here taking substantial damage. Some Var guys should go and recharge some of... Oh, they're going after the Light Wizard? No, that is a waste of... Okay, one of them is going after archers, the other is trying to go after Light Wizard. That is a waste of the charge impact damage, because there's such a... Okay, I'm going to explain why charging the Light Wizard with the Vargas is not a good idea. You have a lot of models, right? But you are facing off a unit that has a very small model, which can only fit so many Vargas around them. You can fit maybe 1, 2, 3... I can't really paint small enough here. God damn it. Maybe 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, maybe max 6 Vargas around them. But you have a whole unit of 16 Vargas. So a lot of those Vargas would be standing around doing nothing against the Light Wizard and just consuming vigor. Instead, you want to charge at the back of, like, say, an infantry. Like, just recharge these spears, or recharge these spears, or these spears. Quickly break them with that charge impact damage and just allow your infantry to start pushing through, or just keep putting the pressure onto the archers. That would be nice too. But yeah, trying to go after the one Light Wizard is a bit of a waste here. And the non-Ironsides are left alone. Nothing really going after them, so they're able to just come back and start shooting. Those Dire Packs needs to get out of there and just go ahead and deal with the non-Ironsides instead. And Devils just start soften, really paying the price for for not chasing down those non-Ironsides. Now the Ironsides are just lighting up those... Oh, real-time 6.3. Holy shit, Black Powder Discipline. They're pretty much machine guns. Not as good as a repeater rifle, but still getting some good damage done. Now the Var guys are really paying attention to the missiles and putting them down. Empire Knights can't really win out against the Blood Knights, being one of the most elite cavalry in the world that was, having that solid damage anti-large output, plus a little bit of that regeneration, the hunger and frenzy to boost their damage output. They are shredding through those Empire Knights and now surrounding the Light Wizard as well. Though the non-Ironsides are being secured, still having 40 models in the fray. And we're out of Griffiths, plus Boris Todbringer managed to dispatch the final Devils of Shutsoften. There's still one unit of Vargas on the in the battle, and zombie chaps are still duking it out against the enemy state troops. And there's also a Necromancer to keep this Königstein Stalker alive with the Corpse Guard, so that's pretty nice. But yeah, this is an interesting Master Necromancer strategy. I should actually try it out next time if I ever played in another tournament with faction wars and whatnot. But yeah, Master Necromancer is here. Flying around and dropping in an Invocation of Nahek to heal up the Blood Knight. Non-Ironsides are turning around to shoot the Master Necromancer, so he has to back out with no other choice. And yeah, Varga is chasing down the Light Wizard with no questions asked. There's nothing to save the Light Wizard, so no more spell support for the Empires, no Shims Burning Gaze, no Net of Amintok. And the Blood Knights are also unchallenged at this point, unless the World of Griffiths and Boris are there to counter them. But the great thing about Blood Knights, they have a lot of healing available from the Master Necromancer and just can heal up. And now the Blood Knights, they actually are very good at charging, at just handling missiles. They have a... Oh, are they charging? No, they're trying to charge the missiles behind them. Instead, the World of Griffiths managed to get a charge onto the Blood Knights, and the Blood Knights missing out on the charge bonus, and are taking substantial amount of damage. They are forced to pull back, but the other Blood Knights managed to get into the back line, running down the archers. I don't think the archers are a priority at this point, though, because the Empire... the Vampire accounts don't have any troops that are fragile to the tattered archers. Only the Vargas. The Blood Knights are very tanky against archers. They have the Bronze Shield, 35% missile block, 30% missile block chance, 110 armor, and on top of that, the missile resistance, 20% of the Flag of the Blood Keep. Although, ooh, this is a very nice catch here. World of Griffiths still trying to go after the Blood Knights, but the rest of the infantry support are nowhere to be found. They're not close enough, being blocked up by the summoned zombie chaff. And now the Blood Knights manage to get a hammer and surround. absolutely demolishing the rest of those of Griffites. Now the Empire only have state troops remaining. They still have the capture point though. If they can just hold on long enough, they might still be able to win the game. Yeah, the the Direwolves, Direwolf got chased down enemy troops all the way to the other side of the battlefield. It probably needs like a minute just to run from that end to back to here. So yeah, there's that. Blood Knights dominates the battlefield now, having complete control over the mobility game, facing down all these remaining archers. And it is just, I think it might just be a matter of cycle charging the state troops to death at this point. Now the Necromancer is under threat from Boris Todbringer, but the Vargheists will be here to try and screen off that Flying Lord. But the Boris is a powerful melee combatant, shredding through those Vargheists. Zombie Chaff still duking it out against the Spearman with shields. But this is where the Blood Knights come in really handy, getting those rear charges off and getting this really nice charge impact just to hammer down the rest of the spear with shields, getting those hammer and anvil done. Yeah, you can see the Spearman already getting terror routed by by the presence of the Banshee that I forgot to cover in terms of the army builds. But yeah, the Banshee terror routed off all these spears because of that one single rear charge of the Blood Knights coming in really clutch here. And it's another zombie summon just to pin down the Halberdiers, preventing them from supporting this engagement. And now the Vampire Counts can probably try and occupy this capture point. And yeah, the Empire is in a really rough spot. There's no AoE damage for them to take down all those zombie chaff who are constantly being healed up by the Unholy Lodestone, just fighting around the corpse cart. And Darpak has also returned. We can probably fast forward here as we are in a bit of a grind phase, as Vampire Counts managed to capture the victory point. And the Blood Knights are now free to just cycle charge down the enemy troops. Oh, they are trying to pull through enemy halberds. And a bit unfortunate that they're just taking a bit of extra damage, but mostly they're still fine, having that hunger to just constantly healing themselves back up. Empire state troops trying desperately to just run onto the point and capture it, and Boris Todbringer cycle charging. But I think we're safe to just go into a bit of a fast forward. Just keep this in fast forward as the two players are trying to wrestle for the control of the capture point. Blood Knights, though, if they can get a surround onto Boris Todbringer, can do some good damage, but Boris self-healing over there with the Mindenland Runefang will keep him alive for quite a long time, and also Blood Knights don't really do the most armor-piercing damage, so the Boris Todbringer would be able to tank out quite a bit of damage. The problem is that the state troops can't really do enough damage to the Blood Knights and Zombie Chaff fast enough. They're constantly being terror routed by the Banshee here. And Boris trying to just hold them tight, but yeah, they're struggling to kill through enemy units fast enough, and the Blood Knights just constantly cycle charging in. I mean, Boris is taking them down with the halberds, also doing some nice anti-large armor-piercing damage, but overall, the Vampire Count seems to have a more infantry presence, and that means more control of the battlefield. Now the Halberdiers are actually back onto the capture point, trying to take this back from the hands of the Vampire Counts, and because the Vampire Counts are moving away from the capture point for a second there, this might actually work, since the Halberdiers are holding the line right now. But if there's a rear charge coming in from the Blood Knights, it will be a terror out time again, terror out clock again for the Halberdiers. And here comes the rear charge, and it's terror out for the Halberdiers, and the capture point remains in the hands of the Vampire Count. Boris Todbringer is still very tanky, still grinding it out though, and the Empire state troops managed to grind down quite a few of these Blood Knights, who both are now reaching their heal cap. Actually, same goes for Boris, and then now the Blood Knights are able to surround Boris and finish him off with their anti-large army losses hit, I think, and that shall be victory for the Vampire Counts. Jolene got the win on this scenario here. Watch the first case, Necro carried. Yeah, the Necromancer is actually surprisingly good. With the Gaze of Nagash only getting 982 gold though, so most of the value came from that one Gaze of Nagash, but still very good Gaze of Nagash, a beautiful one indeed. Nuking down those known iron sides. Great damage value from the Banshee as well. I think some of that came from perhaps like some hits put into the back of from backstabbing Boris in the late game. Boris being the one unit remaining there. But yeah, really nice work from the Blood Knights there. It's just cycle charging down enemy troops. The great thing about getting a Necromancer Lord, I would say, is just because he's dirt cheap. You can just afford getting more troops, getting like more expensive Blood Knights there to play with a little bit more resources on the field. Like all you really need in this scenario is just solid micro supported by health, by invocation of the hack and Shim's Renegades, I guess. But yeah, very solid stuff here. Benchy also did a lot of work, grinding through enemy units through with friendly support there, with all the chaff nearby, and also the Necromancer healing it up with the Unholy Lodestone. And yeah, very nice played by both players, and yeah, great damage from the Blood Knights, rear charging in the like doing some nice hammer and anvil in the end, running through the rest of the state troop support. And yeah, 1,200 gold with 3 spell. Yeah, that is definitely worth it with all the invocation of the hacks and stuff. People usually bring Vampire Lords, specifically Blood Dragons, because they're a really strong melee combatant that can solo armies. But if you can get a bigger army, this might be a worthy trade. And the Dire Packs chasing down routed units and isolated pockets of Vampire Counts also did great job. As for the Empire, unfortunately this time the Rod of Graphites, they earned back their worth, but they weren't able to carry the game. Same goes. Boris also did a lot of damage, but that is just because the damage value usually against the Vampire Counts is inflated because of all the healing available to them. You are expected to kill off an army and a half, yeah, just to win against a Vampire Count army. This time the archers got a lot more pressure from the Vampire Count side and are not able to just freely fire at enemy Vargheists, and got a lot less value overall. And a really nice Gaze of Nagash there from the Master Necromancer, but there's not enough follow-up to finish off the models of the non-iron side, so they managed to get quite a bit of value back. But overall, a very solid performance from the Master Necromancer, the double Blood Knights, and this time Killing did put pay a lot more attention onto the archers, and actually managed to get some value out of one of the Vargheists. The other two not so much here, getting dragged down by state troops and archers. But yeah, that's about it for today's battle. I hope you all enjoy the stream, and if you were playing in the tournament, enjoy the multiplayer gameplay. And yeah, that's gonna be it for today's stream. I hope you all enjoy today's content. If you want to see more similar content, more multiplayer Conquest land battle streams, videos on my channel, be sure to hit the like button of the video and of this stream, and subscribe to my channel. Thank you so much for joining the stream here. Every little bit of like and comment is a great help, and also is a nice encouragement to my content creation. And yeah, that's it for today. Thank you for watching, and I will see you all in the next one. I'm really hungry, so I'm just gonna run off to grab some snacks. And yeah, that's it for we're on a 4.5 hour mark. Okay, yeah, we should go right now. Yeah. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you all in the next one. Tactical Itch signing out.